Chapter 50-48. Are you sure? Mu Yunhe looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. What? You don't believe that I have a space-time treasure? Jiang Qin said. Have you used a space-time treasure before? I heard that there are many types of space-time treasures, and they require a large amount of origin force to be used. From here, which is the Heaven Awakening star field, to the Sky Tyrant star field, the amount of source energy consumed is terrifying. Can you really activate the space-time treasure? Even with her, it might not be possible. Mu Yunhe said doubtfully. You don't believe me? Jiang Qin spread his hands and said. Give me the exact location and coordinates and I will take you back to the Sky Tyrant star field. Mu Yunhe didn't say much. Since Jiang Qin could take him back to the Sky Tyrant state, it was more important than anything else. However, if they were in Tyrant Sky Starfield, he would have the final say. At that time, he would definitely seize the treasure in Jiang Qin's hand. It was a space-time treasure, not everyone was qualified to have it. Mu Yunhe was excited just thinking about it. Time was money. If he could use a space-time treasure, he would be able to roam the world freely. Mu Yunhe told Jiang Qin the location of the Sky Tyrant state. Jiang Qin controlled the Zhonglan God boat and was ready to travel through space. With the Zhonglan God boat, a distance of 100,000 light-years wouldn't be a problem. What a divine boat! Mu Yunhe's eyes were full of greed. The Zhonglan God boat in Jiang Qin's hands was too beautiful. Such a space-time treasure could definitely shock cosmic cloud states. Let's begin. Sky Tyrant state, Pajuo state, depart. Jiang Qin didn't look away as he piloted the divine vessel and started to rise madly. He soared into the clouds, roaming between the heavens and the earth, above the universe. Your divine boat isn't bad, but you have to be prepared. It's a long way to go to Pajuo state in 7 days. Mu Yunhe said in a low voice. Piece of cake. Jiang Qin patted his chest and said. At this moment, Jiang Qin didn't put Mu Yunhe's words in his heart. However, on the 3rd day, Jiang Qin couldn't take it anymore. The Azure Billow divine boat was indeed terrifying, but it was too far away from Sky Tyrant Starfield. The amount of origin energy required to travel through the void was terrifying. Although Jiang Qin was very frugal, on the 4th morning he still couldn't take it anymore. If it was someone else, they would have already collapsed. He didn't dare underestimate such a long-distance spatial leap. Seemed like he was still too young. Mu Yunhe's words weren't unreasonable. I can't take it anymore. You two hurry up and lend me a hand. My body can't take it anymore. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. The main reason was that the distance was too far. Even though the Azure Wave divine boat was useful, the amount of source energy it consumed wasn't something he could bear. This was under the condition that the source energy in his body was extremely terrifying. An ordinary 5th heavenly layer star realm expert wouldn't be able to last more than half a day. I thought you wouldn't last half a day. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Kid brother Mu has high hopes for you. Mu Yunhe couldn't help giving Jiang Qin a thumbs up. Jiang Qin's face was ashen. This guy was laughing at him. He wasn't a good person either. Hurry up. If we delay any longer, those feather bastards will escape. Jiang Qin said impatiently. All right. Mu Yunhe nodded. He and Luo Ying did their best to help Jiang Qin. At this moment, the Azure Billow divine boat gradually stabilized. Jiang Qin finally understood. He had used the Azure Billow divine boat before, but he didn't use it for such a long distance, so he didn't feel anything. Now that he had crossed 2 starfields, he finally understood how difficult it was. Even star states like Mu Yunhe would need a few years. If he was at the primary stage of the star state, it might take decades. Indeed, the distance between the 2 cosmic realms was too far. This was based on the fact that the 2 cosmic realms were right next to each other. If it was any further, the distance would be unimaginable. It was no wonder that there were very few interactions between the star domains. There would almost never be any battles between star domains. If a battle were to break out, the other party would have already fled before they could even arrive, unless they had a peerless treasure like the Azure Wave divine boat. However, not everyone had one. Even cosmic cloud states with treasures that could travel through space were rare. 3 days later, the 3 finally arrived at the Bo Duo astral realm. It was an incomparably dark planet, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and lakes. Its appearance was very primitive, and it had not undergone too many modifications. Looked very mysterious. We're finally here. Bo Duo astral realm, I'm back. Brothers of Li Shan, I'm back. Ha. Mu Yunhe's eyes were burning with passion. They were finally back at their territory. By the way, brother, why don't you come with me and rest at the Bo Duo astral realm first? When I get back we can go to Milan planet together. No need, you can go back yourself. Xianxia said. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Didn't you just want to trap me and snatch my deep-sea divine boat? Xianxia already knew what this old guy was thinking. However, he had to use Mu Yunhe in order to force the feather race to retreat. Now he had to go back and do a head count. My Porto astral boundary is very beautiful. Brother, you must go there. Otherwise you will regret it. Mu Yunhe grabbed Xianxia's hand and got ready to head to the Bo Duo astral realm. Brother Mu, don't tell me that you want to force me to do something I'm not willing to do? Xianxia flicked his sleeves, shaking off Mu Yunhe, and said with a cold smile. What are you talking about, brother? Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. Let's meet on Milan planet. Mu Yunhe said. I still have things to do. I need to go to the Tyrant Sky cosmic region, so I won't be going back. My revenge will depend on you, brother Mu. Xianxia smiled. You're not going back? Mu Yunhe was a little disappointed. He didn't care about Xianxia, but he couldn't ignore the treasures on Xianxia. If Xianxia didn't return to Milan planet, wouldn't his space-time treasure be ruined? However, Mu Yunhe couldn't be too enthusiastic now. After all, his target was the feather race. The treasures on Milan planet were the most important. The fact that Xianxia had sent him back had already shocked Mu Yunhe. As long as he returned to the Bo Duo astral realm, going to Milan planet wouldn't be that difficult. I'm not going back. Brother Mu, I believe that you will definitely be able to defeat the feather race. Goodbye. After saying that, Xianxia turned around and left. Mu Yunhe was very disappointed. The treasures had run away, but he couldn't do anything about it. But this time, feather race, you definitely didn't expect that I would return to Li Mountain in 7 days. I will bury your feather race on Milan planet. Chapter 50-49. Mu Yunhe was not stupid. He knew that his visit this time would definitely be a secret. Even though he had many brothers on Li Mountain, he would not call all of them. Although he had yet to obtain the treasure, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Otherwise, if there were too many wolves and not enough meat, the gains would not make up for the losses. Mu Yunhe believed that as long as he could find 5-star realm experts, it would be enough to defeat the feather race. Any more would just be a burden. At that time, who wouldn't be happy if they didn't get the treasures? Thus, Mu Yunhe only found 5 people, 5 of his closest brothers. Brothers, you are all my best friends. Even on Li Mountain we are friends who can go through life and death with each other. That is why I only came to you. This time I discovered that the feather race has found many treasures in the Heaven Enlightening star system. The feather race is launching a large-scale attack and will definitely take those treasures for themselves. We must quickly attack and take their treasures. Mu Yunhe said. The Heaven Awakening star region? Holy crap. How did you get back from so far away? By the time we get there, the winged race will have already left. Li Penglai said solemnly. That's right, Yunhe. If we go there, we'll probably be too late. Can we really do it? The skinny Sunbin asked nervously. Yeah, can we really make it in time? What if we fail? Wouldn't that be like drawing water with a sieve? You still don't believe me? My wife and children all died there. I risked my life to escape back. Such a great hatred must be avenged. Also, I was sent back by a kind-hearted person. He had a rare treasure in his hands, but it was a pity that I didn't get it. We can use the teleportation array to go to the Heaven Enlightening starfield. Mu Yunhe said seriously. Teleportation formations? That'll cost a lot of origin stones. Li Penglai said. But why are you guys so stingy? We're here for the treasure, so what's wrong with paying a few origin stones first? Do you know how valuable that treasure is? Don't you understand which side is lighter and which side is heavier? Mu Yunhe rolled his eyes. Yunhe's words make sense. If we don't sacrifice our children, we won't be able to catch the wolf. Let's each contribute an origin stone and use the teleportation formation to go to the Heaven Awakening starfield. Once we obtain the treasure, this bit of origin stone will be nothing. Sunbin said with a smile. That's right. Let's do it. After all, Yunhe is absolutely right. If this treasure is taken by those B***cheese from the Feather Clan, it would be a huge loss. Our brothers from Mount Lishan must not lose out. Let me tell you, when I was on Milan Star, I saw a divine weapon from the ancient world. At that time the feather race was dumbfounded. They mobilized thousands of star-level experts, but fortunately they were only at the early stage of the star level. They secretly infiltrated Milan's star, and even the people of the Heaven-Awakened star region didn't know about it. Otherwise, how could they have allowed them to slaughter people on Milan's star? In the end, they captured everyone on Milan's star as slaves. The treasures they dug out were terrifying. That's right, when you get the treasures, you will know whether it was worth it or not. Something from the last era, tsk, just thinking about it makes me excited. Mu Yunhe said solemnly. His eyes were burning with passion. He had seen treasures before, so he was also very solemn. The five brothers looked at Mu Yunhe's expression and confirmed that Mu Yunhe's vote would not disappoint them. Let's do it. Damn it, isn't it just origin stones? We'll use it for cultivation. Right, with Brother Yunhe here, what are we afraid of? Huh. Let's go, let's not waste any more time. Things might change if we delay. Everyone seemed to be on steroids. When they heard that it was another antique treasure from the previous era, their eyes widened. This time they definitely had to investigate. The fact that the feather race was so secretive meant that they definitely knew about the existence of the treasure. Mu Yunhe being able to discover the feather race's secret was also their good fortune. Right, Brother Yunhe, are you sure that the six of us can trample the feather race? Sun Bin asked. Don't worry, the strongest among them is only at the sixth heaven of the star level. It's a pity that my wife and children died in their hands. I will definitely kill all the people of the Feather Clan on Milan's star. Mu Yunhe's face was extremely gloomy. At this time the group of people set off towards the transportation array. Only the transportation array could allow them to arrive as soon as possible. At this time, Jiang Qin and Luo Ying had already returned to Milan planet. Looking at the blue planet from afar, Jiang Qin's expression was serious. More than half of the people on Milan planet died this time. It's already a scene of devastation. I hope that we can catch all the feather race in one fell swoop. Jiang Qin sighed. That's not something we can control. No one would have thought that the feather race would send so many experts to Milan planet to search for treasures. Now we can only pin our hopes on Mu Yunhe. Luo Ying smiled bitterly. Big brother Jiang, are you sure that they will return? Don't worry, the feather race has already killed Mu Yunhe's wife and children. Even if the feather race finds a treasure, it will be enough to stop him. Mu Yunhe is a fugitive. He will not let this matter rest. You have to understand that the feather race is afraid of old Monster Li, which means that he is very strong. He will definitely make a comeback. Jiang Qin was full of confidence. If we can't kill the feather race, then let them fight each other. Who knows who will be the winner? We have to do a good deed without leaving our names. You think you can do a good deed? But I hope that Mu Yunhe will not summon all the experts on Li Mountain. Otherwise our plan will fail. Luo Ying was somewhat worried. As long as Mu Yunhe is not stupid, he will not announce the treasure to the world. When that time comes, how many treasures will they get? He will definitely find a few companions of similar strength. Not many, at most 5. If they can control the feather race, that will be enough. Jiang Qin swore solemnly. Are you saying that I am stupid? Luo Ying said angrily. I didn't say that. Jiang Qin shrugged. That's what you mean. Why are you women so unreasonable? Jiang Qin was speechless. Are you crazy? Isn't reasoning with women just asking for trouble? Luo Ying laughed. The two of them headed straight for the Tiger Subdue mountain range. Just as Jiang Qin reached the Tiger Subdue mountain range, the feather race was still digging. Half a month had passed, but they still had not taken all the treasures. This was enough to show that the treasures in this treasure trove would definitely shock them. At this moment the space in the distance fluctuated continuously. The appearance of the 6 figures caused the hidden Jiang Qin's lips to curl up slightly. Chapter 50-50. This is already the 8th treasure. Commander Yen, we've struck it rich this time. We've really struck it rich. Lu Junfei was grinning from ear to ear. As the vanguard, he had been praised by Yen Fei many times. They had already dug up 8 treasures. The 8th was a 7-story pagoda. It looked magnificent and exquisitely carved. Genesis Chi continuously gushed out from it, causing countless feather race members to cheer even louder. Even Yen Fei could not hide the joy in his heart at this moment. Although they had lost a few hundred people this time around, the rewards they had reaped were unimaginable. With so many treasures, the strength of the Yu clan would definitely rise to another level. As the leader of this operation, the rewards he could reap were also unimaginable. His many years of hard work had not been in vain. Thousands of stellar-level experts had massacred Milan's star just for this day. Even old monster Li Shan had been driven away by them. However, if that guy wanted to take revenge, he would have to wait for 10 years. By that time, even if he appeared in front of Yi Shiwen's strength would probably be much stronger than before. Only strength could truly make people feel gratified. Yan Fei's heart was incomparably solemn. When Mu Yunhe killed many of their people and escaped, Yan Fei secretly swore that he would definitely raise his strength to a new level. This time he would definitely be the first to pick the treasures. In the ancient world, the treasures left behind by super experts from different eras, even if the mountains and rivers were toppled and the sun and moon were replaced, were still able to survive until now. This was what shocked him the most. Commander Yan, we've dug up a human figurine. What? Is that for real? Is it a mummy? Bullsh *T mummy. It's been so many years. It's a person from the previous era. Even his bones have rotted away. That's right. If it's a moving corpse, it would be terrible. Shut up. Commander Yan is here. Everyone's expressions were solemn, not daring to say another word. When Yan Fei arrived underground, his expression also became more and more nervous. They had dug out someone. In other words, this person was definitely a big shot from billions of years ago, a legendary figure from back then, and had survived from the previous era until now. How powerful must this expert be? Time was the most merciless blade. Those who could avoid the passage of time and transcend 2 epochs were all unimaginably powerful experts. Every time an epoch was destroyed, the heavens would fall and the earth would crack. Many supreme experts, no matter how strong they were, would become the dust of history. Yet the origin ancient ruins had been perfectly preserved. This was sufficient to show exactly how powerful the experts inside were back then. They really are human figurines. Lu Junfei was shocked. This human figurine was wrapped in source stones, but he could clearly see its silhouette. The golden mask completely covered its face. Because they were afraid of damaging the figurine, Lu Junfei and the others did not dare to directly break the source stones surrounding the figurine. They only dug the figurine out. Commander Yan, this guy should be worth a lot of origin stones, right? Lu Junfei chuckled. Yan Fei glanced at him coldly and disdainfully. You only care about source stones. Do you know who this person is? This is an almighty expert from the previous epoch. If you can refine him into a puppet, even if he's not invincible, he'll definitely be unimaginable. Yes. Commander Yan is right. Lu Junfei nodded his head continuously. Yan Fei carefully observed it, but he didn't discover anything strange about it. However, the simple and unadorned aura it exuded seemed to be from its bones. This was a crystal-like origin stone, and the human figurine was within it. However, whether or not this figurine could be made into a puppet was another matter. This was also the only thing that Yan Fei couldn't see through. Yan Fei was very clear that the other divine weapons and armors were definitely rare treasures. There was also a mysterious book. Yan Fei had not been able to open the book box, so he did not know what kind of treasure it was. However, since it could be sealed in the book box, it was enough to tell that it was extraordinary. Even a 6th-grade battle weapon could not break the book box. Now only this human figurine in the book box could make him excited. Let's wrap this human figurine up first. Yan Fei said in a deep voice as he gently stroked the human figurine. He was very fond of it. Let's work harder. Within a month we must open up all the tunnels here as soon as possible. I want to clear out all the source stone mines in the origin ancient ruins. Alright, just wait and see, Commander Yan. Lu Junfei nodded. Oh right, why haven't I seen Gaselier after so long? Where did he go? Yan Fei asked. I guess he's dead. He disappeared when we were fighting against the old demons of Mount Lishan. Lu Junfei frowned. He was also curious as to why Gaselier had disappeared. Let's not think too much about it. Let's clear this place first. Milan planet is no longer safe. If that guy who escaped returns and calls for reinforcements, we'll be in a very passive position. Yan Fei's expression was solemn. He had been feeling his right eyelid twitching for the past 2 days. He was worried that something might happen. Leaving Milan planet as soon as possible was the most important thing. Commander Yan, don't worry. We've done a good job keeping this secret. Although the old demon of Mount Lishan escaped, this place is so far away from Sky Tyrant Starfield. He definitely won't be able to return so quickly. In the entire Sky Tyrant starfield, there isn't a teleportation portal that can travel that far. You can rest assured. Lu Junfei had a solemn expression on his face. Thief. Give me your life. Today we, the 6 patriarchs, will wipe out all of you feather tribesmen. An earth-shattering roar shook the heavens and earth. Many feather tribesmen were shocked, especially Lu Junfei, who had an ugly expression on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched. He had been solemn just now, but now he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. 6 Sky Star State experts stood in the void. Not to mention Lu Junfei, even Yan Fei's face was full of worry and disbelief. How could this be? Why is he here again? Lu Junfei stammered. His face was dark and he was panicking inside. Lu Junfei was dumbfounded. He had just been bragging to Commander Yan and now he had been slapped in the face. This speed was even faster than Mu Yunhe's return. 6 Sky Star State experts had made a comeback. Now it was time for the feather tribesmen to feel fear. Moreover, they had killed Mu Yunhe's family. They would definitely fight to the death in this battle. How would I know? If we lose this battle, I'll make you my scapegoat. Chapter 50-51. Yan Fei's stomach was full of anger and he had nowhere to vent it. This Lu Junfei was simply a despicable person. He was too despicable. What he feared had come true. He had thought that Mu Yunhe would not return after leaving this time. He had not expected that in just half a month he would gather 5 experts, all at the 7th sky of the star realm. What should he do? All the feather race members were scared witless. They were filled with shock. These 6 people would definitely put them in a disadvantageous position. It was unknown how many more people would fall. Back then, the 4 old demons of Mount Lishan had completely annihilated them. Although 3 of them had been killed, they had also lost more than 300 people. They had paid a heavy price. I didn't know that they would come back. Lu Junfei mumbled. He was also trembling in fear. This time Mu Yunhe was much more arrogant than before. The 6th-7th sky of the star realm experts made them feel suffocated. Mu Yunhe, what are you doing? I advise you not to dig your own grave. You're digging your own grave. You'd better not get involved in the affairs of the feather race. Otherwise we'll kill you. Yan Fei said in a low voice. He could only use his identity as a member of the feather race. He did not want to fight this battle. No matter what the final outcome was, 70 to 80% of his people would be injured or killed. It was not impossible for them to be completely wiped out. He was the clearest about Mu Yunhe's strength. After this battle, they could no longer afford to suffer losses, and Mu Yunhe had called for reinforcements. This time these reinforcements were not people that those unripe melon eggs could compare to. This time Mu Yunhe had clearly come to kill them. Now what made Yan Fei feel the most despair was how they could appear here so quickly. Even if they went to the Sky Tyrant starfield, it would take at least 10 years. How could they be transported here in such a short time? He didn't understand, but the name of the feather race might not be useful against these fugitives. Adding on the fact that Mu Yunhe's wife and child had been killed, Mu Yunhe no longer cared about anything else. Right now his heart was filled with more hatred than reason. Mu Yunhe's determination in this battle was displayed. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. Harpies. You harpies are the ones I'm attacking. You've killed someone close to me, so just wait for your punishment in this battle. I will crush you all with my own hands. I will crush all of you and scatter your souls. Mu Yunhe's voice was deafening. The feather people trembled in fear, but they had no way out. This is what it means when the sandpiper and the clam fight. The fisherman reaps the benefits. These 2 groups will probably both suffer heavy losses. Jiang Chen chuckled as he lay on top of the mountain, silently watching this scene. He would sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the 2 groups were locked in a fierce battle, it would be time for him to appear. These old demons of Mount Li are just as you said. Not a single one of them is more or less. I really admire you. Luo Ying said with a smile. Then why aren't you rubbing my legs? Jiang Chen said. Dream on. Bah. Luo Ying rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen as she spoke disdainfully, her cheeks blushing. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Luo Ying were flirting, but the people of the feather race were shivering in fear. Mu Yunhe and the other 5 experts were the source of their fear. To them they were the most lethal weapons. You bastards from Mount Li, I will not let you off. Our Yu clan will definitely not let you get away scot-free. This time, unless you step over my body, I, Yanfei, will definitely not lower my head. You are not fit to snatch what belongs to the Yu clan. Yanfei roared. Yanfei knew that there was no leeway in this battle. He had to fight to the death to salvage the situation. For the sake of these treasures and the future of the feather race, Yanfei had gambled all his chances and even the lives of thousands of Stargrade experts. Most of these people were the cornerstones of the feather race. Stargrade experts were not easy to deal with no matter where they were. How stubborn. Why are you still wasting time talking to them? Let's finish this. Li Ping said with a sinister smile. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. He rubbed his palms together, eager to get into action. Right, why are we still wasting time talking to them? They're just a bunch of trash. If we want to kill them, we can do it in a matter of minutes. Sun Bin also could not wait any longer. They wanted to see if this treasure was worth it for them to travel thousands of miles and spend a lot of source stones to activate the formation. Kill without mercy. Mu Yunhe shouted. The two sides were at daggers drawn. Finally, there was no need to hide anything. A great battle erupted, shaking the entire dragon-subduing mountain range. The 6 of them were all able to fight 1 against 100. It was not difficult for one of them to suppress hundreds of Stargrade experts. A battle between experts was that simple and brutal. There was nothing fancy about it. Mu Yunhe blocked dozens of star-level 6 experts. He did not dare to take this battle lightly. Although they had more experts and were more ruthless, the feather race had an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. They had to be careful in this battle. Fight with me. Warriors are heroes. The feather race has never had cowards. Yanfei shouted angrily. Fight. Fight, fight, fight. Sun Bin and Li Ping rushed to the front. Hundreds of star-level experts were fighting with all their might. For the sake of treasures, for the sake of increasing their strength, they were also very cautious. The star level hadn't changed for thousands of years. Everyone wanted to break through, so who was willing to be stuck in the same old rut? The fact that there were so many feather people here was the best proof. It was just a Milan star, but the feather race had so many experts. It seemed that Mu Yunhe's words were not false at all. For the treasure, for the sake of victory, they could not afford to be careless. A massacre of life and death had begun. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were strong, they were still surrounded by so many Stargrade experts. The clash between the two sides could be said to be evenly matched. If this continued, no one would be able to see through the depth of the battle. It would be very confusing. Yanfei led the feather race experts to fight back. Even if they knew how these people had made a comeback, it would be meaningless. They had to survive and bring the treasure back to the feather race. That was what they needed to do. The battle was extremely intense. Li Peng, Sun Bin, and the others gradually found it difficult to move forward. Each of them had to face 400 Stargrade experts. This was no laughing matter. The intensity of the battle was getting more and more worrying. Whether it was the feather race or Mu Yunhe, they were all extremely cautious, afraid that they would fall into a trap of death. Chapter 4696. Battle roars of despair. The battle between the two sides was in a stalemate. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand, if they wanted to kill the feather race, they would suffer a great loss. Some of them might even die here. But the battle still continued. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, this battle would make it difficult for them to move forward. More and more Stargrade experts were dying. They were all early-stage Stargrade experts. They could not dodge the heavy attacks of Mu Yunhe and the others. However, Mu Yunhe, Sun Bin, and the others were also having a harder time. Their injuries were worsening. If they could last until the end, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Damn it, these guys are fighting with their lives on the line. Do they not want to live anymore? Sun Bin was extremely depressed. However, these guys were already prepared to die. The feather race was advancing wave after wave, and their injuries were worsening. They might end up like his wife and son. They don't want to live, but we don't want to live either. We'll drag a few hundred down with us even if we have to. A bunch of early-stage Stargrade trash wants to stop us? Impossible. Mu Yunhe had made a comeback. This time he would not retreat even half a step. It was all for this day. Yanfei was defending his camp to the death, and old demon Li Shan was not to be trifled with. If they slacked off, these guys might take advantage of them. Fortunately, they had enough people this time. Even if they lost a few hundred people, they still had more than 2,000 people. The defeated soldiers faced off against the heavily injured Mu Yunhe and the others. Both sides were evenly matched and both sides were constantly whittling away at each other's strength. In the blink of an eye, the battle had lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The sky was dark and the feather race had suffered over 1,000 casualties. Only 1,500 remained. As for Mu Yunhe and the others, they were already panting from exhaustion. Their injuries were also increasing. When do we make our move? Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. Stop dawdling. It looks like they are both testing each other's limits. If no one makes a move in the end, then they are using the battle to fuel the battle. If this continues, it won't even count as a drawn-out battle. They are all afraid of losing because they can't afford to lose. If the feather race loses, they have been preparing for many years. If Mu Yunhe and the others lose, they will completely fall, suffering a double loss. It looks like they both want to wear down the others' patience and see what their limits are. Luo Ying said in deep thought. Of course. Jiang Chen knew that he had to make a move. He was not in the mood to continue wasting time with these people. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Their strength was almost completely exhausted. Now that he had made a move, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Isn't it still early? Luo Ying laughed. It's not early. They are both wearing down the others' patience. It is a good time for us to give them a head-on blow. Both their strength and spirit are almost exhausted. If we wait until both sides are heavily injured, they will not be stupid. As long as the other side does not use any killing moves, they will fight a drawn-out battle. No one is willing to make the first move. Whoever makes the first move will reveal their trump card. Jiang Chen muttered. It was time for them to make a head-on attack. Black King. Here. The Black King instantly appeared beside Jiang Chen. He could not wait any longer. He had been watching this battle in the dark. It had been 3 days and 3 nights. It was time for them to make a move. Later, you and Luo Ying will deal with old monster Lishan and his group. I will fight the entire feather race alone. Jiang Chen laughed. Are you sure? Luo Ying said with a faint smile. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. You have to be careful. There are more than 1,500 stellar-level experts and dozens of 6th-level stellar-level experts. Even if they are all exhausted, they cannot be underestimated. You must not let your guard down. Jiang Chen naturally understood Luo Ying's worries. However, he also wanted to see how strong his strongest combat power was. After obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor Cosmos, today's battle would be his strongest opponent. This battle would be a good opportunity for him to test what kind of experts he could fight and how many people he could defeat. Jiang Chen's goal was to kill all the feather race members. Jiang Chen's goal was to wipe out this sinister, cunning, and vicious race from the eternal world. This was his ambition. Master will definitely not lose. The Black King said firmly. Look, even the Black King knows better than you that I will not lose. Jiang Chen patted his chest and vowed. It's just a group of defeated soldiers. Even if I win, there is nothing to brag about. Jiang Chen shook his head. At this time he leapt down from the mountain. Ah, Brother Mu, how have you been? I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. It's you? Little friend, hurry up and lend me a hand. After we kill these feather race members, we can catch up. Mu Yunhe laughed heartily. All right. Then I will help you. Don't be afraid, Brother Mu. Jiang Chen shouted. Who are you? Yan Fei's expression was frighteningly gloomy. There was an uninvited guest. Jiang Chen's strength might not be much, but there was a 7th-level star-level expert behind him. Furthermore, that black-armored man made them feel uneasy. Look at who I am. Ah. Jiang Chen turned into Gaselier with a shake of his body. Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Gaselier was killed by you? Yan Fei's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect such a great danger to be hiding around him, and he did not know about it. I didn't kill him. I just made him wish he was dead. As for you, all of you from the feather race, you deserve to die. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely gloomy. His hatred towards the feather race made Yan Fei suspicious. This guy seems to hate the feather race to the core. No wonder you disappeared without a trace. Kid, I will definitely kill you. Lu Junfei roared angrily, staring straight at Jiang Chen. Yunhe, who is this? Li Ping asked in shock. If not for you, I would not have been able to return to the Sky Tyrant Starfield so quickly. It is all thanks to you that we were able to make a comeback and come back to snatch the treasure. Mu Yunhe said in agreement. First he would set a trap for Jiangchen. Then when he let his guard down he would kill the feather race members first and then the rest. Heroes indeed come from the young. Sun Bin nodded. Brother Mu, I am responsible for this battle. Kill all the feather race members and then we can split the treasure. Ah. Jiangchen laughed. Good. I like you very much. Fight. Kill them all and leave nothing behind. Mu Yunhe laughed. Jiangchen and the rest also joined the battle. However, Mu Yunhe did not expect that Jiangchen's first attack would be aimed at him. That was exactly what he wanted, piercing his chest. Mu Yunhe's expression changed and he screamed in despair. Chapter 50-52. The battle between the two sides had reached a stalemate. Although Mu Yunhe and the others were gradually gaining the upper hand, if they wanted to kill the feather race now they would suffer heavy losses. Perhaps some of them would die here as well. But the battle was still going on. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, this battle was going to be difficult for them. More and more Star Realm experts were dying. They were all at the initial Star Realm. They couldn't dodge Mu Yunhe's group's attacks, but Mu Yunhe, Sun Bin and the others were having a harder time. Their injuries were getting worse. The feather people were using numbers to overwhelm them. If they could hold on until the end, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Damn, these guys are fighting with their lives on the line. Do they not want to live anymore? Sun Bin was extremely depressed, but these guys were already prepared to die. The feather people were advancing wave after wave and their injuries were getting worse. They might end up like his wife and son. They don't want to live, but we don't want to live either. Even if we die, we'll drag a few hundred down with us. A bunch of trash at the initial Star Realm wants to stop us? Impossible. Mu Yunhe had made a comeback. This time he wouldn't retreat even half a step. It was all for this day. Yan Fei was defending his camp to the death, and old demon Li Shan wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they slacked off, these guys could take advantage of them. Fortunately, they had enough people this time. Even if they lost a few hundred people, they still had more than 2,000 people. The defeated soldiers faced off against the heavily injured Mu Yunhe and the others. Both sides were evenly matched and both sides continued to whittle away at each other's strength. In the blink of an eye, the battle had gone on for 3 days and 3 nights. The sky was dark and the feather people had lost more than 1,000. Only 1,500 remained. Mu Yunhe and the others were panting from exhaustion. Their injuries were also increasing. When do we attack? Luo Ying glanced at Jiangchen. Jiangchen frowned. Stop dawdling. It looks like they're both testing each other's bottom line. If no one attacks in the end, then they're using the battle to fuel the battle. If this went on, it wouldn't even be considered a tug of war. They were all afraid of losing because they couldn't afford to lose. If the Harpies lose, they will have been preparing to hand it over to someone else for many years. If Mu Yunhe and the others lose, they will completely fall, suffering a double loss. From the looks of it, they both want to wear down each other's patience and see the other's bottom line. Luo Ying said in agreement. Of course. Jiangchen knew that he had to take action. He was not in the mood to continue wasting time with this group of people. He wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Their strength was almost exhausted. Now that he had taken action, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Isn't it early? Luo Ying laughed. It's getting late. They're all wearing each other down. It's a good time for us to give them a head-on blow. That's because both their strength and spirit are about to be exhausted. If we really wait until both sides are injured, they aren't stupid. As long as the other side doesn't make a killing move, they'll just fight a tug of war. No one is willing to make the first move. Whoever makes the first move will reveal their trump card. Jiangchen pondered and said. Hence it was time for them to attack head-on. Black King. Here. Black King appeared beside Jiangchen in an instant. He couldn't wait any longer. He had been watching this battle in the dark. The battle had been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. Now it was time for them to take action. Later, you and Luo Ying will face old monster Li Shan's group. I will fight the entire Harpies alone. Jiangchen laughed. Are you sure? Luo Ying said with a faint smile. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. You have to be careful. There are more than 1,500 star-level experts and dozens of 6th-level star-level experts. Even if they are all exhausted, they can't be underestimated. You mustn't let your guard down. Jiangchen naturally understood Luo Ying's worries. However, he also wanted to see how strong his strongest combat power was. After obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor Cosmos, today's battle would be his strongest opponent. This battle would also be a good opportunity for him to test what kind of experts he could go against and how many people he could defeat in this battle. Jiang Chen's goal was naturally to kill all the harpies. Jiang Chen's goal was to make this sinister, cunning, and vicious race disappear from the entire eternal world. This was his ambition. Master definitely won't lose, the Black King said unwaveringly. Look, even the Black King knows better than you that I won't lose. Jiang Chen patted his chest and said confidently. It's just a bunch of defeated soldiers. Even if I win, there's probably nothing to brag about. Jiang Chen shook his head. At this time he leapt down from the mountain. Ah, Brother Mu, how have you been? I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. It's you? Little friend, hurry up and lend me a hand. After we kill these harpies we can catch up. Mu Yunhe laughed heartily. Alright, then I'll help you. Don't be afraid, Brother Mu. Jiang Chen shouted. Who are you? Yan Fei's expression was frighteningly gloomy. There was an uninvited guest. While Jiang Chen's strength wasn't much, there was still a 7th-level star-level expert behind him. Furthermore, that black-armored man made them feel uneasy. Look at who I am. Ah. Jiang Chen turned into Gaselier with a shake of his body. Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Gaselier was killed by you? Yan Fei was shocked. He didn't expect such a great danger to be hiding around him, and he didn't even know about it. I didn't kill him. I just made him wish he was dead. As for you, all the harpies, you deserve to die. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely gloomy. His hatred towards the harpies made Yan Fei suspicious. This guy seems to hate the harpies to the core. No wonder you disappeared without a trace. Kid, I will definitely kill you. Lu Junfei roared angrily, staring straight at Jiang Chen. Yunhe, who is this? Li Ping asked in shock. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to return to Sky Tyrant Starfield so quickly. It's all thanks to you that we were able to make a comeback and come back to snatch the treasure. Mu Yunhe said in agreement. First he would set a trap for Jiang Chen. Then when he let his guard down he would kill the harpies first and then the rest. Heroes indeed come from the young. Sun Bin nodded. Brother Mu, I am responsible for this battle. Kill all the harpies and then we can split the treasure. Ah. Jiang Chen laughed. Good, good, good. I like you. Fight, fight, fight. Kill them all and leave nothing behind. Mu Yunhe laughed. Jiang Chen and the others also joined the battle. However, Mu Yunhe had never expected that Jiang Chen's first attack would be aimed at him. It was exactly what he wanted, piercing his chest. Mu Yunhe's expression changed and he screamed in despair. Chapter 50-53. Mu Yunhe was dumbfounded. Even Sun Bin, Li Peng, and the others did not expect that Jiang Chen, who had been calling Mu Yunhe brother just a moment ago, would change sides at the last moment. Jiang Chen's unexpected attack directly pierced through his chest. Luckily, Mu Yunhe was already on guard and was extremely cautious. Otherwise, this attack might have taken his life. Bastard! Sun Bin roared. He did not expect Jiang Chen to have schemed against Mu Yunhe. This seemingly honest 5th-level star warrior was actually so fierce and ruthless, heavily injuring Mu Yunhe at the crucial moment. Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others were also stunned. Wasn't this guy too terrifying? Whose side was he on? He sent Mu Yunhe's group away, and now he was at odds with Mu Yunhe. This guy was stirring up trouble everywhere. I didn't expect you to be from the feather race. Mu Yunhe gritted his teeth and staggered backward, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. You're wrong. I'm not from the feather race. I also hate the feather race. Now I'm going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. I won't let the feather race off, but you guys, haha, I won't let you off either. Old monster Li Shan isn't a good person either. You guys have killed countless people and I've asked around. You deserve to die. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed, speaking frankly with assurance. Arrogant and conceited guy with just you? You want to destroy the feather race? You're dreaming. Those who offend the feather race will be killed no matter how far they are. Yan Fei said in a deep voice. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the star realm, so he did not put him in his eyes. Is that so? Today I, Jiang Chen, will see who can stop me. Jiang Chen smiled and pulled out his sword. It had been a long time since he had fought. This time he would not retreat. He would use the blood of the feather people to fuel his passion. At this time Mu Yunhe and the others were already defeated. Luo Ying and the Black King were more than enough to deal with them. Jiang Chen would face the feather race alone and decide victory or defeat in one battle. You're overestimating yourself. You still want to deal with us together? Don't forget the saying that a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Who do you think you are? Yan Fei sneered. From his point of view, Jiang Chen was simply spouting nonsense. Wanting to exterminate the Yu race with just 3 people? Wasn't this a joke? Words are useless. Let's see who's more powerful. For Milan's star for justice, I will destroy you on behalf of the heaven-awakened starfield. Jiang Chen said. Courting death. Yan Fei snorted coldly. Mu Yunhe and the others were strong. Although they were heavily injured, they were still star level 7 experts. But what was a star level 5 guy doing here? Attack. Kill him. Yan Fei roared. Kill Jiang Chen to establish their prestige. For the feather race, the situation was not clear. There were pursuers in front and fierce tigers behind. Jiang Chen's appearance had clearly been planned for a long time. Gasolier had already died at his hands. Moreover, this guy seemed to want to kill old monster Li Shan in the feather race. Wasn't his appetite a bit too big? Kill this group of bastards for me. I must kill him. Mu Yunhe roared. Now he finally knew why Jiang Chen was being so kind. It was because he wanted him to fight against the Yu family. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fishermen would benefit from it. This bastard had finally decided to act against them. Before Mu Yunhe could make a move, Jiang Chen was one step ahead. The first to strike gained the upper hand and the last to strike suffered a calamity. But as long as Mu Yunhe had a sliver of hope, he would not give up. His vengeance had not been avenged, and the treasures were still in the hands of the harpies. In this 3-way battle, only the courageous would emerge victorious. Whoever retreated first would suffer the most. On the other side, Jiang Chen's eyes flashed like lightning as he charged into the enemy's ranks. The feather race army had thousands of star-level experts. At this time it was as if they were on steroids. Even if they could not defeat these star-level 7 experts, could they not defeat a piece of trash like him? In the eyes of the feather race, Jiang Chen was not worth mentioning. Now he had become an existence for them to vent their anger. Come at me. Jiang Chen shouted. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pierced through the sky. His battle-intent sword, sweeping away everything in his path. Luo Ying and the Black King glanced at each other before charging towards Mu Yunhe's Sun Bin and the others. In an instant the battle began again. At this time the happiest person was none other than Yan Fei. Mu Yunhe and the others would definitely not let this matter rest. The 2 people beside Jiang Chen were not easy to deal with either. Jiang Chen dared to charge into the enemy ranks of thousands of star-level experts. He really did not care about his life. Only the Black King and Luo Ying were clear about Jiang Chen's strength. These people definitely could not kill him. Even if he retreated in defeat, he would be able to protect himself. No one could kill him. Jiang Chen was almost undefeatable. That was why Luo Ying and the Black King could fight so fearlessly. Jiang Chen used the limitless sword, weaving through the feather race experts like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. With one slash, at least 10 to 20 people fell into a pool of blood. With one slash, the terrifying sword intent swallowed the heavens and earth. It was like a goddess scattering flowers. 10,000 swords slashed out at the same time, a whirlwind slash, a proud sword that soared through the clouds. No one could stop it. The sword slashed through the sky and descended. The limitless sword had no limits. Hundreds of star-level experts were annihilated within 10 moves. They died without a grave. Jiang Chen's silhouette was too powerful, too fast, no one could stop him. Not even a 5th heavenly layer star realm expert could last one round against him. Jiang Chen was like a mad bull as he charged into the enemy ranks. His barbaric charge destroyed millions of people. He was unstoppable. Those who block me shall die. Jiang Chen's aura was shocking. Thousands of star-level experts could not stop Jiang Chen at all. 1/4 of the star-level experts had already fallen. Jiang Chen was like a beast that did not know fatigue. This kind of battle was completely exchanging blows. Even Yan Fei could not say that he could completely ignore anyone's attack. Even he could not stop Jiang Chen's footsteps. The feather race surrounded Jiang Chen. The battle became more and more intense. Both sides were evenly matched. However, Jiang Qin knew that there were so many feather race people. It was impossible for him to kill them all in a short period of time. The first wave of attacks killed more than 400 people. Now the feather race was trembling in fear. However, they had the advantage in numbers. With one spurt of energy they would be exhausted. Jiang Qin could no longer be as successful as he was at the beginning. Chapter 50-54. Jiang Qin was not a fighting machine. After killing hundreds of stellar-level experts he would also be tired. Moreover, Yan Fei and the rest were not sitting ducks. They could not allow him to slaughter the feather race clansmen and remain indifferent. Damn it! I must kill him. Definitely. Yan Fei roared in anger. His heart was filled with anger. More than 3,000 stellar-level experts had entered Milan's star. Now after this battle their numbers had been reduced to just over 1,000. To the feather race this was a huge blow. The cultivation of any stellar-level expert was not achieved overnight. Without absolute talent and perseverance, it was impossible to become a stellar-level expert. However, these stellar-level experts of the feather race had been slaughtered like vegetables in front of Jiang Qin. It pained Yan Fei to see this. These were the elites of the feather race. They were the true reason for their survival. They were the foundation of the Sky Tyrant star field. Thousands of stellar-level experts had died here. Even if Yan Fei returned to the Sky Tyrant star field in the future, he would definitely be held accountable. The current Jiang Qin was like a butcher. It was too scary. However, Yan Fei had to face it head-on. No matter how many casualties there were, he had to kill Jiang Qin here. Now that he was surrounded by enemies, he could only sit back and relax after finishing them off. Yan Fei had never expected that this treasure hunting trip, which he thought was flawless, would end up causing him to suffer heavy losses. So many of his brothers had died. The core strength of the feather race had been greatly weakened. It was a pity that there were no stellar level 7 or 8 experts on his side. Yan Fei was clear that he was the highest leader of this treasure hunting trip. He had the right to make all the decisions. However, if more powerful experts of the feather race came, he would have to stand aside. When that happened, the credit would not be his anymore. However, it was all because he thought too highly of himself. It was not just old monster Li Shan. Even Jiang Qin, who had appeared out of nowhere, had come to compete with him. At this time, the only thing Yan Fei could do was to fight with his life on the line. Only the final victor could become the true owner of these treasures. Jiang Qin had always been waiting for an opportunity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He even made use of the east wind to make old demon of Mount Li his enemy, causing both sides to suffer. Yan Fei hated Jiang Qin to the core. And now, as if he had the help of God, he charged into the winged race's camp. No one could stop him. Is this guy a lunatic? Holy shit. Isn't this a little too strong? That's right. I didn't expect this bastard to be so terrifying. Even with so many of us, we can't stop him. It's hard to say. Right now, we might not even be able to figure out his background. Bullshit. There are so many of us. Do you think we're afraid of him alone? Fuck. Look at Commander Yan's few star state level 6 warriors. Even they can't do anything to him. The people of the Feather Clan were all panicking. Yan Fei and the others took the lead and finally began a new round of attacks. This time I'm going to tear you apart with my own hands. Yan Fei roared and charged at the very front. With a long halberd in hand, he swept through the crowd. Roar, roar, roar. Following Yan Fei's charge, the people of the winged race behind him also became spirited. Even their boss was charging without a care for his life, let alone them. This was their chance to show off. They must give this kid a fatal blow and show him who the true overlord was. Dragon soaring technique. Jiang Chen's eyes were like a knife. With his sword in hand, he continuously activated the Genesis Chi in his body. Raging flames rose and rose, and his strength directly rose to the star state level 6. With the support of dragon transformation, Jiang Qin did not fall into a disadvantageous position even after fighting over 20 star state level 6 warriors. Sword 28. Sword 29. Sword 30. The exquisite limitless sword moved wildly. Under the crowd's attacks, he charged left and right without the slightest pause. Jiang Chen's battle power was shocking. Although there were millions of people, he still charged forward. However, Jiang Qin was ultimately fighting alone. The source chi in his body was constantly being compressed and eventually suppressed by the combined forces of the winged race experts. The initial sharpness gradually faded, and many injuries appeared on Jiang Chen's body. After all, there were too many people and they were all Star State experts. In a desperate fight, Jiang Chen could only face them head-on. Blades and swords intertwined, blood and fire collided. Jiang Chen fought with all his might, constantly breaking through his limits in battle. In the face of so many powerful enemies, he was still the fearless Jiang Chen. This was Jiang Chen's imposing manner. He was never afraid of anyone. The Tao in his heart was his own unique Tao. Millions and millions of people were nothing in front of him. He felt no pressure at all. Jiang Chen was not afraid of anyone. The Tao in his heart was a unique Tao. Millions and millions of people were nothing but chickens and dogs in front of him. Even if his body was torn to shreds, he must defeat them. The trash of the winged race, he wanted to crush them with his own hands. He wanted the winged race to remember that he was their nightmare forever. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Facing the surrounding winged race experts, Yan Fei, Lu Junfei, and the others were in hot pursuit. This made Jiang Chen more and more passive. However, with his unyielding battle power, Jiang Chen's heart was emotionless. The real battle had just begun. Today he would kill all the thousands of winged race experts and complete the real thousand slaughter. Jiang Chen advanced with each step, retreating as he fought. However, his power did not diminish at all. Facing the encirclement from all directions, his battle power became more and more astonishing. The stronger the opponent, Jiang Chen's strength continued to rise, and the limitless sword also became more powerful. Countless sword shadows descended from the sky, and the sky was filled with sword rain. It was unstoppable. 31 sword. Jiang Chen's eyes were as red as blood and a cold light flashed. His sword swept across the tens of millions of people. Yan Fei and the others' expressions changed drastically. They had to use all their strength to block the sword. But even so, they were still badly injured. Looking at the people around Jiang Chen, those who were not strong enough were instantly killed. There were more than 200 of them. What a terrifying sword. Lu Junfei's face was ashen. They were both star level 5, but he was like a speck of dust while Jiang Chen was like the bright moon. Compared to him, he was like a fighter jet among trash. Many of the Yu clansmen were trembling in fear. Jiang Chen had once again become a demon in their eyes after killing more than 200 people with a single stroke of his sword. Yan Fei gritted his teeth. He must not let Jiang Chen make a comeback. As long as they worked together, they would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Chen with their numbers. All of you charge. Kill this bastard and I will be seriously injured. Today, my brothers, you are all heroes of the rise of the winged race. With a great reward, there would definitely be brave men. Moreover, the current Jiang Chen might not be invincible under the heavens. His face was pale and he was gasping for breath. He was also a human being. Chapter 50-55. In the face of these countless feather race experts, Jiang Chen's aura was getting weaker and weaker. Even if his body was full of Genesis Qi, the battle power consumption was still unimaginable. If it was someone else, they would have died in a single wave of attacks. Not even their bones would be left. Single sun finger. Double dragon finger. Triple finger. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. Terrifying finger techniques pierced through heaven and earth. Countless people were pierced and died on the spot. But there were too many feather race experts. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. He was still ambushed from all sides. It was too difficult to break through this iron bucket of feather race experts. Of course, if Jiang Chen wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But he did not want to leave. Only by killing these hateful feather race experts could he get his hands on the treasures. Only then could he return Milan Star a piece of pure land. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. 4 directional finger. Jiang Chen's 4 fingers struck out simultaneously. Hundreds of feather race experts were crushed by Jiang Chen's finger seals. The power of the 4 directional finger was monstrous and unstoppable. Yan Fei's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. But those who faced Jiang Chen head-on could not escape their fate. The 4 directional finger was earth-shattering in all directions. The power of wind, fire, thunder and lightning gathered in all directions. Even Yan Fei and a group of 6th Heaven Star level experts had to avoid it. They did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of winged race experts had fallen into a trap. The feather race experts were terrified. But they had no room to retreat. The only choice they had now was to fight to the death. If they won, they would have a chance to live. If they lost, they would have no chance at all. All the treasures would be taken away by them. Jiang Chen became braver as he fought. Although his injuries were getting more and more serious, he was still able to move in and out of thousands of feather race experts with ease. His heavenly dragon sword was stained with blood. Jiang Chen was fighting to his heart's content in this battle. No one knew how terrifying this battle was, and no one knew how much Jiang Chen had sacrificed. The Black King and Luo Ying glanced in Jiang Chen's direction from time to time, afraid that Jiang Chen would not be able to hold on. After all, there were thousands of star-level experts. Even a 7th heaven star-level expert would not be able to hold on. Luo Ying was ashamed of her inferiority. If it had been her in this battle, she would have long been exhausted. With so many stellar-level experts, even if she were to slaughter chickens and cows, she did not know how long it would take. At this moment there were only 800 Yu family experts left. Jiang Chen's body was stained with blood, but his sword qi was still sweeping across the void. The surrounding void was dyed red with blood mist. The eyes of the Yu family experts were red with killing, so was Jiang Chen. Jiang Wood of the Jiang of Jiang Wood race. Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen qi was. Chen's. Jiang. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen's roar was like thunder. He clashed with the Yu experts again. Blood mixed with the cold, frost-like sword shadows. Jiang Chen could no longer tell if it was his blood or the blood of his enemies. This battle filled him with fighting spirit, filled him with a domineering aura. He disregarded everything and feared nothing. The 9 tribulations imprisoning Heavenly Finger combined with the 31st sword was invincible. Jiang Chen had exhausted most of his Genesis qi. His essence, qi and spirit had reached the peak. This battle was as domineering as one could imagine. Yan Fei and the others were deathly pale. Jiang Chen was like a bloodthirsty dragon. With the battle weapon in his hand, no one could match him. Even if they used numbers to exhaust Jiang Chen, the outcome would be the same. He was too strong. They could not stop him. 10 5th heaven star level experts could not even last one round against him. Although both sides were seriously injured, it was hard to imagine how terrifying Jiang Chen's battle would be. There were as many experts as the clouds. The Yu experts felt fear and even despair towards Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. 800 people continued to decrease. 700. 600. 500. 400. The experts of the Yu family were dying more and more. The battle lasted for a day and a night. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and remained unmoved. He wanted to kill all of them to avenge those who died in Milan Star. Millions of people were killed on Milan Star. Every one of these Yu experts deserved to die. We can't beat them. What should we do, Commander Yen? Yes, if this goes on we will all be wiped out. Commander Yen, let's run. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The fear the Yu experts felt towards Jiang Chen was indescribable. This person was a world-shocking devil, an out-and-out homicidal maniac. The feather race had never been afraid of anyone. Plus, they had never lost a battle of killing and robbing. Plus, most of the places in Eternal World were filled with experts of the feather race. They were arrogant and didn't put anyone in their eyes. But this time they had lost to Jiang Chen. They didn't even dare to look at Jiang Chen. They were completely terrified of Jiang Chen, the great devil who wasn't afraid of death. How could they not be afraid as they watched their old friends fall one after another? Everyone would die one day, but some people could live for thousands of years. Some people could live for tens of thousands of years, and some people could live even longer in the long river of history. Strength was the absolute truth. In this world where strength was respected, unless you kept hiding, even if you didn't provoke anyone, you could still be killed. If you wanted to live longer, you had to become stronger. Constantly become stronger. The Yu clan thought that they were strong, and with so many stellar-level experts working together, they still could not defeat Jiang Chen's sword. Damn it! Yan Fei gritted his teeth, but his hands were also trembling. Was the plan he had plotted for so many years going to fail? And he was going to die here. He could not accept it, could not accept it. This Jiang Chen was also scheming and scheming. He used old demon Lishan to destroy their strength. Otherwise, how could he fight so many experts of the Yu clan alone? A group of defeated soldiers, countless dead and injured. In the end, he single-handedly defeated everyone. The Yu clan could not withstand him. But in Yan Fei's heart, a raging fire burned. Jiang Chen's strength was already at its limit. As long as they could hold on, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Kill. Protect the Yu clan with your life. Yan Fei gripped his halberd and made his final charge. There were less than 300 people left. They had to use their last breath to defeat Zhou Xian. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Chapter 50-56. Facing the Feather Race's final charge, Zhou Xian kept increasing his power. Under the dragon transformation, his body was like a giant demon. Zhou Xian ignored everyone and swung the heavenly dragon sword like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The heavenly dragon sword in one hand and the divine judgment brush in the other. Zhou Xian gripped the divine judgment brush tightly as he drew out more and more cages. The Yu experts had nowhere to hide as he swung his sword. Zhou Xian laughed wildly to his heart's content. The Feather Race had long since been scared out of their wits. He was also full of confidence. Whether it was the limitless sword or the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger, they both made them feel suffocating despair. Zhou Qian's battle prowess was like a pillar supporting the heavens, constantly rising. On the other side, the Black King and Luo Ying had teamed up against Mu Yunhe and the others. They had also reaped great rewards. The Black King and Luo Ying were fighting 1 against 3. However, the 2 of them were much stronger than the 6 of them. The 6 of them were already struggling at death's door. They were defeated soldiers, so the Black King and Luo Ying didn't hold anything back against them. Only by going all out could they defeat them. Otherwise, these 7th-level star-level experts would not give them a chance to catch their breath. You bastards, Zhou Qian, I won't let you off even if I die. Damn it, brothers, let's go all out and kill them. Mu Yunhe shouted himself hoarse as he glared at Zhou Qian and the others. His heart was filled with anger. However, the other party's strength wasn't something they could handle. The 3 stinky-nosed cobblers were completely suppressed by Luo Ying and the Black King. Every step they took, they staggered and their lives could be in danger at any time. Their injuries were also getting worse. However, under the all-out attack of Old Monster Li Shan and the others, the Black King and Luo Ying did not dare to go easy on them. If they fought with all their might, they could fight back with all their might. If that happened, it would not be worth it. As long as they gradually crushed them to death, they would have nowhere to run. Just as the 5 of them were going all out, Mu Yunhe turned tail and ran, once again using the blood shield technique. Fuck. Mu Yunhe, you bastard. Why did you run away? This bastard. Damn it, he actually ran away when he saw that the situation wasn't good. Bastard. Without Mu Yunhe, we have 1 less pillar of support. Our hopes have dwindled again. Screw your ancestors, Mu Yunhe. If I can survive, I'll definitely kill all 18 generations of your ancestors. No matter how much they cursed, it was too late. Mu Yunhe could no longer hear them. Because Mu Yunhe had long since fled far away. Even the Black King and Luo Ying were stunned. Just a second ago they had agreed to fight with all their strength. In the next second he was the first to run away. This caused Sun Bin and the others to grit their teeth and tremble in anger. But now, even if they wanted to run, they could not. The Black King and Luo Ying had their eyes on them. Plus, they were in a state of panic. These 5 already had thoughts of running, but they were already defeated. Even if they wanted to run, it was impossible. Kill. The Black King shouted in a low voice and took the lead to attack. This time he did not hold back. Luo Ying was very clear that now that they were in chaos and had lost their backbone, it was the best time to kill them. Sun Bin and the others were forced to retreat. However, once they thought of retreating, their combat power was much weaker than before. At this time, the Black King could kill them without any hesitation. The 5-star level 7 firmament experts had been sent flying by the Black King 1 by 1. Coupled with Luo Ying's encirclement, these people were completely finished. Pft. Pft. The Black King used his spear to send everyone flying. While fighting, he sweated and bled. He completely defeated Old Fei of Mount Lishan. Each of them was on their last breaths and did not have the strength to fight anymore. At this time, Zhou Qian was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He made a final charge. Although the feather people were full of fighting spirit, unfortunately their opponent was Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth and fought to the end. He wanted to send these feather people to hell. The final struggle of Yan Fei and the others also became extremely miserable. The number of Yu clan's people continued to decrease. From 3,000, there were only 30 or so 6th Heavenly Layer Star Realm experts left. They were still struggling to hold on. Zhou Qian stood with his sword, panting heavily. However, there was only fear and despair in the eyes of Yan Fei and the others. They could not run and they could not beat him. Why were they so unlucky to meet such a jinx? Now all that's left is trash. I'll get rid of you too. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. He walked forward step by step. Every step he took was like stepping on the chests of Yan Fei and the others, making their hearts tremble. Sun Bin and the others had already been killed by Luo Ying and the Black King. At this time they looked at Jiang Chen. No one made a move because they knew that if Jiang Chen said he wanted to fight the Feather People alone, he would definitely not allow them to interfere. Die. This is the fate of the Feather People. In your next life, don't be a member of the Feather People. Jiang Chen raised his sword. 10,000 swords flew into the sky and slashed down violently. Yan Fei and the others had already closed their eyes because they did not have the strength to escape. This time they could only choose to accept their fate. Yan Fei's heart was filled with bitterness. The treasure that he had schemed so hard to obtain was actually going to be a gift to someone else. Bang! With a loud sound, Jiang Chen flew backward. His face was extremely gloomy. Above Yan Fei and the others, a grayish-brown light appeared and completely enveloped them. This is... Yan Fei's pupils constricted and his eyes widened. It's Mount Shan. Someone exclaimed. They saw a thin figure in a yellow robe appear in front of them. Yan Fei and the others instantly became excited. Mount Shan, one of the 8 great mountain men of the Feather People and also Yan Fei's master. Master! Yan Fei could not contain his excitement. At this time the appearance of Mount Shan was their last hope. As long as Mount Shan was here they would be fine. Mount Shan is here to save us. We're saved. Mount Shan is mighty and domineering. He's invincible. Many of the Feather People cheered at this time. Mount Shan had brought them hope and the joy of victory. They had gone through a series of battles and their strength was completely insufficient to hold on. However, Mount Shan was different. He was the mainstay of the Feather People, one of the pillars of their planet. Mount Shan was a powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the star level. To them he was an existence that they could only look up to. The cultivation of the star level was more difficult with each level, especially when one reached a higher level. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. A powerhouse of the 8th heaven of the star level was a top powerhouse. Although there was only a difference of 2 levels to Yan Fei and the others, it was like heaven and earth. Jiang Chen's expression also turned ugly at this time. Chapter 50-57. A bunch of trash. You can't even understand such a simple thing. You've really disappointed me. Qiu Yuji said in a deep voice. As one of the 8 great hermit, he was the mainstay of the perpetual wings star boundary. This time it could be said that they had worked hard for many years before they finally cracked the hidden treasure on the Miran star. However, someone had still leaked the information, leading to a battle of life and death. This should not have happened. On a small planet like the Milan star, no one would find out even if they massacred everyone. However, at this time so many people had appeared. The feather race had to be more careful. Qiu Yuji had specially escorted his disciple for the sake of the feather race. He had not expected that this trip would not be in vain. Yan Fei had been ambushed in the end. At the crucial moment he had no choice but to act. As an 8th firmament star-grade elite, he could sweep through a low-grade astral domain like the Heaven-Awakened Star Domain. There might not even be an 8th firmament star-grade elite in the entire Heaven-Awakened Star Domain. Of course he could not rule out the possibility of a big shot hiding in the depths of some astral domain. However, this possibility was very low. Everyone wanted to climb higher. As long as one had the heart of an elite, no one would want to stay in a corner. Many star-grade elites had left the Heaven-Awakened Star Domain in search of a wider sky. Needless to say, an 8th firmament star-grade elite would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the Heaven-Awakened Star Domain. Qiu Yuji's appearance made Jiang Chen's facial expression darken. The feather race was truly powerful. More and more experts were emerging. It wouldn't be easy to kill them all and make them disappear from the eternal world. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. The feather race's elites suppressed the world. Qiu Yuji had shrouded the entire Tiger Subdue Mountain in a layer of black fog. The Black King and Luo Ying were on high alert. They were no match for such an elite. However, at this crucial moment neither of them would back down. Master, your disciple is useless. Please act and kill this bastard. Yan Fei said excitedly. As long as he didn't die there was still hope. No one could succeed forever. This time they were about to give up hope. However, the appearance of their master gave them great confidence. Zhou Xian was one of the 8 great mountain men of the Yongyi star boundary. He was one of the top figures in the entire Sky Tyrant star field. The strength of the feather race in the Sky Tyrant star domain was not bad. There were many experts of the feather race stationed in the star domain. However, this time they were very ambitious. If they succeeded, they would be able to obtain all the treasures on the Milan star domain. Then they would spread the news to the entire Sky Tyrant star domain and even expand their territory. They might not even put the Ether star domain in their eyes. For the sake of the Harpies and for the sake of his disciple, Zhou Xian would not let his guard down. His trip to the Milan star this time had played a decisive role in this matter. Otherwise, they would really be taken advantage of. Looks like we are in trouble this time, Luo Ying said with a bitter smile. She thought that they were the Oriole, but they were still intercepted by the experts of the feather race. These people were really scheming. There were so many experts of the feather race, but they were still worried. They even had people secretly watching them. The strength of the experts of the feather race was suffocating. At least the Black King and Luo Ying did not dare to fight against them. Bastard, why aren't you kneeling down and accepting your death? Otherwise, when my master takes action, your soul will scatter and you will die without a burial place. Yan Fei shouted at Jiang Qin. Is that so? I would like to see how strong the experts of the feather race are. I don't want to be a dog of the feather race. This time I will definitely get the treasures. Even if the heavenly emperor comes, he won't be able to stop me, let alone you bastards of the feather race. Old man, if you know what's good for you, I will also advise you to take your people and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Jiang Qin said with a cold smile. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Yan Fei did not expect Jiang Qin to be so stubborn. He thought that Jiang Qin would be scared when an 8th firmament star expert appeared. But now it seemed that this bastard still wanted to fight with his master? Alright, then I will give you a good fortune. I will send your soul to the western heaven, never to be reincarnated. Qiu Yuji's face was gloomy. So many of the feather race had died and all of them were done by Jiang Qin. His strength was indeed terrifying, but it was only limited to Yan Fei and the others. Facing Qiu Yuji, who was 3 heavenly layers apart, there was no chance for him to turn the situation around. The ones that Qiu Yuji should be concerned about were Luo Ying and the Black King. These two were quite strong. Could it be that they were the main force? No need to look, we have no helpers, only me. Old man, do you dare to fight with me? Jiang Qin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a deafening voice. He was not afraid of Qiu Yuji at all. He wanted to see if he could keep Qiu Yuji here. Even if he could not win, if Jiang Qin wanted to run, he would not be able to stop him. Little brat, do you really think that you are the devil incarnate? You killed so many experts of my feather race. Today you won't be able to escape. Qiu Yuji walked forward step by step. Each of his steps seemed to be able to move the myriad of things in the world. His aura was majestic. Blazing flames blazed behind him. Such a tyrannical aura truly caused people to feel an immense sense of pressure. After all, he was too strong. The difference between a 7th firmament star expert and an 8th firmament star expert was like the difference between heaven and earth. An expert of this level should not appear here. But for the sake of the feather race, Qiu Yuji had to take action. Then I will fight with you, 8th firmament star expert. I, Jiang Qin, do not believe that you can turn the tide. Jiang Qin raised his sword and walked toward Qiu Yuji step by step. The two of them stared at each other. Jiang Qin was showing off his ability and Qiu Yuji was as steady as Mount Tai. When the two of them clashed, it would definitely be like a planet exploding. Jiang Qin dragged his heavy body, gritted his teeth and ate a bunch of medicinal pills. He wanted to fight to the death with Qiu Yuji. For the sake of treasures, for the sake of the woman behind him, and for the sake of the peace of the heaven-awakened star region, Jiang Qin could not avoid. He could only charge forward. How could he not know how terrifying an 8th firmament star expert was? However, Jiang Qin still did not turn around. If he did, he would have already lost and he would never have the chance to stand up again. Experts were always fearless. They could only advance, not retreat. At this moment, the clouds were surging and lightning was flashing in the sky. It was like the prelude to a storm. Qiu Yuji did not put a weakling like Jiang Qin in his eyes. Chapter 50-58. Isn't going against Mount Shan seeking his own death? This guy is definitely going to die. That's right. We can't compete with Qiu Shanren. This brat is arrogant, but he's just an ant in Qiu Shanren's hands. It'll be a piece of cake for them to kill him. Commander Yan, this is a great opportunity for us. It's all because of you. Otherwise, Mount Shan would not have followed us. Mount Shan really has deep feelings for Commander Yan. It's hard to repay his master's kindness. Commander Yan, we congratulate you in advance. You found a rare treasure from the ancient world. The revival of the feather race is all in your hands. Yan Fei enjoyed the flattery of the people behind him. Although the feather race had lost so many experts and it would take a lot of manpower and resources to nurture these people, it was nothing compared to this treasure. Regardless of the dawn stones, the treasures in the origin ancient site were all priceless. Most importantly, he wanted to strengthen the feather race's hegemony. The deaths of a few people were merely building a foundation for their hegemony. The death of the weak was not to be regretted. Only the strong could survive. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even among the Yu race there was no hesitation. It was survival of the fittest. Those who died would be buried with them. The treasures in the origin ancient ruins were the most tempting. Brother Jiang, be careful. Luo Ying's expression was solemn. Even if Jiang Chen was at his peak, he would most likely die if he went up against Mount Shan. The difference between the three heavens was huge. Only Jiang Chen would dare to fight such a battle. In the eyes of the feather race, Jiang Chen was already trapped. No one could save him. At that moment, Luo Ying and the Black King stood on either side of Jiang Chen, ready to fight at any time. The Black King's heart was also filled with worry. Now there was no way out for them. Kill! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice, and the three of them turned into 3 meteors rushing to the peak of the sky. 4 silhouettes intersected with one another, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. The sky changed color, and the earth-shattering power caused the entire Tiger Subdue mountain range to be frightened. All the birds and beasts within 1,000 miles fled in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Qiu Yuji had gained the upper hand. He did not feel any pressure at all. With a wave of his hand, the world changed color. The Black King and Luo Ying were both forced back several hundred steps, blood spurting from their mouths. Bang, bang. The Black King's face was deathly pale. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was torn, and he could no longer hold onto the Black Demon's spear. Qiu Yuji's strength was too terrifying, and the Black King didn't have the strength to contend against him. Luo Ying also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The bones in her body felt like they were about to shatter. Only Jiang Chen was forced back a few hundred steps, but he still stood proudly. His body had long been tempered by the astral pole, so he was completely fearless. However, Jiang Chen was intimidated by the latter's powerful aura, and he could not remain as stable as Mount Tai. That palm just now had forced the 3 of them back. Other than Jiang Chen, Luo Ying and the Black King had all lost the ability to fight. The 2 of you step back. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen said. But you, Luo Ying's heart was filled with worry. The difference between a star level 7 and star level 8 was like the difference between clouds and mud. Only after exchanging blows did Luo Ying realize how great the difference was. Although Jiang Chen was strong, he was also severely injured. If he continued to fight with this Qiushan person, the result might be very ugly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When I really can't beat him, I'll naturally withdraw. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. The moment he turned around, his expression became solemn again. 9 deaths and 1 life, the warrior was the hero. You've surprised me a little. After taking my palm, you can actually walk so leisurely and didn't die. The 2 of them are already crippled. Now that you're the last one, I'm really seeing you in a different light. Qiu Yuji said with a smile. However, he was only a little surprised. According to his thoughts, he was a little surprised. According to his thinking, Jiang Chen would be directly shocked to death. Even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. However, it seemed that he was actually calmer than the 2 stronger experts. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Jiang Chen held his sword and stood up. With a cold smile, he once again charged at Qiu Yuji. You're overestimating yourself. Die. Qiu Yuji shouted coldly. His palm descended and smashed fiercely at Jiang Chen. All-seeing palm. A huge palm descended from the sky, pressing directly at Jiang Chen. It blotted out the sun and the sky. It was extremely terrifying. 31 sword. Jiang Chen's long sword slashed horizontally and vertically towards the palm. Jiang Chen was once again shaken back. Blood gushed out. The enormous power made him feel even more strained, but he still managed to take it. Still not dead. Qiu Yuji's expression changed. Even if this kid was made of steel or stone, he couldn't be this terrifying. He could still stand up after taking 2 of his palms. Even an ordinary star level 7 expert couldn't take 2 of his palms. This guy was struggling at death's door. Instead, he was getting more and more confident. You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Jiang Chen's smile became colder. 4-directional finger. Jiang Chen flew up and the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger appeared again. 4-directional finger shot into the sky and headed straight for Qiu Yuji. Suppress him. Qiu Yuji slapped out with his palm. 4-directional finger actually pierced through Qiu Yuji's palm. At that moment it suddenly dissipated. This guy is too terrifying. He can actually fight Qiu Shanren back and forth? Yeah, I thought he wouldn't even be able to take one move from Qiu Shanren. Don't worry, Qiu Shanren hasn't used his full strength. He's just playing with this guy. If Qiu Shanren wants to kill him, it'll be a piece of cake. Just wait and see. The feather people nodded. Even though Jiang Chen could take a dozen moves from Qiu Shanren, it was impossible for him to escape. Qiu Shanren hadn't even made a move yet. You've already made me a little angry. Kid, I won't go easy on you this time. Die. Qiu Yuji was a little irritated. This bastard actually took a dozen moves from him. Wouldn't his reputation be weakened in the eyes of the feather people? He had to kill him as soon as possible to establish his reputation. A mere star state level 5 guy wanted to defy the heavens? Dream on. Heavenly hand. Qiu Yuji pressed down again. Jiang Chen was fearless. The power of the stars in his body kept surging. He swung his fist, shattering the heavens and earth. Exploding stars. Get lost. Jiang Chen's punch collided with Qiu Yuji's heavenly palm once more. Jiang Chen was forced to take 3 steps back while Qiu Yuji's face was filled with a solemn expression. Chapter 50-59. At this moment, Qiu Yuji's expression was extremely ugly. He and Jiang Chen had fought so many times and there was no clear winner. Although he had the upper hand, Jiang Chen was not in any danger at all. The strength that this guy displayed was getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that he had been holding back all this time? A star level 5 guy, even if he had been holding back, how much of a storm could he cause? But today Qiu Yuji no longer had the patience to tangle with him. He had to kill him as soon as possible to maintain the dignity of the feather race. Not only Qiu Yuji but even the feather race were feeling a little nervous. Why had Qiu Shan not been able to defeat Jiang Chen after so long? Could it be that Qiu Shan could not hold on any longer? No wonder. The strength that Jiang Chen displayed made them feel suffocated. How could a star level 5 guy be so terrifying? They could not figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Good. You've really opened my eyes today. Jiang Chen, if I don't kill you, how will the feather race keep its face? Qiu Yuji had already made up his mind to kill Jiang Chen. He did not have a good fight with him in the past few times. This time he was going to use his trump card. As one of the 8 mountain men of the Eternal Wing Astral, he was badly beaten by an unknown kid. No matter what, he could not justify himself. He had to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible so that the feather race could take away the treasure as soon as possible. He already felt that Milan's star was no longer safe. If he delayed any longer, there might be more changes. Although Qiu Yuji had a card up his sleeve, Yan Fei and the rest were already feeling a little scared. Commander Yan, has Qiu Shan been hiding his strength all this time? Yeah, why would he hide his strength against a star level 5 trash? Don't be fooled by his star level 5. Didn't we all lose? Are you saying that you're trash? Everyone spoke one after another, feeling uneasy in their hearts. All of you shut up. How could my master lose? You jinx, be careful that I don't cut off your tongues when I get back. Yan Fei frowned. His master's strength was undeniable, but he did not know why he could not take down Jiang Chen. Seems like the experts of the feather race are all good at bragging. You want to kill me? I don't think so. Pa, don't hurt yourself. Jiang Chen sneered. If they couldn't win after a protracted battle, then attacking the opponent's mind was the best option. At this time, Qiu Yuji's heart was already a little flustered. If this continued, he was afraid that he would really lose. It was impossible to lose, but how could Qiu Yuji be willing to be teased by Jiang Chen like this? Little brat, how dare you speak of bravery? Your time of death has come. Qiu Yuji gripped his saber with both hands, and a terrifyingly huge saber descended from the sky. Saber light flashed and it was a dark gold color. It was extremely domineering and there were even faint sounds of tigers and dragons roaring. To be able to die under my big blunt saber, you will die a worthy death. Qiu held the big blunt saber in his hand, raised it and descended from the sky. Endless power broke through the shackles of heaven and earth, bringing with it an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Alright, then I will play with you. Jiang Chen's eyes were piercingly cold. He rose with his sword and met the attack with his sword. The world was spinning. The entire mountain seemed to be sinking. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword tightly and roared. The power of the heavenly dragon sword was not inferior to Qiuji's big blunt saber. Moreover, the power of the heavenly dragon sword was unparalleled. Once the sword spirit appeared, who could compete with it? The sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword had always been a very terrifying existence. Jiang Chen almost never let the sword spirit out of its sheath. This time, the heavenly dragon sword seemed to have encountered a great crisis, and began to erupt crazily. Jiang Chen's sword repelled Qiuji's big blunt blade. Qiuji's eyes shone with a cold light. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was roaring like a dragon. The sword spirit's mightiness had completely suppressed his big blunt blade. Otherwise, Qiuji's blade would have cut Jiang Chen in half. Jiang Chen used the sky-ascending stairway and began to circle around Qiuji. He dashed left and right and his eyes were very calm. Jiang Chen's speed had always been Qiuji's sore point. After fighting with this guy for a long time, he was able to remain undefeated. The main reason was that Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, and this time, Jiang Chen had played him in circles. Qiuji's heart was incomparably angry. The speed of the 4 sky-ascending stairway far exceeded Qiuji's speed. Jiang Chen began to frantically arrange the formation. If he wanted to fight against Qiuji, he had to activate the Azure Sword formation. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the opponent's continuous attacks. One slash after another, Jiang Chen could not keep running, so he might as well just run away. He was not seeking to live but to win. Jiang Chen's steps were steady and he retreated in order to advance. Facing Qiuji's slash after slash, Jiang Chen could only avoid the sharp edge, and began to slowly look for an opportunity. Finally, Jiang Chen's Azure Sword formation was completed. However, he was suppressed by Qiuji to the point where he couldn't even budge. Now that the sword formation was completed, Jiang Chen had to give it his all. This was his only chance. Jiang Chen was incomparably depressed. He didn't know when he would be able to cast the magical beans for soldiers. If that happened, he would be able to complete the Azure Sword formation with a wave of his hand. The most important thing was that the 36 divine weapons were too powerful, and Jiang Chen had to use his heart to control them. Also, the positions of the formation were different. Ordinary formations might be able to cast the magical beans for soldiers, but for such a complicated Azure Sword formation, Jiang Chen didn't dare to try it. Because he knew that even if he tried, it would be useless. Only when his innate astral emperor was strong to a certain extent would Jiang Chen be able to give it a try. At that time, he would be able to split his attention and do all 36 tasks at the same time. Only then would he be able to complete the Azure Sword formation. However, that was only an idea. Right now, the most important thing was to kill this old man. Only by killing Qiuji could he obtain the treasures. The people of the Feather Clan should all die. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy. Azure Sword formation activate. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and controlled the formation eye. At this moment, all 36 7th grade battle weapons were in position. Together with the heavenly dragon sword, they stirred up the wind and clouds. As the sword formation was activated, the sky turned dark. The surrounding mountains and rivers seemed to have become stagnant. Within the sword formation, Jiang Chen was like a god. His might dominated the world as he pointed at Qiuji from afar. Insignificant skill. You want to trap me with a mere formation? In your dreams. Qiuji sneered. However, he didn't expect that terrifying sword chi would descend from the sky one after another. Even he was a bit overwhelmed. This Jiang Chen is really too hateful. So many divine weapons, all of them are like my blunt knife. How can he control them? Chapter 50-60. Qiuji originally thought that no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he would not be able to defeat Qiuji. However, Qiuji knew that he was wrong. Jiang Chen's formation was too ruthless. Moreover, it was filled with terrifying sword chi. Streaks of sword shadows pierced through the sky as if they would never change. Jiang Chen gave it his all. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was fully displayed at this moment. Qiu Yuji wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Jiang Chen's terrifying formation had struck fear into the hearts of the Yu clan. How could this be? How could this guy have such a move? Impossible. He can't possibly be a match for Qiu Shanren. It's too early to say that. This guy has exceeded all of our expectations. If he can hold on, it won't be easy for Qiu Shanren to defeat him. I believe in Qiu Shanren. This guy must be struggling on his deathbed. Don't underestimate anyone. Otherwise we'll lose terribly. The Feather Clan fell silent. Yan Fei was no exception. He naturally believed in his master's strength, but the power that Jiang Chen displayed was not to be underestimated. If they were in his shoes, none of them would be able to survive such a powerful formation. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. His gaze was like a sword. He waved the heavenly dragon sword and countless sword shadows pressed towards Qiu Yuji. The formation was completed. Million swords returned to origin. Qiu Yuji roared as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He held the blunt saber in his hand and attacked crazily. He continuously cut down the countless sword shadows that came from the Ashura sword formation. If this sword formation was controlled by someone who was as powerful as him, Qiu Yuji knew that he would not be able to survive. Even so, Jiang Chen's strength was still unbelievable to him. Jiang Chen was clearly on the brink of death, an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was still able to teach him a lesson. This was the most terrifying thing about Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. His goal was clear: to kill Qiu Yuji and obtain the Yu race's treasure. That was his ultimate goal. The Ashura sword formation's pressure on Qiu Yuji was endless. Qiu Yuji took each step carefully, but the injuries on his body only increased. It was difficult for him to continue. If this continued, he would die in less than 15 minutes. Qiu Yuji took a deep breath. If he really died here, it would be too humiliating. Moreover, he was killed by an unknown star level 5. Even if he died, he wouldn't accept it. You want to kill me? Dream on. I will definitely make you pay the price. Qiu Yuji's roar shook the heavens. His saber swept across the sky, but in the Ashura sword formation, Qiu Yuji found it hard to defend against the endless sword shadows. However, Jiang Chen knew better than anyone else that although the Ashura sword formation was ferocious, it was impossible for him to hold on for too long. He had to end the battle quickly. Seems like the master is really angry this time. This Qiu Yuji, I think he will lose for sure. The Black King was very confident in Jiang Chen. At this time, the Ashura sword formation's power was on full display. Even a star level 8 expert would not be able to withstand its sharpness. This was Jiang Chen's dominance. 29 swords. 30 swords. 31 swords. Endless sword intents flew in the sky. Qiu Yuji's heart trembled. He kept retreating, but the rain of swords would not give him any chance. Those who block me shall die. Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword and looked around, his aura soaring to the heavens. Even though he was only a star level 5, Jiang Chen's potential made him fearless. He wanted to compete with the heavens. Now it's time to kill you. Jiang Chen's heart was not distracted. He controlled the formation, but he was very clear that he had to kill Qiu Yuji as soon as possible. After all, the opponent was too strong. He had to use all his means to have a chance of killing him. Star-picking palm. Jiang Chen moved his palm. The power of the stars changed unpredictably. A huge palm pierced through the clouds, shrouding Qiu Yuji's head with a destructive starry aura. No, this is impossible. Qiu Yuji's face was filled with panic. Although he was in a passive state, it was not easy for Jiang Chen to kill him. However, when the destructive palm came crashing down from the clouds, Qiu Yuji knew that his time of death had come. Star-picking palm. Grasping the sun and moon and plucking the stars. Jiang Chen finally felt the terror of the star-picking palm. However, the person who felt it the most was Qiu Yuji because he had nowhere to hide. Don't kill me, don't. Qiu Yuji's face was filled with terror. Even Yan Fei and the others were stunned on the spot. Qiu Yuji slowly knelt down. The terrifying palm penetrated his body. Immediately after, tens of thousands of sword shadows pierced through his body. Qiu Yuji's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Even at the moment of his death, he did not believe that Jiang Chen had such a powerful move. He actually surpassed the third celestial layer and killed him. It was like a fantasy story. However, Xianxia did it. All the Yu clan members were stunned on the spot. At this time, their only hope was wiped out by Xianxia. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He staggered a step and almost fell to the ground. He leaned on his sword with one hand and panted heavily. The sword shadows in the void gradually dissipated. Qiu Yuji's body was thrown down from the sky and finally landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qiu Yuji was dead. An eighth celestial layer of the star level had actually fallen. Yan Fei couldn't believe it at all. At this moment he kept shaking his head. Qiu Yuji was dead and they had lost their last pillar of support. After so many years, after going through so many hardships and obstacles, Yan Fei had finally reached Milan Star. However, in the end his hard work had gone to someone else. Thousands of his brothers from the Feather Clan had fallen. This was unacceptable to him. However, the facts spoke louder than words. Now Yan Fei could only wait for death. If Xianxia wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. Black King, kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Xianxia said in a low voice. Bastard. The Yu clan will not let you go. Xianxia, you are a devil. Yan Fei bellowed and roared. His entire person seemed to have gone mad. After all, this was the result of his many years of hard work. Now it was all gone in an instant. No one would be able to control it. In his eyes, death was no longer that scary. What was scary was that his own hard work was not even worth mentioning. In the end, the treasure was still taken by his enemy. Xianxia's eyes were calm. Yan Fei and the others' deaths were not to be regretted. When they first came to Milan Star, they had slaughtered more than 10 million people. This was the best punishment for them. When Xianxia looked at the origin ruins, he could not help but feel a little excited. The treasures in the origin ruins should now have a new owner. Chapter 5061. What are these things? Luo Ying looked at the things on the ground. They were all treasures dug out from the origin ancient site. They were starting to crack. Could it be that the things in the origin ancient site are ominous? The Black King also looked at Xianxia with a solemn expression. Release all the slaves immediately. Xianxia said in a deep voice. The three of them quickly moved and rescued the hundreds of thousands of Milan natives, removing the shackles on their bodies. Thank you, Deity, for saving us. Thank you, Deity. We will never forget the Immortal's kindness. Thank you, Deity. Countless people knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Xianxia. However, at this time he couldn't care less. There seemed to be some changes in the origin ancient site. You don't have to thank me. You guys leave first. I'm afraid there might be some changes in the origin ancient site. For safety's sake, leave this place as soon as possible. Xianxia said in a deep voice. At this moment, everyone started to flee in all directions. Xianxia's words were like an imperial edict to them. This young and promising hero had saved their lives and restored the vitality of Milan Star. Fortunately, the Yu race didn't occupy their homeland, otherwise Milan Star would have turned into a purgatory. Those slaves were all riddled with scars. Luo Ying's heart was filled with fear, hatred and pity. Fortunately, Xianxia was there to turn the tide. Only then did Milan Star regain its freedom. The people here also regained their freedom. However, at this time the treasures dug out from the origin ancient site were all cracking. Xianxia also had a bad feeling. Could it be that these things were alive? Master, this is not good. I think we should hide further away and observe the situation. The Black King said in a low voice. Then wouldn't we have wasted our lives? Xianxia sighed, his face was filled with reluctance. It was better to be safe than sorry. However, he couldn't just return empty-handed, right? He had spent so much effort to kill these people and now he was told to run? This was not Xianxia's style. We didn't play for nothing. We saved millions of people. Our merits are immeasurable. Luo Ying smiled. Bullshit. Can it be eaten? Although I am charitable, if I don't get anything this time, I won't be able to sleep even in my dreams. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Anyway, I still feel that something is wrong. Luo Ying also stopped smiling. This warhammer looks pretty good. I'll take it first. Xianxia grabbed the black warhammer with a look of joy on his face. The warhammer was as big as a person's head and had a short handle. It was engraved with patterns similar to orchids, and it was completely black and extremely heavy. Jiang Chen could tell that this black warhammer wasn't ordinary at first glance. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the surface of this black warhammer was already covered in honeycomb-like corrosion. Time had left its mark on its body. But it couldn't be denied that this was definitely a divine or weapon. It was even better than his heavenly dragon sword. Unfortunately, it was now a broken weapon, but its power was most likely not inferior to the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen didn't say much and put away the warhammer first. But at this moment what Jiang Chen had been worried about finally happened. The largest origin ancient site was torn to pieces, and the withered figure gradually shrugged his shoulders and slowly lifted up. Motherf Aster's cur. Damn it, he's really going to play me to death. This thing is alive. Jiang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The shriveled figure was becoming more and more corporeal under the nourishment of Genesis Qi. Who would have thought that after so many years, the top expert who once stood at the peak of the eternal world would come back to life? This. Luo Ying was also stunned. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. How many years had it been? They had no way to verify it. Perhaps only the person in the origin ancient ruins knew exactly how long she had been asleep and how terrifying she was. Not good. That guy is looking at us. Master, run. The Black King said in a low voice and subconsciously retreated. Sure enough, the figure slowly stood up. Although his body was still a little rusty and not very agile, the armor and divine weapon next to him once again appeared on his body. He was clad in armor, holding a sword in his left hand, a blade in his right and 3 axes on his back. He looked mighty and domineering. His body had already recovered to more than 10 feet, and he was twice as tall as an ordinary person. His body was majestic and imposing, like a war giant waving a divine weapon. The mighty and domineering face looked at Jiang Chen and the others with endless vicissitudes and confusion. It was you who woke me up. The hoarse voice was full of majesty and murderous intent. I could have slept for thousands of years and by then my strength would have recovered to more than 50%. Unfortunately, I only have 30% now. Damn it. The war giant frowned as he roared. His roar caused the sky to change color and the clouds to gather. At that moment, Jiang Chen finally understood what it meant to be a powerhouse. There was no need to say anything unnecessary in front of him. This guy's strength was actually so strong that his roar could cause the sky to change color and all living things to tremble in fear. The oppressive aura that he gave off seemed to be innate. The aura of a superior existence was above the heavens. The Black King and Luo Ying could no longer hold on. They were even forced to kneel on one knee by this aura. Jiang Chen stood tall between the sky and the earth. The pressure on his body also made him feel a little pain. However, his Tao was also above the heavens. The Tao of Heaven Ascension did not fear the heavens. The oppression that the war giant gave him was only in terms of strength. This person was even stronger than Qiushan Ren. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked. It was very likely that this person had already surpassed the star grade. A few ants, how dare you covet my divine weapon? Die. The war giant shouted coldly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. He slashed down with his blade. Jiang Chen stood with his sword and faced the sky. However, this slash directly cut a hole in Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen's figure flew backward, his face full of shock. Looking at the hole in the heavenly dragon sword, Jiang Chen's eyes were even more blazing. He knew that he had really met a powerful person today. This was only 30% of his strength. Jiang Chen could not even withstand one move. Even the heavenly dragon sword was almost cut in half. Now there was only one thought in Jiang Chen's mind, and that was to escape. Chapter 5062. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my attack. Not bad at all. The war giant held the saber in his hand and once again soared into the sky and slashed down. Jiang Chen's steps were steady and he quickly dodged. But no matter what, he couldn't escape the attack of the saber. Clang. There seemed to be another crack on Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword. And this time, it was bigger than before. Jiang Chen's face was pale and blood was spurting out. He couldn't hold on any longer. His whole body seemed to be paralyzed. Not to mention that his current strength was not as good as before. Even if he was at his peak, Jiang Chen knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves from the war giant. Why are you still not leaving? What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen roared. At this time he also displayed the sky ascending stairs and quickly rushed forward. Sky ascending stairs? The war giant's face changed and immediately a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. Jiang Chen's heart shuddered. Oh no, this guy seemed to recognize the sky ascending stairs and seemed to have some understanding of it. Didn't he suffer a double loss? Where are you going? Even if you have the sky ascending stairs, you can't escape from my palm. The war giant roared and stepped on a green cloud, chasing after Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. It seemed that he had really underestimated this guy. After all, this was a peerless expert from hundreds of millions of years ago. Even if he was a tiger that had fallen to the plains, he still couldn't fight against him. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he couldn't win, he could still run. However, Jiang Chen realized that he couldn't run away from this war giant. The speed of the war giant was not any slower than him using the sky ascending stairs. In fact, it was even faster. Damn it, wasn't this the worst of his 8 lifetimes? Jiang Chen was a little regretful. Why didn't he run earlier? Now that he was targeted by this bastard, his situation was even more difficult. Jiang Chen was very depressed. He couldn't beat them and he couldn't run away either. The lives of the 3 of them were already hanging by a thread. Even the speed of climbing the sky stairway was not a match for this war giant. Jiang Chen could only choose to fight with his life on the line. This was his last resort. It depended on whether the divine thought technique could confuse this war giant. If it could not confuse him, then he would only have a dead end. Divine will technique, one thought to heaven. Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to die. In an instant he released all of his source astral souls, filling the entire Milan star. At that moment the war giant really stopped, completely trapped by Jiang Chen's divine sense art. Beautiful. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. Just as he had expected, this war giant had just awakened, and his soul force was far from recovering. His divine will art was able to use his strengths to attack his opponent's weaknesses. Master, let me destroy it. The Black King attacked with all his might, wanting to kill the war giant, but Jiang Chen grabbed him. Bullshit. If we don't leave now, we will all die here. You still want to kill him? Dream on. Jiang Chen roared. He brought Luo Ying and the Black King to the Azure Wave's divine boat and began to head towards the depths of the universe. After a few breaths, the war giant finally opened his eyes, but at this time, Jiang Chen had already disappeared. Bastard. No matter what, I will definitely find you, my sky-raising warhammer. The war giant clenched his sword, slashing horizontally and vertically, crossing the mountain range. In his rage he was filled with indignation. He was a dignified supreme, but he actually let a stellar-level kid escape. This was too aggrieved. The war giant calmed his mind and his face was solemn. He looked up and it seemed that no one in the world could trap him. It has been 2 eras and I am finally back. In the eternal world only I am eternal. The war giant roared and soared up, leaving Milan Star and flying towards the depths of the universe. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, in a desolate land, a white-haired young man raised his head and looked up at the starry sky. The endless cosmos was boundless, but a resplendent star was reborn from the filthy earth, once again suspended high above the heavens. I didn't expect that person to come back. Jiang Chen sighed, his face was incomparably grim. They finally escaped. At this time it was a complete miracle that they could survive. No one knew who that person was. Jiang Chen didn't know, Luo Ying didn't know, even the Black King who had followed his former master to many places in the eternal world had no clue. That war giant should really be the ultimate expert who sealed himself in the origin ancient ruins countless years ago. It really wasn't easy for us to escape from him. The Black King was also constantly panting, his heart was filled with fear. No matter what, we finally escaped. It was a narrow escape. I don't want to meet this guy again. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said, if you had listened to me earlier and left Milan Star, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Luo Ying curled her lips and said she also had a lingering fear. Anyway, I can't return empty-handed. Jiang Chen laughed and said, the feeling of surviving a disaster was still very comfortable. Holding the warhammer in his hand, Jiang Chen finally did not play in vain. The principle of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed would definitely not be broken. You really don't give up. Luo Ying couldn't help but smile. Even in a desperate place, Jiang Chen did not forget to take away his treasures. That's natural. But it's a pity that my heavenly dragon sword was cut by that war giant, leaving 2 cracks. Jiang said gloomily. However, an idea flashed in his mind. He could melt this warhammer and reforge the heavenly dragon sword. I'm really a little genius. Jiang felt much better. Otherwise, his heart would be filled with sorrow if the heavenly dragon sword was completely broken. The heavenly dragon sword was not just a sword anymore. It was his family. Ever since he was in the Saint Origin world, it had gone through countless battles with him. The heavenly dragon sword already had a sword spirit. This sword was his family. Watch how I melt your divine weapon and forge a new peerless sword for me, Jiang said in a deep voice. At this moment they had already been on the Kanglan divine boat for more than half a month. However, they were not in a hurry to go to Li Mountain this time. Hence they only reached the border of Heaven Tyrant Starfield and Heaven Awakened Starfield after half a month. Let's go to Heaven Tyrant Starfield to look for Feng. We can't stop. I've already searched the entire Heaven Awakened Starfield. There's no trace of Feng. This time, let's go to Heaven Tyrant Starfield and have a good look. Chapter 5063. Jiang and the others drove the Tsonglan God boat all the way to the Sky Tyrant Star region. There were countless stars in the surroundings, all of them filled with resplendent starlight. There were mysterious and unfathomable existences everywhere, filling one with curiosity. This was Jiang first time traveling in the universe. He didn't know what mysteries existed on the other side of the boundless universe. The eternal world was so big that Jiang couldn't see the borders. At least, the Sky Tyrant Star region wasn't a place he could casually travel. The Sky Tyrant Star region was far more terrifying than the Heaven Awakening Star region. Countless stars filled the universe and small stars floated between heaven and earth. There were countless stars, but some were extremely cold, some were scorching hot, and some weren't suitable for humans to live in. A complete star realm that was suitable for humans to live in was very hard to find. Even in the entire Sky Tyrant Star region, there were only about 100 stars that were suitable for humans to live in. However, the Sky Tyrant Star region had tens of thousands of stars. Some of the bright stars emitted eerie blue light, some were filled with purple light and some were colorful. They were all the colors of the galaxy. Jiang and Luo Ying didn't know how long they had been traveling. It had been more than 2 years. Finally, they saw a region with humans. Star-level experts were able to travel through the universe, but their speed was suppressed by the gravitational force of the universe. Only Jiang Azure Billow divine boat, which could travel through time and space, could ignore any boundaries and travel at will. Along the way, Jiang gradually saw many people. They were all above the star state. In order to become a qualified space wanderer, the star state was the most basic requirement. Without enough power, they wouldn't be able to survive in the universe. They would be crushed by the gravitational force of the eternal world. Hence, even space wanderers had to be very careful. There seems to be a very powerful space turbulence up ahead. We've encountered the 7th wave of space wanderers, Luo Ying said. The Tsonglan God ship floated past. Those cosmic wanderers were full of envy, but if they wanted to get a divine artifact like this, it would depend on luck. Even cosmic cloud states rarely had one. This must be a cosmic cloud state or even stronger. That's right. When will we be able to own such a divine artifact? Let's save it. How many years would it take for us to reach the cosmic cloud state? We would be dead before we even reach the cosmic cloud state. That's right. The days of living on the edge of a knife aren't easy. The interstellar wanderer is an existence that everyone hates. We should be careful. Many of the interstellar wanderers sighed when they saw Jiang Azure Wave's divine ship fly past them. However, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Even stargrade powerhouses like them had no choice. Let's keep the deep-sea divine boat and see what's going on ahead. Jiang pondered for a moment and said. The space-time turbulence in front of them was getting stronger and stronger, and the number of people was increasing as well. He did not know if all of them were interstellar wanderers. All right. Luo Ying nodded. The two of them found a secluded spot and kept the Azure Wave's divine boat before continuing to fly forward. At this moment, Jiang just realized how slow he was. He's like a snail. He couldn't even compare to 1/10,000th of the Azure Wave's divine boat's speed. At this speed, it would take us a few thousand years to cross the Sky Tyrant universe. Luo Ying smiled bitterly. It's not as comfortable as the Azure Wave's divine boat, but we're not here to enjoy it. Let's see what's going on ahead. Jiang smiled. The two of them flew forward, but their speed was still very awkward. Brother, why are there so many people around? And there's such a terrifying space turbulence. Can't we get through? Xianxia asked when he saw a young man standing on a small planet watching from afar. You guys came from far away, right? Don't you know? The youth was taken aback. That's right. We have come from afar and are preparing to head to the core of the Sky Tyrant star field, the Sky Tyrant star boundary. I can see that within a radius of 10,000 miles, the space turbulence is huge and there are many people here. Xianxia replied. That's right. This is the entrance to the netherworld. It's also one of the 8 danger zones of the Sky Tyrant universe. Usually within a radius of 100,000 miles, it's filled with space turbulence. Even cosmic cloud states would be killed if they enter by mistake. That's why it's called the entrance to the netherworld. But every 900 years, there will be a rare phenomenon where the turbulence shrinks. At that time, the turbulence of 100,000 miles will shrink to a radius of 1 kilometer, and a large number of treasures will appear here. Some are incomplete, some are secondhand, but there are also some rare heavenly treasures that are spewed out from the center of the spacetime turbulence vortex. Isn't it very magical? Hee, but no one can enter the last kilometer, not even the gods. It's said that there was once a cosmic cloud state who didn't believe it and insisted on entering. In the end he was killed. From then on no one dared to enter it rashly. Lin Xiaogui sneered. You two are quite strong and should be able to go further than me. Later, when the space turbulence shrinks to within a kilometer, you can go fight for it. Everyone is waiting for this moment. Whoever gets it will get it. After all, it's ownerless. Although the treasures here aren't extremely rare, some are still remarkable. No one knows how the space turbulence appeared. Perhaps it's connected to the end of a world. That's why it's called the entrance to the netherworld. You two need to be careful. Lin Xiaogui's power was at the 4th level of the star state. Xianxia and Luo Ying were stronger than him. Thank you for telling me, brother. Xianxia smiled. He didn't expect this place to be a land of death. It seemed that if he wanted to pass through here he would have to go around this place. It's fine, it's nothing. But I advise you not to go to the Heaven Tyrant star realm. Do you know how far we are from here? Without 10,000 years, you won't be able to reach the Heaven Tyrant star realm. Most of us here have never been to the Heaven Tyrant star realm. It might be the core of the Heaven Tyrant star realm, but there are countless powerful beings there. It's better to live in a remote corner. Lin Xiaogui smiled. His face was calm and full of yearning for life. He didn't have the kind of shackles to pursue eternity. Xianxia was a little envious. A person like this lived a happier life than him. If there wasn't a heavy burden on his shoulders, who would bet their life on tomorrow? Chapter 50-64. That's true. However, I have to go to the core area of the Sky Tyrant star field, the Sky Tyrant star boundary. Hence I will have to take a detour. Xianxia sighed. It won't be long before the space-time turbulence dissipates. You guys should get ready. Good luck. Lin Xiaogui smiled. You too. Xianxia smiled faintly and moved forward rapidly. Because the space-time turbulence was getting smaller, some of the people in the surroundings also moved closer to the core area. No one wanted to miss this opportunity that only appeared once every 900 years. To many people this was a chance to change themselves and be reborn. Whoever was weaker would be able to obtain treasures and stand out from the crowd. In the future they would be able to obtain more resources in the Sky Tyrant star field. Many interstellar wanderers and people from the surrounding astral realms rushed over at the same time. There were thousands of star-level experts and they were even stronger than the feather experts. These people were all very cautious. Most of them were 3rd or 4th heavens of the star level, and there were also some 6th or 7th heavens of the star level. However, there were very few of them and many of them were hiding in the dark, watching silently. Looks like we have to see what treasures there are here first. If we just leave like this we will suffer a great loss. Xianxia smiled. You never suffer a loss. Wherever you go you will get something. Luo Ying said with a smile. Along the way the relationship between the two of them became deeper and deeper. Although they couldn't return to Heavenly Awakening Starfield, Xianxia had promised her that he would bring her back to Heavenly Awakening Starfield as soon as he found Feng Air. The central area of the space-time turbulence was filled with storms. Countless meteorites were swept up. Some of them were even crushed. It was extremely violent. Xianxia and Luo Ying carefully walked into the center of the storm. The terrifying wind was deafening as though it was about to tear their eardrums. Look, the space-time turbulence is finally going to disappear. Haha, the opportunity is here. Is everyone ready? This time, don't even think about snatching a single treasure from my hands. Ha, you have to be able to pick up some good treasures first. That's right. Don't end up with nothing in the end. That would be a huge loss. Shut your crow's mouth. More and more people rushed to the front. At the center of the vortex, a terrifying light figure spread out in the sky. The sky changed color and the dust disappeared. It was like the world was being reborn, returning to peace. Charge! Someone shouted and everyone rushed to the front. Layers of things fell from the void. There were broken weapons, sand and stones, plants, flowers and fruits, and even rare beasts. However, not a single one of them was alive. Xianxia and Luo Ying looked at each other. Then they also joined the army to snatch the treasures. However, the treasures here couldn't catch Xianxia's attention. He flew straight to the core area. Maybe he could find some treasures he wanted there. Xianxia and Luo Ying passed through the crowds of people. The surrounding lights and shadows were getting dimmer and dimmer, but some good treasures could be seen, but Xianxia still didn't have any desire for them. If it wasn't a rare treasure, he certainly wouldn't take action, or it could be said that he was too lazy to take action. What kind of wood is that? It's so strange. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He saw a purple gold wood floating in the sky in the depths of the core area. It attracted his attention. I want this wood. Xianxia smiled and turned into an arrow that left the bow. With the help of the sky-ascending stairway, Xianxia's speed soared, far surpassing the ordinary stellar-level experts. Many people were amazed. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the 1-meter-long purple gold wood. Instantly, a calm and peaceful aura was transmitted to Xianxia. More importantly, Xianxia felt as though his body was infected by it. He became incomparably calm. That penetrating feeling lingered in his heart, as though his soul was undergoing a baptism. It was too comfortable, too refreshing. If he continued to immerse himself in this feeling, it wouldn't be long before his source astral soul would rapidly improve. If the golden osmanthus tree was able to allow him to enter a tranquil and peaceful state to cultivate his innate astral soul, then this violet gold wood was able to give him the most direct feeling. It could even cause his soul to undergo a transformation. However, in the blink of an eye, Xianxia saw that a few centimeters away from the purple gold wood had already turned dark and lusterless. It was like a withered tree losing its original luster. However, the most direct feeling that Xianxia had was that his source astral soul had indeed improved a little at this moment. Could it be that in that instant earlier, I really absorbed a strand of soul energy from the purple gold wood? Xianxia drew in a breath of cold air. This purple gold wood was simply too awesome. He had never encountered such a treasure before. Compared to Cinnamomum cassia, it was more like an object similar to source stones that could be swallowed. Good stuff. Xianxia hurriedly kept the purple gold wood. However, at this moment 2 silhouettes appeared in front of him, one in front and one behind, surrounding him. Little brat, hand over the heavenly immersion wood in your hands and we'll be even. If not, you will have to see who's stronger. An old man with a Ross beard said with a chuckle. He stared at Xianxia with a cold expression. What do you want? Xianxia laughed. So this treasure was called the heavenly immersion wood. What do I want? At that moment it's no longer up to you. The other skinny old man faintly said. In that case, doesn't it mean that you want to snatch the treasure in my hands? Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Alright, at least you know what's good for you. Hand it over. You're just a 5-level star realm fellow, how much ability can you have? Why do you want to find trouble for yourself? The 2 of them had already reached the 6th level of the star realm. Naturally, they didn't place Xianxia in their eyes. However, at this moment if they could avoid making a move, it was best not to. After all, they might encounter even better treasures in the future. At that time, preserving their strength would be their last choice. What if I don't hand it over? You guys are planning to make a move. Xianxia laughed. These 2 wanted to pick a pushover, but they didn't expect that they chose the wrong person. Chapter 5065. At this moment the twin fiends of the Northern Sea had lost their patience. As the famous interstellar wanderers of this generation, the 2 of them had killed at least 800 people if not 1,000. At this time a star level 5 guy actually didn't care about them at all. How could this be? I'm afraid you still don't know how powerful the double fiends of the North Sea are. I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the item and kowtow to us 3 times. Then we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, you won't even be able to imagine the consequences. Emo smiled sinisterly. His face was full of beard and looked extremely horrifying. Double fiends of the North Sea? I don't care who you are. You want to snatch my item? I think you two are the ones who don't want to live anymore. Jiang Chen sneered. They wanted to defeat the enemy without a fight, and they even wanted him to give the treasure to them. What kind of dream would that be? He might not even be able to dream of it. I'm giving him face, but he doesn't want it. Big brother, looks like we have to teach him a lesson. Emo Shihai's eyes were dark as he locked onto Jiang Chen. You two, who do you want to teach a lesson to? At this time Luo Ying also appeared beside him. Jiang Chen's figure instantly became taller in the eyes of the double fiends of the North Sea. Damn it, why did this kid have such a powerful woman by his side? When the double fiends of the North Sea saw Luo Ying, they were terrified. They didn't expect this woman to be so strong. She was a level 7 star level. The two of them probably weren't even fit to carry her shoes. How could they beat her? Ha ha ha, we were just joking with our brother. It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Emo Shihai said with a smile. The fierce expression on his face just now had now become very amiable. He was like the old man next door who was about to die without any lethality. Yes. We were just joking. Senior, please don't take it to heart. Emo Shibei also nodded repeatedly. Hurry up and scram. Luo Ying's pretty face was covered in frost. Lung Ling said. At this time the insufferably arrogant double fiends of the North Sea had no resistance at all. They turned around and ran away faster than rabbits, afraid that this female senior would change her mind. Look at how you scared them. I was going to exchange a few blows with them. Now it's all over. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You have to be careful. I just saw quite a few Star State level 7 warriors. Although your power isn't bad, if a few of them join hands against us, it'll still be very dangerous. So it's best to stay low profile. Luo Ying muttered. When did you become so calm? Jiang Chen was stunned. In the past, Luo Ying didn't reject anyone. But now she had become very stable and didn't want to take any risks. After all, we've only just arrived here, so we should be careful. Do you think the entire world is filled with idiots like the Harpies? If we offend any of the major factions, we'll be in great danger. Luo Ying said cautiously. It could be seen that she was very meticulous. Many things had to be considered more than Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen never cared about any enemy. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't admit defeat. However, at this time Luo Ying's approach was obviously right. After all, the space-time turbulence had stopped. There were many experts here and they didn't know which big shots were hiding in the dark. If they offended them, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. A gentleman's wealth would cause him to get into trouble. It wasn't impossible to be attacked by a group of people and then snatch the treasures in their hands. You're right. Isn't that enough? Jiang Chen smiled. Having a woman by his side was really different. No matter what Jiang Chen did, he would think twice before doing it. This was something he had never done before. After all, he wasn't a native of the eternal world. Compared to Luo Ying, he needed to be cautious about many things. Although he was already working hard to become one with this world, sometimes he still felt that he didn't fit in. Jiang Chen and Luo Ying went deeper into the eternal world to search for treasures. The people around them were getting fewer and fewer. Their strength was basically at the 5th layer of the star realm or above. Those with low strength, even if they came to the deepest part of the eternal world, would only be helping others. This time Jiang Chen and Luo Ying searched for a long time, but they didn't find any suitable treasures. There weren't many that were worth looking at. Are those 2 golden black lotuses? Luo Ying's eyes lit up when she saw the golden black lotuses floating behind a boulder in the distance. However, before she could react, they were already snatched away by a woman in red. Golden black lotuses? Are they very precious? Jiang Chen asked. That's for sure. I've read in an ancient book that the golden black lotuses can temper one's body and soul. It's a rare treasure. Luo Ying said solemnly. Then let's snatch it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. All right. The two of them smiled knowingly. This world was cruel. There was no morality to speak of. Moreover, these treasures were ownerless. Whoever snatched them would own them. However, before Jiang Qin and Luo Ying could make a move, the woman in red was surrounded by 4 men. All 4 of them were at the 7th layer of the star realm. They were very strong. The woman in red didn't even have the ability to retaliate. Although she was also at the 5th layer of the star realm, it was impossible for her to escape from these people. Hand over the golden black lotuses. I might spare your life. Come with me. I won't mistreat you. A young man in a white windbreaker said indifferently. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Impossible. This is for my father's treatment. I won't give it to you even if you kill me. The woman in red said with a cold gaze. She was extremely determined. Stubborn fool. Do you know who I am? The young man in white frowned. Lung Ling said. I don't care who you are. No one can snatch my golden black lotuses unless you kill me. Qin Lu said with her teeth clenched. You don't know what's good for you. Young Master Huang is giving you a way out. Do you know how many people want to marry our young master? He doesn't even bother to look at them. Who do you think you are? Bitch, do you really think you're a princess? Why don't you ask around? Within 100,000 light years of Tianqin Star, who doesn't know how powerful our young Master Huang Jun is? If you follow our young Master Huang, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the future. The man in black beside Huang Jun said sternly. Huang Jun, are you from the Huang family, one of the 3 great families of Tianqin Star? Qin Lu's expression suddenly changed. Her heart trembled. She was also from the Tianqin Star. The 3 great families were the rulers of the entire Tianqin Star. No one dared to disobey them. However, these people were actually from the Huang family. Qin Lu never thought that she would be unable to bring the golden black lotus back after finding it to save her father. Chapter 5066. It's good that you know. Hurry up and kowtow to young Master Huang and offer your black gold lotus. That's right. You don't know how high the sky is. Useless thing. Why don't you kneel before young Master Huang? If young Master Huang didn't like you, do you think you'd still be alive now? The 3 guards sneered as they looked at Qin Lu. This woman had only spared young Master Huang's life because of her good looks. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have attacked her a long time ago. This was Tianqin Star's territory. Adding on Huang Jun and his 3 guards, they were all at the 7th level of the star level. No one was a match for them. When people saw these 4, they would hide far away, not to mention fighting them. When the people heard that they were from Tianqin Star's Huang family, they quickly hid far away, not daring to get close. Now if they got any treasure they would hide it in their clothes. Who would dare to show it to others? Wasn't that courting death? They're from the Huang family. Let's leave quickly. I've also heard that this Huang Jun is a murderous demon king. However, his strength is indeed remarkable. Although he's a disciple of an aristocratic family, his talent is outstanding. This alone can only cause others to be envious and jealous. Who asked him to be born in such a good family? We can't compare to him. Poor girl. She can't escape from his clutches. Lower your voices. If young Master Huang hears you, you'll all die. Even 10 heads won't be enough. Let's go there. The group of star-level warriors was shocked. Young Master Huang's name was well known. Who didn't know about him in Tianqin Star? The Huang family was one of the most powerful families in the Tianqin Star. The crowd gradually dispersed. At this time only Huang Jun and the others were left. They approached Qin Lu step by step. Qin Lu's heart trembled more and more. Her father's illness was in urgent need of the black gold lotus. Now that she had finally found the black gold lotus, such a treasure was like a blessing from the heavens. But in the end she met Huang Jun and the other bastards. Hee, little girl, you better be obedient. Otherwise I won't let you off. Huang Jun said with a beaming smile. His tone was extremely feminine. Qin Lu bit her red lips. Looking at Huang Jun's terrifying gaze that was filled with lust, she knew that she would not be able to escape her misfortune today, and it was very likely that she would be humiliated by this bastard. Her father's illness was probably beyond her control, and it was very likely that she would die in front of her father. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Qin Lu's heart was filled with despair, but she had nowhere else to go. After thinking about it for a while, she finally made up her mind. If this Huang Jun wanted to use force, then she would absolutely not lower her head. Better a broken piece of jade than an intact tile. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll destroy this black gold lotus. None of us can get it. At worst, we'll just die together. Qinlu gritted her teeth and said, Hey, Pa, don't do this. If you really destroy this black golden lotus, I won't be distressed, but if you hurt yourself, wouldn't I cry until my eyes go blind? Beauty, just give in to me. As long as you follow me, you'll have a good life in the future. No one in the entire Tianqian star will dare to say no to you. Huang Jun was beaming with joy, and his eyes were extremely ambiguous. In your dreams, Qinlu said in a low voice. How about this? You have 2 black golden lotuses and I only want one. As for the remaining one, I'll give it to you. That's my bottom line. Huang Jun frowned. It seemed like this woman really wanted to die together with him. This was not the result he wanted. Really? Qinlu was startled and her eyes were filled with joy. Of course. As one of the top 3 clans of Tianqian Star, I, Huang Jun, am a man of my words. If I go back on my words, I'll be struck by lightning. Huang Jun immediately swore. Qinlu was a little hesitant, but she had no other choice. Moreover, Huang Jun had already sworn an oath. As one of the 3 great families of Tianqian Star, he definitely wouldn't go back on his word after making such a solemn oath. Although she was hesitant, this was Qinlu's only option. Fine. I'll give you one and you'll let me go. Qinlu nodded and handed Huang Jun a black golden lotus. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. Originally, Qinlu had already believed Huang Jun. However, in the next second the 3 guards beside Huang Jun suddenly made a move. They took advantage of the gap and directly suppressed Qinlu. Qinlu didn't even have the strength to retaliate before she was captured by the 3 of them. No, Qinlu screamed, but no matter how she struggled, she could not break free. 3-star level 7 experts, how could they let a star level 5 Qinlu escape? Wasn't that a joke? Bastard. Huang Jun, you're lying. You beast. Qinlu's eyes were hazy with tears. She bit her lip, causing it to bleed. I didn't make a move, but my guards couldn't take it anymore, so they took you down. What else could I do? Huang Jun spread his hands, looking innocent. Qinlu never expected this Huang Jun to be so shameless, and he actually publicly went back on his word, completely toying with her in the palm of his hand. This was too despicable. However, she was like a fish on a chopping block, there was nothing she could do. Huang Jun didn't fear going back on his word, but she couldn't do anything to him. Even the onlookers didn't dare to say anything. After all, Huang Jun's identity was there for all to see. Even if he swore an oath, he wouldn't admit it. Right now, Qinlu couldn't call for help from the heavens and earth. Why are the heavens doing this to me? Why? Qinlu screamed at the top of her lungs. Why did she have to find the black golden lotus? Yet she was trapped in a hopeless situation without a choice. Stop shouting, no one will come to save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The best thing you can do now is to obediently return to Tianqian planet with me, become your 13th mistress and serve me well. When the time comes, I might even treat you well. If you don't comply, then don't blame me for turning against you. When the time comes, I'll throw you into the death row and let those death row prisoners play with you. Huang Jun said with a cold expression. Qinlu's delicate body trembled. She didn't dare to imagine that this bastard was worse than a beast. How could she be so stupid to believe this bastard? Qinlu's heart was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing she could do. She could only blame herself for being too naive. She couldn't differentiate between a human and a dog. This young master has gained quite a lot today, let's go back. Huang Jun laughed. At this moment he was no longer in the mood to search for treasures. He was drooling and couldn't wait to go back and teach Qinlu a lesson. If you want to leave, leave the person and the treasures behind. Otherwise you might not be able to leave. Chapter 5067. What a joke. Who dares to poke their noses into my business? Who dares to talk nonsense here? A cold voice resounded in the sky. Huang Jun suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Qin. He was just fretting about not having anyone to play with, and this guy actually came to him. Interesting. Ignorant kid, you're courting death. The guard blocked in front of Huang Jun, glaring at Jiang Qin. It's fine if you guys steal the treasure, but you even dare to kidnap a commoner girl. Looks like I have to intervene. Jiang Qin said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Who do you think you are? Kid, you think too highly of yourself. Believe it or not, I don't even need to lift a finger to kill you. Huang Jun stood with his arms crossed. No one had dared to be arrogant to him before. On Xianxia planet he was the local tyrant. No one dared to be his enemy. He was the first. That means you're here to save the damsel in distress? Huang Jun sneered. No, I'm here to steal the treasure. Jiang Chen's calm smile made Huang Jun's face darken. He felt like he was tricked. Good, good, good. Then I'll grant you your wish. It's easy to die. On Xianxia planet I can grant you 100 wishes. Huang Jun looked down at Jiang Chen with an incomparably cold expression. At this moment there were also people surrounding them and they were filled with surprise. It seemed like this battle for the treasure was going to be a bloody battle. Everyone came with the intention of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If the two sides fought, their lives would be on the line. Even if it was the young master of the Huang family, they wouldn't care. It was just that right now they were afraid of the Huang family's prestige and the power of 4-star levels. However, if the two sides fought, they would have the chance to reap the benefits. Who would let it go? But now it seemed like Jiang Chen didn't know his place. He dared to provoke Huang Jun. Was the Huang family's prestige something that anyone could violate? If it was for the treasure, it would be praiseworthy. If it was to save the damsel in distress, then he was a fool. Kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. I want the person, I want the treasure, I want the fish and bear paws, I want them all. Jiang Chen laughed as he exchanged glances with Huang Jun. Huang Jun's expression turned even colder. Where did this trash come from? He doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Then I'll fulfill your wish. If you want to be the hero saving the damsel in distress, then you have to see how capable you are. Get rid of him for me. Huang Jun said in a deep voice. Let's see who dares to move. Luo Ying appeared in a flash and stood beside Jiang Chen. At this moment she attracted everyone's attention. What powerful strength. Another star level 7. Most importantly, Luo Ying was too beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she shocked everyone. When Huang Jun looked at Luo Ying, his heart was filled with joy. His eyeballs were about to fall out. F***ck. Such a beauty should only exist in the heavens. How many times would I be able to smell one in the mortal world? Seems like the heavens really sent me warmth. Isn't this big sister too beautiful? JJJ. Take both of them down for me. Tonight I want a dragon to play with 2 phoenixes. Huang Jun was beaming with joy. Originally, Qin Lu was already enough to make him restless. Now there was such an outstanding beauty. How could he not do it? Quickly make the arrangements. Wasn't this a beauty sent to his doorstep? How could he let her escape? The eyes of the 3 guards brightened as they looked at each other. This woman was too beautiful. Their young master must have been moved. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself anymore. It's over. This time they will all be ruined by the Huang family. What a pity. Sai such a good girl. Exactly. That bastard Huang Jun bullies others. I've always disliked him, but there's nothing I can do about it. Who asked him to be the local tyrant of Tianqian Star? It's better to be born well than to cultivate well. The most spoiled brat of Tianqian Star is none other than Huang Jun, but no one can do anything about them. If the heavens have feelings, they will grow old. We are just a drop in the ocean of this eternal world. Compared to them, we are still too insignificant. That's right. Only by becoming stronger can we not be bullied by others. How pitiful and sad. There are too many injustices in this world. Even the strongest experts can't turn the tide. Many people sighed when they saw this scene. After all, whether Jiang Chen was doing this for the treasure or to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, in front of Huang Jun, he was destined to lose this battle. Let's do it. 3 for you, 1 for me. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen and smiled. Do you really think that your man is so good at fighting? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know if you can fight or not. But if I save the little girl, she will definitely not marry me. I'm not sure about others. Luo Ying curled her lips and said in a strange tone. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Damn it, she's jealous. I'm doing this for the treasure, not for a woman. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, showing his stubbornness. Who knows? Luo Ying rolled her eyes. At this moment, Huang Jun's 3 bodyguards had already rushed up. You're definitely trying to frame your man. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. He couldn't let Luo Ying take everything by herself, right? Jiang Chen fought 1 against 3. He brandished his sword and charged up. The heavenly dragon sword was still as powerful as before. The aura of the sword made the 3-star level 7 experts not dare to underestimate it. Damn. Isn't this kid too ferocious? 1 against 3. Bullshit. I don't believe it. A star level 5 fighting 3-star level 7. Dream on. I don't believe it either. It's like courting death. Everyone shook their heads. They originally thought that he had help and was fearless. But now it seemed that he was just a fool. Hurry up and finish him off. I can't wait anymore. Huang Jun rubbed his hands as he spoke. His eyes were filled with a sinister light as his gaze constantly swept across Luo Ying's body. He then looked at Chen Lu, who was beside him. It was a blessing to have multiple wives. That was truly too beautiful. His trip this time was indeed not wrong. Treasures and whatnot were secondary. Women were the things he loved the most. Huang Jun was incomparably excited. Women were his greatest joy in life. However, Huang Jun didn't expect that the 3-star level 7 guards could not even defeat this bastard after exchanging more than 100 moves. Wasn't this a joke? 3 pieces of trash and a star level 5 guy. Is it worth it for you guys to muster such a large force? Can you guys do it? Huang Jun scolded. He wanted to personally make a move. A kid with such trashy strength actually made the 3 of them fight for so long. What was the point of having a bunch of good-for-nothings? Chapter 5068. The 3 Huang family guards were also dumbfounded. They had never encountered such a powerful opponent. Jiang Chen's strength far exceeded their imagination. This was unbelievable. How could a star level 5 guy be so monstrous? They couldn't figure it out. In addition to Huang Jun's scolding, "Why don't you do it if you can?" All they knew to do was call out from the side. They were after all star level 7 warriors, and they were originally the advisors of the Huang family. Now they became Huang Jun's guards instead. Bao Bao felt bitter. To Huang Jun, this Jiang Chen was just a clown. If you can't even deal with a clown, what's the point of the Huang family paying so many cultivation resources for you? The 3 guards of the Huang family were getting anxious at this moment. If they didn't show some of their true abilities, they would really lose face this time around. Not only would they lose face in public, but they would also lose the face of the Huang family. If this went on, it would be strange if Huang Jun didn't get angry. But Jiang Chen was really hard to deal with. And although Jiang Chen wasn't strong, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. Fighting 1 against 3, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. It even gave people the feeling that he was sitting on a fishing platform. Who could take this? The 3 Huang family guards were suffocating. All these years they had always been the ones giving others face, but this time they were tricked by a kid far weaker than them. How could they reason with this? Wings of the whirlwind, chasing wind fist. Staff of lightning. Rainstorm samsara. The 3-star level 7 experts went all out, going straight for Jiang Chen. At this time the other guard also went all out against Luo Ying. However, Luo Ying's strength wasn't that easy to defeat either. Both were star level 7 experts, and Luo Ying was a true descendant of the Phoenix race. She practically suppressed the other guard, and the battle between the two was even more intense. Fight, fight, fight. Jiang Chen's blood was boiling. The more he felt this way, the happier he was. The battle was intense and his own strength was constantly rising. Add to that the pressure from the 3 of them, and Jiang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. The heavenly dragon sword swept unstoppably. Streaks of sword shadows landed in the sky. The entire core position of the Eye of the Storm was occupied by him. The sword chi pierced through the clouds and went straight for the root of the problem. 29 blades. Sword 30. 31 blade. Jiang Chen's sword was getting stronger and stronger, completely suppressing the 3 of them. The battle between the 2 sides had unknowingly attracted the onlookers. They were filled with admiration for Jiang Chen. Isn't this kid too ruthless? Not only did he go against the Huang family's young master, he even fought 3-star level 7 experts by himself. Oh my, I really can't believe it. I've never heard of such an expert before. This kind of expert really hides himself too deeply. Luckily I didn't offend him. Otherwise I might not even know how I died. Some star level 6 experts were trembling at the side. I think the Huang family's face has been completely lost this time. Huang Jun has always been so arrogant. This time he finally found someone who can suppress him. You can't say that. Now that both sides have a winner and a loser, it's still uncertain who will be the winner. Yeah, we have to look at ourselves first. Although this guy is very strong, Huang Jun is not easy to deal with. Sigh, since ancient times beauties often have unlucky fates. Looks like these two women will not have a good ending. Until the very last moment no one knows who will have the last laugh. To us, this battle has benefited us greatly. Countless people in the surroundings raised their heads in anticipation. It wasn't easy to come across a battle between star level 7 powerhouses. Some people even forgot to search for treasures at this time. To them, if they could gain some experience from watching the battle, it would be beneficial. Although they might not be able to break through, it would be a valuable asset for their future cultivation and battles. Jiang Qin glanced at Luo Ying in the distance. As long as she was fine, he could rest easy. He would give it his all. Kid, let's see how long you can last. The three of us will accompany you to the end. Even if we can't decide the winner, I will make you suffer to death. Right? We can't give him a chance to breathe. The three exchanged glances, their gazes extremely solemn. They began to fight to the death with Jiang Qin. You guys are playing with fire. Jiang Qin laughed loudly. Wanting to fight to the death with him? You guys aren't qualified. However, at this moment Jiang Qin was already prepared to fight them to the death. Moreover, the barrier of his cultivation finally showed signs of loosening. As long as he exerted himself, he would be able to break through to the 6th heavenly layer of the star realm. Once he broke through, the three of them would be like trash in front of him, to be dealt with as he wished. Let's finish this quickly. I don't want to hear any more sounds. Huang Jun stood with his hands behind his back and scolded. The three of them were furious. It seemed that it was time to give Jiang Qin a fatal blow. With their full strength, the combined attack of 3-star level experts could be seen. 3 terrifying lights interweaved on Jiang Qin, causing a commotion in the surroundings. Jiang Qin was engulfed by the 3 lights in the dust. His figure couldn't be seen at all. In the universe, flying rocks and falling rocks constantly gathered together, forming a meteor blade that tore through the void. Jiang Qin couldn't dodge at all. It's over. This kid's still lost in the end. That's right, we all forgot. Those are 3-star states. It seems that strength and weakness are irreversible. It's simply wishful thinking to think that the weak can win against the strong. That's right. It seems that we still have to cultivate properly and strive to break through as soon as possible. If you're weak, don't be a hero to save the damsel in distress. This is a classic case of losing the wife after the soldier. The hero saved the damsel in distress, but he lost his wife as well. Everyone laughed. Once Jiang Qin died, Luo Ying would definitely be captured by Huang Jun. At that time, their wives would have to become someone else's concubine. This Jiang Qin was really too arrogant. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Young Master Huang, this guy is already dead. The leader of the guards said proudly. At this moment, Qin Lu's face was also filled with shock. She didn't expect that the man who saved her would lose his life as well. This made her heart filled with helplessness and bitterness. In the midst of everyone's laughter, a rainbow-colored figure soared up into the sky from the center of the dust cloud. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The three of them were dumbfounded. Originally, Huang Jun had a smile on his face. He wanted to praise the three of them, but now he couldn't say anything. Chapter 5069. Bastard, you're not dead yet. Huang Jun's pupils constricted as he said fiercely. You're not dead yet, why would I be one step ahead of you? But today I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Qin Lu also raised her head and stared at Jiang Qin, her heart filled with indescribable joy. Ignorant brat, who do you think you are? Haha, you want my life, who do you think you are? What a reckless fool. Kill. Under Huang Jun's command, the three once again charged at Jiang Qin. However, the current Jiang Qin had already broken through to the 6th level of the star realm. He was not afraid of anyone. The 3-star level 7s were no longer a threat to him. This time I will make sure you die without a burial place, turn into ashes. The 3 Huang clan guards were furious. They thought they had killed Jiang Qin, they did not expect him to make a comeback. This Jiang Qin is too shocking. Yeah, I also did not expect him to rise from the ashes and even break through to the 6th level of the star realm. This is too unbelievable. This time I'm afraid it's really hard to say who's better and who's worse. Everyone looked at each other. Jiang Qin had risen again, his strength had broken through, and he was able to fight against the three of them with an overwhelming advantage. The 6th level of the star realm Jiang Qin was unstoppable, wielding the divine judgment brush, sealing the surrounding space. The three's range of movement became smaller and smaller, constantly being suppressed by Jiang Chen. Damn it, how did this guy become so strong? Yeah, we seem to be getting more and more passive. The three's faces turned pale. Jiang Chen held the divine judgment brush in one hand and the heavenly dragon sword in the other, attacking from both sides, not letting the three guards have any chance to retaliate. Under dragon transformation he became stronger and stronger, constantly being beaten down, their defenses broken. If this continued, the three would not have any chance of winning. Young Master Huang, we can't hold on anymore. The three of them had ugly expressions on their faces. If this continued, the result would be obvious. They would definitely be in a passive position and their lives might even be in danger. A bunch of trash. What a disgrace to our Huang family. Huang Jun flew into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't expect this outcome at all. They couldn't even deal with a Star State level 6 kid. You guys can really go eat shit. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I'll have to do it myself. Bastards, when you get back, all of you go to my father and beg for forgiveness. Huang Jun was extremely furious. At this time he had to make a move. Otherwise, if something were to happen to these three people, he would be in danger. Now, with his help, they would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Chen. Die, little brat. Huang Jun roared and rushed into the sky. He drew his saber and saber shadows filled the sky, slashing down continuously. Even the stars in the universe were shattered at this moment. Huang Jun was indeed strong, no weaker than the three guards. However, even with him they still weren't a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's sword chi was domineering and powerful. A 30,000-meter-long sword shadow split the sky and earth, directly scaring Huang Jun to the point where he pissed his pants. Not only him but the three guards were also like dead dogs, scared out of their wits. The four of them weren't a match for Jiang Chen at all. After 10 exchanges they were completely routed. The sky darkened but Jiang Chen's starlight shone brightly, shining brightly. What power! This person has probably reached the Star State level 8. Strength doesn't represent battle prowess. 4 Star States couldn't even fight back. It's enough to see how strong he is. Our Tianqin planet is probably going to have a wave. That Huang Jun fellow has finally met a true opponent. He serves him right, as the saying goes, those who are unjust are doomed. Isn't that so? Who knows how many evil things he's done and how many people he's killed. This is retribution. Everyone looked at him with disdain. From this, it could be seen how unpopular Huang Jun was. In Tianqin Star he was the biggest scum. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Chen chased after them relentlessly. The 4-star realm experts were beaten to a sorry state by Jiang Chen. Give me the black gold lotus. Jiang Chen roared furiously. He stretched out his hand and snatched the dark golden lotus from Huang Jun's hand. My treasure. Huang Jun roared. However, compared to his life, treasures weren't worth mentioning. They only knew how to run and they had no time to fight Jiang Chen. They didn't dare face him head-on, as Jiang Chen was like a deity of the heavens and earth, and there was nothing they could do. Don't run. Stop that guy for me. Huang Jun roared angrily. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Oh, he's too strong. Let's run, young Master Huang. Yeah, young Master Huang, we really can't beat him. If we don't run, we're really done for. Huang Jun rolled his eyes. He knew he had to run, but they had to be able to run first. If they didn't stop Jiang Chen, how could he run? With a stretch of his hand, Huang Jun transformed the square inch into a circle and set up a small array formation. Red net formation. Activate. Huang Jun let out a low roar and activated the spirit design. Huang Jun disappeared instantly and ran away. However, the rest of the guards were dumbfounded. Motherf asterisk her, aren't we done for? Huang Jun ran, leaving them behind. What should they do? That bastard. The three cursed, but Jiang Chen had already caught up. If this continued, they would be finished. They'd become Jiang Chen's prey. Wanna run? No way. Jiang Chen shouted. At this moment, Huang Jun activated the teleportation formation and escaped by himself. But these guards could only die for him. Damn it, at most we'll just die. The three of them gritted their teeth and roared. They rushed towards Jiang Chen angrily, determined to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. You won't have the chance. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably calm. His sword left a sound. The limitless sword had sealed off all their escape routes. They had nowhere to hide and could only be slaughtered by Zhou Xian. In the end, the three of them were killed mercilessly. Zhou Qian's heavenly dragon sword was dyed red with fresh blood. Everyone around him shuddered. The last guard was gradually suppressed to death by Luo Ying's hands. He didn't have a single chance to escape. Luo Ying's murderous aura burst out. She instantly slit the man's neck. The last guard was already dead. It's a pity that Huang Jun escaped. Chapter 50-70. He's definitely a ruthless person. Mother ***, I'm completely convinced. This is a true peerless expert hiding in the city. Even if all of us join forces, we might not be his match. Isn't that so? Luckily, we didn't make an enemy out of him. Otherwise, we'd be dead for sure. Even that little tyrant from Xianxia planet fled pathetically. We'd definitely die. You really can't judge a book by its cover. However, this guy probably won't dare to appear on Xianxia planet anymore. Once he's caught by Huang Jun, he'll definitely suffer. Everyone was afraid of Zhou Xian. This guy was too terrifying. No one dared to look him in the eye. This wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. A 6th Heavenly Layer Star Realm killing 3 7th Heavenly Layer Star Realm experts. No one would believe it if they knew about this. Right now, Zhou Xian was like an unparalleled god of war. Everyone kept a respectful distance, afraid of offending Zhou Xian and dying a horrible death. Are you all right? Zhou Xian looked at Qin Lu. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. Qin Lu heaved a sigh of relief. That Huang Jun was finally beaten away. Now she could be considered to have escaped. However, her black gold lotus was lost. At this moment, it was in Zhou Qian's hand. It's good that you're fine. Zhou Qian nodded. Benefactor, I have a favor to ask. Qin Lu said softly, looking extremely embarrassed. Just say it. That my father is seriously ill and needs the black gold lotus to treat him. However, those 2 black gold lotuses are both in your hands. Qin Lu said. Benefactor, please don't overthink it. I just want to exchange something with you. As long as you're willing, you can follow me back to the Qin family. As long as it's something that you're interested in, I definitely won't be stingy. However, I only want one. As long as it can cure my father's illness, I don't care what you want. Qin Lu said nervously. Your father is ill? Is he in urgent need of the black gold lotus? Zhou Qian said. Qin Lu nodded. Then I'll give you one. Thank you, benefactor. Qin Lu said gratefully. It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. This black gold lotus is for you. I only need one. Zhou Qian said with a smile. Qin Lu's face was filled with astonishment and joy, but she didn't know what to do. To Qin Lu, the golden black lotus was naturally an extremely important thing. But now that Wu Jinlian was in the hands of Zhou Qian, and it was Zhou Qian who saved her, Qin Lu didn't dare to ask for it. Zhou Qian was too strong, so strong that it made everyone shudder. At this moment, the surrounding people were filled with shock. They hadn't expected this. Zhou Qian had driven the Huangs away. What was more surprising was that Zhou Qian had given the black golden lotus to Qin Lu as well. Benefactor, please come back to Xianxia planet with me. Although my Qin family isn't the overlord of Xianxia planet, we still have some treasures. As long as you're interested, I won't be stingy. Qin Lu said seriously. No need. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Besides, you're so filial. Zhou Qian said, waving his hand. No, benefactor. My father has always taught me that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. I won't take advantage of you for free. Qin Lu was very stubborn. She looked very serious. Since that's the case. Alright then. I need some rare metal ores and materials. I wonder if you have them? Zhou Qian asked. I don't know. But you can go back with me first. We'll see when we get back to our family. Besides, we have the biggest trading market within 100,000 light-years on Xianxia planet. Many interstellar wanderers like to go there to trade. Treasures are often found there. Maybe you can get what you want, benefactor. Who knows? Qin Lu said. In that case, let's go there. It's not a bad idea. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. Don't call me benefactor. It's awkward. Just call me Brother Jiang. Hey, Brother Jiang. Qin Lu said, smiling. It seems that you're quite happy. Are you going to marry into my family? Luo Ying rolled her eyes at Zhou Qian and said. Zhou Qian's mouth twitched. Why didn't he notice that Luo Ying was so jealous? It seemed that he would become a henpecked husband in the future. I'm just helping others. Jiang Qin patted Luo Ying's shoulder and said with a smile. You must be sister-in-law? Nice to meet you. Qin Lu nodded. Yes. Luo Ying nodded. It was mainly because Qin Lu was too beautiful that she couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Although Jiang Qin wasn't the kind of person who would fall in love with everyone he met, she still felt a little uneasy. You've suffered some injuries. This black golden lotus can be used to refine 100 turns golden pill for you. Can help you. Although it might not help you break through to the 8th heaven, it will definitely make the fire phoenix power in your body more stable. Jiang Qin held the black golden lotus in his hand and looked at Luo Ying. There was still some residual power in her body that hadn't been completely cleared. Refining 100 turns golden pill would definitely help her get rid of all the impurities in her body and perfectly integrate the real fire phoenix power. That's more like it. Go. Luo Ying smiled and followed behind Jiang Qin. The storm was getting bigger and bigger. The people around them also gradually left. Now that the storm has started to return, it's very dangerous for us to stay here. Brother Jiang, you should leave with me quickly to Tianqin Star. Qin Lu looked serious. Jiang Qin nodded and left the center of the storm. The three of them went all the way to Tianqin Star. Tianqin Star was a very beautiful fiery red planet with a tinge of blue in the middle. It was the Gulf Stream between the lakes and the mountains. It was very beautiful. Jiang Qin was shocked when he saw this planet. His eyes were filled with emotions. His home was not inferior to this heavenly Qin star. Looking at it from afar, it was very beautiful. Compared to the surrounding planets, it was indescribably magnificent. Jiang Qin didn't know how to describe it. Jiang Qin was shocked when he saw this planet. Majestic, grand, and full of vitality. It's so beautiful. Such a planet is full of vitality when it's full of people. It's rare to see such a planet in the universe. Jiang Qin couldn't help but praise it. Yes, our Tianqin star is the largest and most beautiful star in 100,000 light-years. It's also one of the top 10 star realms in the Sky Tyrant star field. There are countless experts here and the resources here are very rich. Said that it has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Even after 100 million years it won't dry up. Qin Lu said with a mellow smile. Not only is the planet beautiful but the people here are also beautiful. There must be many girls like you. Chapter 5071. Luo Ying was constantly reminding Jiang Qin not to look or listen to indecent things. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. He was really a jealous person. He didn't have the time to think about this. The most important thing now was to find Feng. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Now Jiang Qin's biggest dream was to reforge the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Because the Heavenly Dragon Sword had been cut alive by the mysterious source ancient site, Jiang Qin had to reforge the sword. Tianqin Star was the largest astral boundary within 100,000 light-years. It was also one of the most powerful places in the Sky Tyrant starfield. It could be ranked in the top 10 and was also the core of trade. Jiang Qin wanted to take this opportunity to see if there were any materials that could reforge the Heavenly Dragon Sword. If he wanted the Heavenly Dragon Sword to shine again, he had to find even more terrifying materials. Moreover, there were many people coming and going here. It would be easier for him to find news about Feng. Tianqin Star was the center of the Sky Tyrant starfield. There were almost no countries here. It was just a complicated network of forces that covered the entire Tianqin Star. The heavenly star was terrifyingly big, and it would take at least 3 to 5 years to travel through it. This was because it was impossible to travel freely in the star boundary like in the universe. You had to take care of more things in the star boundary. In front of us is our Qin family. That mountain is our sacred guardian mountain. It is called Dongshan Mountain. Our Qin family has been guarding this place for 1,000,000 years. Dongshan Mountain is one of the 3 great forces in the western border. Our Qin family is one of them. The spiritual qi here is very rich. It is an excellent place for geniuses. There are already millions of people living in Dongshan Mountain. There are treasures everywhere in Dongshan Mountain. The mountains in front are extremely dangerous. Some people have even seen star level 9 demonic beast. Qin Lu introduced to Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. That's the Donghua Mountain Range. It's 100,000 miles long and contains countless treasures. But it's next to the Tang of the East. The Tang of the East is full of interstellar wanderers. The Tang is also the trading center of the entire Tianqin Star. Qin Lu looked at the vast mountains and said solemnly. She was clearly in awe of the Donghua Mountains. Her spirited eyes sparkled with her attachment and love for this homeland. Looks like your Qin clan is also a big clan in the western border. Mount Dongqin, the mountain is majestic and the cliffs are thousands of meters high. Not bad. Jiang Qin chuckled as he gazed at Mount Dongqin from afar. It was indeed very majestic, with clear waters and 1,000 mountains, a sight that made one feel relaxed and happy. Terrifying Genesis chi assailed one's nostrils. It was truly a blessed land. Who is the most powerful person in the western border? How strong are they? Luo Ying asked curiously. Well, Qin Lu hesitated for a moment before saying, the strongest in Xizang should be my grandfather. He's a star level 9. However, the other two factions, the Xingtian Manor's leader and the Quafu clan's leader, should also be star level 9. In the western border there were 3 factions and there were far fewer experts than in the Central Plains. In the Central Plains there are 3 major factions, the Yi family, Shao family and Huang family. The bastard Huang Jun we encountered outside the astral realm is from the Huang family. They are the 3 most powerful families. They pretty much control the resources and connections of the entire Tianqin planet. All 3 families have cosmic cloud states. What? There are cosmic cloud states on the Tianqin planet? Jiang Qin was shocked. It seemed the difference between the Heaven Awakening Starfield and Heaven Tyrant Starfield was too vast. This wasn't the Heaven Tyrant Starfield. If this was the Heaven Tyrant Starfield, wouldn't they be able to find cosmic cloud states easily? In the entire Heaven Awakening Starfield, the strongest person was only a star level 6. There might be hidden masters, but they didn't show themselves to the world. However, the Tianqin planet was different. There were 3 cosmic cloud states in the Central Plains. No wonder people shivered. Jiang Qin didn't dare to guess just how strong a cosmic cloud state was. At least he wouldn't be a match for a cosmic cloud state. It was definitely an insurmountable mountain. Jiang Qin was very curious about the Tianqin planet. With cosmic cloud states, the Tianqin planet would definitely be stronger than the Heaven Awakening Starfield. There would be more treasures. Of course. Do you think our Tianqin planet is an uncivilized planet? We're one of the top 10 astral realms in the Heaven Tyrant Starfield. In terms of trade, we can definitely rank top 3. Qin Lu was very confident. It seems I need to be careful of this Huang Jun from the Central Plains Huang family. Jiang Qin touched his nose. He didn't expect he really offended such a powerful figure. But as long as we behave in the western border, the Huang family definitely won't invade the western border to deal with us. Don't worry, the Qin family isn't weak. Looking at Qin Lu's happy face, Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Luo Ying and Jiang Qin were slightly relieved. However, they were not familiar with this place after all. It was better to be careful in Heaven Qin Star. Let's go, I'll take you to see my grandpa first. He will be very happy to know that you guys saved me. Qin Lu smiled. The 3 of them entered Mount East Qin. Quite a few people greeted Qin Lu with smiles on their faces. It seemed that Qin Lu's relationships with people were quite good. At the peak of Dongqin Mountain was an extremely grand palace. It was extremely majestic. It was as though the entire mountain was cut off and built on top of it. It was antique and full of charm. Third uncle, where are you going? Qin Lu saw a black-robed middle-aged man and went up to greet him. The black-robed man frowned when he saw Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. Who are they? The black-robed man asked coldly. They're my friends. Third uncle, let me introduce you. This is my benefactor Jiang Qin. No need. Don't bring these riffraff back. Your grandpa doesn't like it. Humph. The black-robed man snorted and left. Qin Lu was a little confused. She didn't know why her third uncle had become so strange. Moreover, he didn't like Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. Strange, why is third uncle so angry? Qin Lu asked in confusion. When she looked at the housekeeper in the distance, he shook his head. He was her grandpa's housekeeper, the chief housekeeper of the Qin family, Zhou Xian. Grandpa Zhou, my second uncle. What happened? Qin Lu frowned. I don't know. You're here to see your grandpa, right? He's in seclusion. You should go back. Zhou Xian turned around and left. He didn't seem to have any good thoughts about Jiang Qin. Qin Lu murmured. Chapter 5072. Qin Lu was confused. She didn't know why the Qin family would be in such a hurry and act so mysteriously. She had only been gone for half a year. How did it become like this? Even her grandfather, who hadn't been in seclusion for a long time, went into seclusion. Her second uncle used to be very hospitable and this had never happened before. Did something happen in the family? It seems like the Qin family doesn't welcome us. Jiang Qin shrugged helplessly. At this moment, Qin Lu's expression also changed slightly. She said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, brother Jiang Qin. I don't know why it became like this. Let's go and see your father's condition first," Jiang Qin said. Qin Lu hurriedly brought Jiang Qin to her father's residence. Xiaotui is my father at home?" Qin Lu asked when she saw the two maids. "Master is at home, but his condition is getting worse these days," Xiaoqing said softly. "What's going on? I see that everyone in the family is very strange. Did something happen in the family while I was away?" Qin Lu frowned. "It's the third princess. She was harmed by someone," Xiaotui said. "What? My third aunt?" Qin Lu's pretty face was covered in frost. She was emitting extreme anger and resentment. She had the best relationship with her third aunt. They grew up together and played together. Their relationship was very close. She was closer than other family members. She was more like a sister to her. Qin Lu found it hard to accept that her third aunt was harmed. He felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She couldn't accept this fact. Her third aunt was the most outstanding prodigy of the Qin family. How could it be? Her power was star state level 7, how could she be so easily harmed by others? No wonder her grandfather was in seclusion, and her third uncle was also very mysterious. He was full of hostility towards Jiang Qin and the others. Even the hospitable Jiang Qin became so cold. This matter most likely had something to do with outsiders. However, brother Jiang Qin saved her life. Qin Lu trusted Jiang Qin a lot. "Take me to father." The rims of Qin Lu's eyes reddened. When she pushed open the door, she saw her father lying on the sickbed. His eyes were sunken in and his expression was one of extreme loneliness. His father was already seriously ill and his third aunt's death was a huge blow to him. Melancholy was written all over that desolate face of vicissitudes. "Father." Qin Lu couldn't help but call out to her father. At this time, Qin Batian was also slightly startled and woke up from his daze. "Father, my third aunt, what's going on?" Qin Lu and her father looked into each other's eyes. Although she didn't want to talk about her third aunt and make her father feel worse, she couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart, so she had to find out the truth. "Your third aunt was deceived by someone. An unknown man cheated her feelings and stole our Qin family's weeping blood dragon pearl. That person was very cunning. Even your grandfather couldn't catch him. At the last moment your grandfather hit that person with his palm. He used your third aunt as a shield and your grandfather accidentally killed your third aunt, so he blamed himself. And that bastard was seriously injured by your grandfather and escaped into the 100,000 mountain range." Qin Baishan's face was as gloomy as water. He coughed twice. His entire person was incomparably angry and his eyes were bloodshot. "If I didn't become like this, I'll definitely kill that bastard no matter what." Cough, cough, cough. "Father, are you all right?" Qin Lu quickly helped her father to sit up. Her heart was filled with incomparable grief and indignation. It turned out that someone had harmed her third aunt. She didn't know how much her grandfather would blame himself. He loved his third aunt the most, but now she was actually killed by her. To him this was a huge blow. "Who are they?" Qin Batian finally noticed the presence of Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. "They're my friends. Father, brother Jiang Qin saved my life. If it wasn't for him I would have been dead. Moreover, I brought back the black golden lotus. This time you can definitely be saved," Qin Lu said excitedly. Her third aunt had already left. She couldn't bear the fact that her father had also left her. Hearing that Jiang Qin had saved Qin Lu, Qin Baishan's expression softened a little. He looked at Jiang Qin and nodded slightly. "Even if you find the black golden lotus, it won't help at all. Miracle Dr. Lu is already dead. The thief who appeared with your third aunt not only harmed your third aunt, but he also started a massacre in the Qin family. Hundreds of people were killed and injured. Even Miracle Dr. Lu couldn't escape death. I'm afraid that in the entire western border, there's no other Miracle Dr. Lu. Even if I find the black golden lotus, I'm afraid that my illness can't be cured. Perhaps this is fate." Qin Baishan's face was bitter. He didn't want to die, but in this situation, even if he had the black golden lotus, there was no way for him to return to his previous self. Qin Lu's face was ashen. She had painstakingly found the black golden lotus for her father, but it was useless. Miracle Dr. Lu was the only person in the western border who could cure her father. However, the black golden lotus was found, but Miracle Dr. Lu was gone. Could it be that God was deliberately making fun of her? Qinlu was extremely sad. Her face was pale and she was in a daze. I'll give it a try. Maybe your father still has a chance to live. Jiangqin said. Brother Jiangqin, you know how to treat illnesses? Qinlu said in shock. I'm an alchemist. It shouldn't be a problem for me to let your father have a look. Jiangqin smiled. Qinlu was very surprised. This was really a case of a village at the end of the tunnel. Really? Thank you so much, Brother Jiangqin. Qinlu nodded repeatedly. Looks like there's another chance for you to perform, Brother Jiangqin. Luo Ying said with a faint smile. Jiangqin pretended not to hear and nodded as if nothing had happened. Let me have a look at your condition first. Jiangqin looked at Qin Batian. When Jiang Chen's hand landed on Qin Batian's wrist, he felt an extremely cold force, as if it was going to devour him completely. That kind of abnormal force was full of adhesion. In an instant, Jiang Qin felt an intense chill rushing towards him. This chill seemed to spread throughout Qin Batian's limbs and bones. It was everywhere in his 8 extraordinary meridians. What a terrifying chill. You must have been poisoned by some kind of demonic beast, right? Jiang Qin looked at Qin Batian in surprise. Qin Batian nodded, slightly surprised. He did not expect Lin Fan to be able to see that he was poisoned by a demonic beast. Chapter 5073. Qin Lu looked at Jiang Qin expectantly, feeling very nervous. Miracle Dr. Lu was already dead, so now she could only put all her hopes on Brother Jiang Qin. If Brother Jiang Qin was also helpless, then even if she was very reluctant it would be useless. With Brother Jiang Qin's help, there's no knot that can't be untied. Luo Ying smiled. She didn't hate Qin Lu, but she had a strong sense of possessiveness as a woman. However, seeing how filial Qin Lu was, she had a good impression of her. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. A filial person would never go wrong. Really? Qin Lu looked at Jiang Qin cautiously. The golden black lotus can only temporarily suppress your pain for 100 years. But I'm afraid it won't be able to completely remove the cold poison in your body. Jiang Qin said. Only 100 years? Qin Batian murmured. 100 years was enough for him. To be able to be with his children and family, every day was good. Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat. Did Brother Jiang Qin just give my father a death sentence of 100 years? 100 years. Only 100 years? 100 years. Thank you, Brother Jiang Qin. Qin Lu's eyes were slightly red. I said that the golden black lotus can sustain your father's life for 100 years, but it can't remove the cold poison in his body. I didn't say that I can't. Jiang Qin smiled. Qin Lu suddenly raised her head and looked at Brother Jiang Qin full of doubts. Although the golden black lotus is a fire medicine, it's not that simple. Give me your golden black lotus. As long as I remove all the cold poison in your father's body, it'll be fine. Really? Brother Jiang Qin? Qin Lu was inexplicably surprised. She was looking for the golden black lotus to help her father regain his courage. The golden black lotus was secondary. As long as her father could recover, it was more important than anything else. Let's start. The cold poison has already penetrated into the bone marrow. I'm afraid it will take me 3 days and 3 nights to cure it. You guys go out first, I'll treat the cold poison now. Jiang Qin said. Plop. Qin Lu directly knelt before Jiang Qin, her eyes filled with tears. Brother Jiang Qin, thank you. Get up. What are you doing? Jiang Qin frowned and gratefully helped Qin Lu up. I'm still counting on you to bring me to find rare metal ores. Naturally, I have to help you and build a good relationship. Jiang Qin smiled. Qin Lu was very clear that big brother Jiang Qin didn't want her to bear too much pressure. After Qin Lu and Luo Ying left, Jiang Qin used the heavenly flame in his body to help Qin Batian heal. Although Jiang Qin rarely used the sky flame to deal with his enemies after entering the eternal world, he did not deny the power of the sky flame. For 3 days and 3 nights, Jiang Qin carefully treated Qin Batian, removing the frost poison in his body bit by bit. Qin Batian felt that his body was getting better day by day and he felt more and more comfortable. This warm feeling was something he had never felt in the past thousands of years. With the frost poison in his body, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Not only was his strength declining, he was also facing a life and death crisis. This was the scariest thing. However, the heavenly flame in Jiang Chen's body made Qin Batian feel full of vitality, and he once again shone with the glory of the past. At this moment his strength was returning bit by bit. The heat waves in his body came one after another, and the cold poison gradually faded away. His body felt warm and comfortable. On the evening of the third day, Jiang Chen finally finished his work. He looked a little tired, but treating Qin Batian did not take up too much of his time and energy. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had his own selfish motives. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to sweep across the entire heavenly star. Therefore, he needed the help of others, especially the Qin family, which was one of the 3 major families in the western border. The heavenly star was vast and boundless, and it was impossible for him to travel across it in a short period of time. In order to find Feng Air, he needed the help of Feng Air. And this east wind was the Qin clan. If he treated Qin Batian, the Qin clan would definitely be grateful to him. At that time he could borrow their strength to find Feng. My strength is back. Qin Batian's gaze was like an arrow. He felt his body recovering and his heart was getting more and more excited. Finally, it stopped at the 8th level of the star realm. Senior's strength is indeed extraordinary, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Qin Batian suddenly stood up and solemnly bowed towards Jiang Chen. His face was solemn and his eyes were filled with respect. Little friend Jiang Chen, you flatter me. If it wasn't for little friend Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that I would have already lost my life. I will never forget this kindness. Qin Batian was full of gratitude to Jiang Chen. It's nothing. It's nothing. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Little friend Jiang Chen, now that you've cured my illness, you're the closest person to me. If you're in any trouble in the heavenly star, just tell me. I'll do my best to help little friend Jiang Chen out. Qin Batian smiled. If that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Chen, my young friend, please speak your mind. I'm looking for someone. He's my son Jiang Feng. I am not from the Sky Tyrant Starfield. I am from the Heaven Awakening Starfield. My son went missing and left home. All these years I have been searching for him. Unfortunately, there has been no news, but I have never given up. When I was in the Heavenly Awakening Starfield, I searched many star realms, but there was no news. Hence, I guess that he might have come to the Sky Tyrant Starfield to find my son Jiang Feng. If Senior can help me find Feng, Jiang Chen will be eternally grateful. Jiang Chen gradually restrained his expression and said in a serious tone. Qin Batian thought for a moment and nodded. All parents in the world care for their children. I can feel the worry and sorrow in little friend Jiang Chen's heart. Leave this to me. As long as he is in my heavenly Qin star, I will never let little friend Jiang Chen down. However, I have just recovered and haven't appeared in the Qin family for a long time. I am afraid the people in the western border have forgotten about my existence. When I get out of the mountain, the first thing I will do is to help Jiang Chen find your son. Qin Batian said confidently. Great. Jiang Chen will be eternally grateful. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, my young friend, you are too kind. You saved my life. If you continue to be so courteous to me, how am I going to live? Qin Batian shook his head. Right. The two of them left the house together. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on Qin Lu, who was resting on a stone table in the courtyard. It was an extremely moving scene. Her golden figure was noble and elegant, inviolable. The real Sleeping Beauty was just like that. In the middle of the courtyard, a young man who looked 13 or 14 years old was waving the giant axe in his hand. He was vigorous and domineering. This is Chapter 5074. The huge axe in the young man's hand shocked Jiang Chen. What kind of meteorite was that to have such power? If that meteorite was used to forge the heavenly dragon sword, it would definitely be a rare treasure. The inky black meteorite carried a trace of remnant star energy. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the energy contained in the meteorite was not something any ordinary material could compare to. This meteorite should be the core of a star, something left behind from the core of a star that had been burnt to ashes. After billions of years, the star power was completely exhausted, leaving behind this meteorite rock for future generations. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. This was something that could only be found by chance. If he could use this meteorite rock to reforge the heavenly dragon sword, then the star power in his body would be like a fish in water, becoming even stronger. The perfect fusion between the heavenly dragon sword and the star power would also make his power even stronger. The stronger the heavenly dragon sword, the stronger he would be. The combination of the strong was the most terrifying. Father, you're done? The young man kept his huge axe and looked at his father with joy. Not bad, my son's sacred heaven axe is really getting better and better. Ah, I'm very happy. Qin Batian laughed loudly. The young man was Qin Baishan's son, Qin Nan. His power had already reached the third sky of the star level. Although he looked young, he was at least 1,000 years old. At this moment Qin Lu woke up too. Her body shook violently as she looked at her father and Jiang Qin. Father. Qin Lu was also extremely surprised. You're done. Qin Lu said excitedly. Qin Batian nodded slightly, his eyes filled with joy and pride. If Qin Lu did not find Jiang Qin, how could the frost poison in his body be removed so quickly? Although Miracle Dr. Lu was not there, even if Miracle Dr. Lu used the black golden lotus to treat him, the result would probably be the same as Jiang Qin, or even worse, at most 100 years. And now, Qin Batian could also see that Jiang Qin's power was not ordinary. Although he was only a sixth sky of the star level, Qin Batian actually felt that he could not see through him. Qin Lu flew over and opened her arms. It's all thanks to my son. Qin Batian opened his arms and prepared to hug Qin Lu. But what shocked Qin Batian was that Qin Lu was actually hugging Jiang Qin. Was this the legendary saying that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home? Qin Batian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was too awkward. He had thought that Qin Lu was coming for him, and he had even opened his arms. In the end, she had leaped into Jiang Qin's embrace. Even his youngest son Qin Nan couldn't help but snicker. Jiang Qin was also stunned, his face full of shock. Thank you, big brother Jiang Qin, thank you. Qin Lu said while crying. The wish that had been hidden in her heart for a long time had finally come true. Her father had finally recovered. Her hard work for so many years had not been in vain. Big brother Jiang Qin had even saved 2 lives of the Qin family. Qin Lu's gratitude towards Jiang Qin was indescribable. At this time she could only hug Jiang Qin tightly to express her gratitude. Your father has already thanked me. Jiang Qin had an awkward expression. At this time, Luo Ying coincidentally appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, smiling as she stared at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had an innocent expression. I didn't do anything. Daughter, did you carry the wrong person? I'm your father. Qin Batian said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. At this time, Qin Lu also stood up and retreated, her face red as she rolled her eyes at her father. Father, are your injuries all healed? Qin Lu was still worried about her father. Thanks to Jiang Qin's treatment, I've already recovered. It's just that my cultivation has stagnated these few years. Otherwise, I would probably be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with your grandfather. Even so, I will try my best to recover my strength. Star level 8 peak is nothing. Qin Batian said confidently. Right, big brother Jiang Qin, what do you want? I'll bring you to the Qin family treasury to choose. As long as you like it, our Qin family won't be stingy. Qin Lu smiled like a blossoming flower. Jiang Qin smiled and pointed at the huge axe in Qin Nan's hands. I want the same material as that axe. Does your Qin family have any more of the meteorite rock? You want this? Okay, Nan, give the axe to your big brother Jiang Qin. Qin Lu said. Qin Nan had an awkward expression. He unwillingly handed his axe to his sister. Jiang Qin waved his hand. Return the father and son to my brother. A gentleman doesn't take what others love. I just want this meteorite rock. But if I take your brother's, I don't want it anymore. Also, this axe isn't enough. I'm really sorry, big brother Jiang Qin. Our Qin family only has this axe. We don't have a second one. Qin Lu said helplessly. You don't have a second one? That's fine. Jiang Qin said. Little friend Jiang Qin, do you really want this meteorite rock? To tell you the truth, I found it in Mount Formless in the 100,000 Mountains. I found the most famous blacksmith in the western border, but he couldn't refine this meteorite rock. In the end, I had to grind it for 500 years to get it to this state. Qin Batian said. Senior, do you mean that there's more of this meteorite rock? Jiang Qin was delighted. There should be more. Mount Formless isn't just a mountain in the 100,000 Mountains. It's also a terrifying sinkhole. Underneath the sinkhole is the truly terrifying place. It's a purgatory formed thousands of years ago. It's been there since my father's era. The bottom of the sinkhole is boundless and this meteorite rock was found there. I also saw a large piece but I couldn't touch it. I could only dive down to 10 miles below the sinkhole and I couldn't go any deeper. If no one is looking for the meteorite rock it should still be here. Qin Batian said. Big hole. Meteorite rock. Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. It seemed that he had to go there. For this meteorite rock it was really worth the risk. Oh thank you. Senior, just tell me where it is and I'll look for it myself. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. The heavenly dragon sword had to be rebuilt. It was the most important part of his life and it was also his brother. The broken heavenly dragon sword was like a brother who was seriously injured. I'll go with you, Qin Batian said. Your injury has just healed and your strength is not stable yet. It's better for me to go by myself. Jiang Chen said. I'll take you there. Brother Jiang Chen, I know where the sinkhole is. Qin Lu said with a smile. Well, if you go, can you do it? Qin Batian frowned and was a little worried. Don't worry, senior. If it's really impossible, I won't take the risk. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring your daughter back safely. Jiang Chen said. I don't mean that. Little friend Jiang Chen, you worry too much. I'm just afraid that you'll return empty-handed. Qin Batian sighed. Chapter 5075. After bidding farewell to Qin Batian, Jiang Chen, Luo Ying and Qin Lu headed straight for the 100,000 Mountains. The 100,000 Mountains was just a general name because the mountains here were endless and unfathomable. It wasn't just 100,000 miles. Within the mountains it was vast and boundless. Mountains were connected to mountains, trees were connected to trees. There was no way to see far. Sometimes the mountains rose and fell and sometimes waterfalls flowed. In short, in the 100,000 mountains, you could find the most magnificent natural force. The mountains were tens of thousands of feet tall, and the trees were thousands of meters tall. Walking in the mountains, there were places where there was no distinction between day and night. It was all covered by ancient trees that were tens of millions of years old. There are many beasts in the 100,000 mountains and they are all very powerful. Some even travel in groups of 3 to 5. Star-level beasts are as numerous as the hairs on a cow. We should be careful. Even 5th or 6th level star-level beasts are common. Although there are almost no 7th or 8th level star-level beasts in the outskirts, if we encounter a group of 5th or 6th level star-level beasts, it will be very difficult. Qin Lu said with a serious expression. The three carefully walked across the 100,000 mountains. This journey lasted for 7 days. It wasn't easy to fly across the entire 100,000 mountain range. Even in the sky, there might be endless gales and torrential rain. Once the demonic beasts in the 100,000 mountain range were angered and their territory was invaded, the consequences would be very serious. About a few dozen miles ahead, we are almost at Formless Mountain. Formless Mountain is closely connected to the Sky Pit, so it is quite famous. In the entire western border, most people know of the existence of Formless Mountain and the Sky Pit, but not many dare to come here. Around Formless Mountain there is a natural miasma. Many star-level warriors have fallen here. In the depths of Formless Mountain there is the Sky Pit. Just how big is the Sky Pit? No one knows how deep it is. Even I don't know. Moreover, he is very secretive about this sinkhole and has never appeared before. My father came to the sinkhole before and was reprimanded by him. Qin Lu explained to Jiang Chen. Seems like this Sky Pit isn't a good place. Even with your grandfather's strength, this place is so respectful. We really have to be careful. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile. However, no matter how dangerous it was, she would definitely accompany Jiang Chen because she knew how important the Heavenly Dragon Sword was to Jiang Chen. Recasting the Heavenly Dragon Sword meant a lot to Jiang Chen and no one could stop Jiang Chen. When we reach the sinkhole, you should go back first. Qin Lu, don't let your father worry about you. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen said. How can we do that? Big brother Jiang Chen, you can't be thinking of chasing me away, right? I know I'm not as strong as Sister Luo Ying, but I'm still a star level 6. I can at least protect myself. I want to go down with you. Qin Lu wasn't afraid of the Sky Pit at all. She didn't even care about her grandfather's warning. She just wanted to follow big brother Jiang Chen to explore the Sky Pit. Even your father said that the Sky Pit is very dangerous. It's better if you don't go with me. Otherwise, if something happens and I can't protect you, how am I going to explain to your father? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Big brother Jiang Chen, I'm not a kid anymore. My father can't control me. I have to go with you. Qin Lu bit her lips and looked determined. Since she's so insistent, then let's go together. You just have to suffer a little. Luo Ying said with a smile. She was holding Qin Lu's arm. Both of them seemed to be very close. Even Jiang Qin had no idea what had happened when he was treating Qin Batian. All right then. Since his insistence was futile, Jiang Qin had no choice but to bring the two of them along. In truth, Jiang Qin didn't even want to bring Luo Ying, but she wouldn't agree even if he tried to stop her. Moreover, if he came with Qin Lu, Luo Ying would most likely kick over all the vinegar jars in the Qin clan. At noon, Jiang Qin and the others finally arrived at Mount Formless. The poisonous miasma around Mount Formless was a 10-mile radius that needed to be dispelled with Genesis Qi to form a protective golden bell. Otherwise, even a star-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand the miasma. However, Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation was set up in all directions, and no miasma could penetrate it. In an ancient mountain range overgrown with weeds, the vegetation was colorful, and the more this was so, the more poisonous the miasma was. After the three passed through the miasma, Qin Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seems that big brother Jiang Qin really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. The miasma couldn't enter their bodies at all. After the miasma passed, there was a landslide in front of them. The slope was very long and extended down for hundreds of meters. Moreover, everything within a 10-mile radius was the same. The more they wanted to go down, the more they couldn't see anything. In this place it was the same in all directions, forming a huge pit. This was the so-called sky pit. We're here, big brother Jiang Qin. This is the so-called sky pit. My father found the meteorite rock here. I hope we can return with a fruitful harvest this time, Qin Lu vowed. Qin Lu vowed solemnly. She was filled with anticipation for this place. The mysterious and unfathomable heavenly pit was something she had always wanted to explore. She was even more confident after following big brother Jiang Qin this time. Her father wasn't clear about big brother Jiang Qin's strength, but she was very clear about it. Even 4-star level 7 experts weren't his match. This kind of person was the scariest. He hid his strength well. If they wanted to defeat big brother Jiang Qin, they would need a star level 8 expert to make a move. Only then would it be possible. Jiang Qin looked around. This place was indeed very big. He couldn't see the end with a glance. This deep and bottomless black pit, no one knew what was hidden in it. At least, even the star level 9 Qin family's leader, Qin Lu's grandfather, was very afraid of this place. Jiang Qin had to be even more careful. However, he had to get the meteorite rock. With the meteorite rock, he would be able to reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. This was his only chance. Jiang Qin definitely wouldn't miss it. Slashing at the edge of the sky pit, Jiang Qin felt that there seemed to be an indistinguishable dragon roar and tiger roar coming from the bottom of the sky pit. It also sounded like the raging roar of a storm. In short, it was an extremely unsettling sound that kept echoing in his ears. Moreover, the thing that made Jiang Qin depressed was that even his natal astral soul was unable to detect what kind of existence was in the sky cavern. This made Jiang Qin even more excited. Meteorite rock, here I come. Chapter 5076. Let's go down. You be extra careful. Jiang Qin glanced at Luo Ying and Qin Lu as he said in a low voice. The three of them began to slowly dive down towards the bottom of the sinkhole. There was no vegetation around the sinkhole. It was pitch black like coal. Ravines were scattered in the middle like quicksand pouring into the sinkhole. However, with the naked eye, they couldn't see the situation underground for a few hundred meters. Even Jiang Qin and the others could only see about 3 kilometers down. The rest was pitch black. Darkness was terrifying to anyone because they could feel the presence of death in the darkness. Jiang Qin threw a fireball into the sinkhole. The fireball kept falling, but the light of the fireball was gradually devoured by the darkness. They still couldn't see the edge or the bottom. The three of them were very careful and didn't dare to be careless. Even Jiang Qin was the same. Qin Lu's father had said that even a star level 8 expert like him didn't dare to look for the meteorite rock directly. They had to be even more careful about the sinkhole. I've heard the older generation say that there is a Gu Tianma imprisoned in the sinkhole. In the entire Tianqin star, no one dares to go underground. Once the sky demon is awakened, there will be a merciless massacre. Those who fall into the sinkhole won't survive. Qin Lu said in a low voice. However, at this moment, the deeper she dived, the more nervous and excited she became. She was even filled with curiosity. No matter who it was, they would always be filled with desire towards the unknown. Qinlu was no exception, even though this place was extremely dangerous and mysterious. Her grandfather had once reprimanded her father. Her father's biggest regret was that he couldn't enter the sinkhole and explore it. However, today she could finally fulfill her father's wish and take a good look at this place. This had always been her dream. Gu Tianma, Jiang Qin frowned and murmured. No matter what was down there, he had to find the meteorite rock. Even the Heavenly King couldn't do it. No matter what, it's best to be careful. Luo Ying nodded. The three of them followed the walls of the sky pit and went down. The fireball in Jiang Chen's hand could only illuminate 100 meters. It was surrounded by layers of black stalactites. When Jiang Chen and the others dived down for tens of thousands of meters, they finally felt a chill. That chill came from the depths of his heart. The surrounding temperature was only around -50 degrees Celsius, which was not fatal at all. But to Jiang Chen, this chill had a profound meaning because it seemed to have been purposely emitted by someone. Suddenly, Jiang Chen focused his eyes and saw a meteorite rock the size of 3 fists. Over there. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He flew over and grabbed the meteorite rock tightly. He couldn't hide the excitement in his heart. Although this meteorite rock was not enough to refine the Sky Dragon Sword, it was a good start for Jiang Chen. According to Qinlu's father, if they continued to go down, they would definitely find the meteorite rock. As for why the meteorite rock appeared here, Jiang Chen had no idea. I seem to feel a chill that is quietly approaching us. Qinlu looked around. The darkness was boundless, but now that Brother Jiang Chen was here, she felt quite at ease. This should be the meteorite rock that my father mentioned. Brother Jiang Chen, should we continue to look down? I'm a little scared. Qinlu said in a low voice. I told you not to come, but you insisted. You should go back. I will go down with Luo Ying. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. It's okay, I can do it. Qinlu said while gritting her teeth. Sister Luo Ying could do it, she could definitely do it too. This was her territory. She would definitely protect her. You sigh. Jiang Chen shook his head. He also saw the determination in Qinlu's eyes. Let's continue walking. Just be a little more careful. However, this meteorite rock is indeed extremely precious. If we can find a few more of them, it would be a great fortune. The treasures in this sky cavern can only be found by luck. Luo Ying said. Jiang Chen also had the same intention. If he missed this village, he might not have this shop again. The surrounding black rock walls seemed to be washed by the rain. Still felt like there were thousands of ravines. However, immediately after, Jiang Chen felt a great pressure because the meteorite rock in his hand seemed to have become very heavy. It was extraordinarily abnormal, as if it weighed thousands of kilograms. The surrounding space seems to be changing. Jiang Chen had an ominous premonition. The black area underground became more and more humid and cold. A chill came from his heart. Moreover, the meteorite rock in his hand already made him feel like he couldn't hold it anymore. I feel like there are countless eyes staring at me. Luo Ying looked around, but she couldn't see anything. However, she had a premonition in her heart and she was very nervous. Heavenly flame prairie fire. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He moved his palm and 100 zhang long flame instantly lit up the 4 walls of the sinkhole. At this moment, ear-piercing screams resounded throughout the whole sinkhole. Squeak, 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 squeak. Sure enough, the black rock wall that was originally like a ravine began to fall, and countless eyes appeared in the surroundings. So many eyes. Qinlu had a creepy feeling because all the eyes were staring at them. They were filled with a bloodthirsty feeling. What is this thing? Luo Ying frowned, her face gloomy. This kind of densely packed thing was very unfriendly to women. Both Luo Ying and Qinlu were disgusted. It's a bat. Jiang Chen's voice was solemn. There were many bats, probably tens of thousands of them. Moreover, they were all very big, about the size of a fierce tiger. They were all hanging on the rock wall. Jiang Chen's fire had awakened them. All the bats were staring at them, full of anger and malevolence. I know, it's the soaring blood bats. I saw them in the 100,000 mountain range. I didn't expect this to be their nest. Qinlu's pupils constricted as she murmured. She couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. These soaring blood bats are very terrifying and very cunning. They are all demonic beasts that live in groups, and their strength cannot be underestimated. Each soaring blood bat has the battle strength of a stellar level. Although they can't dominate the 100,000 mountain range, If they were to face so many soaring blood bats, even my grandfather would have to avoid them. What should we do now? Retreat? Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen. Do you think we can make it in time? They are already staring at us. Jiang Chen murmured. Chapter 5077. Be careful. These flying blood bats can suck human blood and their feces are poisonous. Qin Lu said in a low voice. Her face darkened as she rapidly retreated. However, the overwhelming number of flying blood bats had already blotted out the sky above their heads. Not a single ray of light could be seen. In the darkness, pairs of blazing eyes flickered with a frightening eerie light. There were tens of thousands of soaring blood bats. Qin Lu's heart was filled with despair. It seemed like her grandfather was right. This place was simply hell on earth. No wonder her father had been scolded by her grandfather when he had come here and was lucky enough to return. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he stared at the surroundings. However, even he could not maintain his usual calm in the face of tens of thousands of flying blood bats. These guys were charging forward wave after wave without any fear of death. There were tens of thousands of them, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that there were hundreds of thousands of them. It was simply impossible to count. Such a huge swarm of flying blood bats had practically crushed all their escape routes. There were no exits in all directions. Escaping was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I feel that my vision and hearing have become numb. There are too many of them. I can't hold on much longer. Qin Lu brandished her sword and frantically slashed out. Rays of sword light shot out in all directions. However, those soaring blood bats didn't seem to fear death at all. Furthermore, when she slashed at them, they didn't die at all. On the other hand, her sword was already full of cracks. Luo Ying's situation was not much better than Qin Lu's. She was already in a very difficult situation. Although she had killed many of the flying blood bats, there was no way for her to retaliate. All she could do was struggle to cope with them. The flying blood bats' bodies were too hard, as if they were made of diamond. Most importantly, the poisonous gas emitted from their feces had already made their situation worrisome. The Genesis chi in their bodies seemed to be greatly restricted, making it impossible for them to display their peak power. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Compared to Luo Ying and Qin Lu, his situation wasn't that bad. His heavenly dragon sword was still very powerful and terrifying. Even though it was damaged, it wasn't a problem for it to chop this group of soaring blood bats into pieces. However, Jiang Chen was not made of steel. Although the Genesis chi in his body was continuously pouring out, the heavenly dragon sword had also been greatly worn out. After killing over 1,000 soaring blood bats, the blade of the heavenly dragon sword had begun to become a little warped. The toughness of their bodies made Jiang Chen speechless. Such a tough body was almost comparable to the heavenly dragon sword. These soaring blood bats were not easy to deal with. 5 elemental trigram fire array. Jiang Chen activated the formation and protected the 3 of them within it. The surrounding poisonous gas slowly dissipated, and the pressure the 3 of them had to face from the soaring blood bats had lessened. But even so, it was still hard for them to imagine how long it would take for them to kill so many soaring blood bats. Time passed minute by minute. Jiang Chen felt extremely depressed. He had already killed no less than 10,000 soaring blood bats, and the heavenly dragon sword was full of cracks. He could still hold on, but Qin Lu and Luo Ying couldn't. If this continued, they would most likely be exhausted to death. The number of soaring blood bats was unimaginable. Gradually, Jiang Chen lost his initial patience because there was no end to them. He didn't know where the end was. Luo Ying and Qin Lu were almost exhausted. Black King, bring the demonic beast army and fight with me. Jiang Chen roared. Although there were many soaring blood bats, he was not to be trifled with. Under the leadership of the Black King, countless demonic beasts flew out from the Buddha prison pagoda like wild horses. There were more than 3,000 of them. The weakest was at the 2nd heaven of the star realm, and the strongest was at the 5th heaven of the star realm. Such a force shocked Qin Lu and her scalp went numb. Isn't this a little too much? Qin Lu didn't dare to imagine that brother Jiang Chen had such a trick up his sleeve. Wasn't it better now? Roar, roar. Thousands of demonic beasts were fighting the soaring blood bats in the crater. It was like a group of demons dancing in a frenzy. The Black King wielded the divine spear. He was like a deity that had descended to the mortal world. He wasn't any weaker than Jiang Chen. He followed beside Jiang Chen and killed the soaring blood bats. The terrifying demonic beasts had been suppressed in the Buddha prison pagoda for a long time. Now that they were released, they had boundless power and continuously attacked the countless soaring blood bats. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Your brother Jiangqin isn't someone to be trifled with. Luo Ying's beautiful eyes flickered with pride. Although they were in a difficult situation, as long as Jiangqin didn't retreat, it meant that he still had a chance of survival. Qinlu nodded. Her admiration for brother Jiangqin was obvious. Brother Jiangqin's strength was not bad even among them. There would definitely be a place for him on the Tianqian planet. In the Battle of the Crater, Jiangqin led thousands of demonic beasts in a life-and-death battle. Completely shocked Qinlu. Brother Jiangqin seemed to be omnipotent. The soaring blood bats seemed to be stimulated. The more they were killed, the more blood stimulated every beast. Whether it was the soaring blood bats or the army of demonic beasts behind Jiangqin, they were all bloodthirsty. Every beast had followed the Black King's master Long Fu. They had slaughtered countless tyrants and survived in the Buddha prison palace for many years. They were not ordinary demonic beasts. Jiangqin was almost evenly matched with the soaring blood bats. After a long time, his heavenly dragon sword had countless cracks. However, the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was still extremely fierce. In the sword soul there were hundreds of dragon roars. It was as if a dragon's might covered the sky and the sun. With the sword soul, the heavenly dragon sword was peerless. 31st Sword. The limitless sword was undefeated in hundreds of battles. Even after killing 30,000 enemies, Jiangqin still did not frown. At this moment, the entire crater seemed to be filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls. The echoes of screams filled the sky. I want to see how many soaring blood bats you have. Jiangqin frowned. His sword chi did not decrease at all. The army of demonic beasts was ferocious. 3,000 demonic beasts were equivalent to tens of thousands of soaring blood bats. The intensity of the battle made Qinlu and Luo Ying's blood boil. In this battle, Jiangqin was like an unparalleled divine king. It shocked Qinlu greatly. Even though Luo Ying had some understanding of Jiangqin's strength, she could not help but be shocked. His fighting spirit was above the clouds. No one could stop him. With a sword, a mouth full of blood, and a body full of iron courage, he was invincible. More and more soaring blood bats gradually fell. Their blood almost filled the crater. However, in the bottomless crater, the roars of dragons and tigers once again made Jiangqin's heart heavy. Chapter 5078. 5 Elemental Divine Fire. Scatter. Jiangqin looked straight ahead. The divine fire in his hand shot out in all directions. Countless soaring vampire bats were ignited by Jiangqin's 5 Elemental Divine Fire. The divine fire spread out, connecting the soaring vampire bats with the flames. It was like a sea of fire. Countless screams could be heard. Jiangqin kept activating the 5 Elemental Divine Fire, but it consumed a lot of his energy. The flames kept fusing together. The flying blood bats turned into flaming shadows and fell down from the sky, illuminating the sinkhole and making it brightly lit. What terrifying flames! Qinlu couldn't help but click her tongue. Big brother Jiangqin's combat strength was just too strong. Countless soaring blood bats couldn't even put up a fight against him. Be it the demonic beast army or the 5 Elemental Divine Fire, they had killed more than 100,000 soaring vampire bats. At this time, the number of soaring vampire bats seemed to be decreasing. There was no longer a swarm of them in front of them. Kill. The Black King's divine spear swept across the land. The demonic beast army was even more domineering. Facing these soaring vampire bats, their battle blood was completely ignited. The intensity of the battle was unimaginable. Qinlu was still in a state of shock. Brother Jiangqin's battle prowess had impressed her. If it had been her father, he might not have been able to break through this place either. There was no need to explain one's valiant life. Squeak, squeak, squeak. An ear-piercing sound was heard by everyone. Currently, Jiangqin had almost killed 100,000 soaring blood bats. The number of bats in front of him was getting lesser and lesser. They couldn't form any kind of formation. Fiery shadows fell into the abyss one after another. However, even after the flames disappeared, Jiangqin still couldn't see what was happening in the abyss. It was bottomless and unfathomable. However, the squeak was getting closer and closer. Jiangqin frowned. This sound was like a roar coming from the abyss. It was hysterical and made people's scalps go numb. It was a tremor that came from the depths of their souls. No one could remain indifferent. "It's coming," Jiang Chen murmured. "What's coming?" Luo Ying and Qin Lu were slightly shaken, their faces filled with astonishment. "The leader of the soaring vampire bats, the real Bat King," Jiang Chen said with a calm expression as he waited quietly. The remaining thousands of flying blood bats were all struck down by the Black King's spear. The bloodthirsty and furious demonic beast army was showing off their strength. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The voice was heard once again. However, what followed this voice was a terrifying demon beast with a wingspan of 10 zhang. It completely blocked Jiang Chen's sight and flew up from the bottom of the crater, landing on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen let out a muffled groan. He pulled out his sword and forcefully slashed at the flying blood bat's body, but it was useless. The flying blood bat's speed was just too fast. Even with the ascending stairs to heaven, Jiang Chen was barely able to dodge the bat's second attack. However, the surrounding rock walls were smashed into pieces and shattered into pieces. Countless rocks kept falling down, but it didn't cause any ripples on the ground. A few of Jiang Chen's ribs were broken. This flying Bat King was too terrifying. Its strength was not any weaker than an 8th heavenly layer star realm expert. "Big brother Jiang Chen, be careful." Qin Lu frowned. She was extremely worried. Her heart was already tightly clenched. Luo Ying was no exception. Their injuries were more serious and they had consumed too much energy. They could not fight anymore. Even if they ate Jiang Chen's elixir, they would not be able to help Jiang Chen to capture the flying vampire king in a short period of time. Jiang Chen was continuously knocked away. The flying vampire king's wings were as sharp as a sword. Every time it hit Jiang Chen's body, it would leave a faint blood stain. If it was not for the combination of the star's tyrannical body and the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen would have been defeated. His body was as hard as a rock. Even the heavenly dragon sword might not be able to hurt him. This was where Jiang Chen's confidence came from. That was why he dared to confront this peerless beast head-on. "To be able to fight hand-to-hand with me, your strength is indeed abnormal. You killed 100,000 of my descendants. You will definitely die." The flying vampire king's voice was incomparably deep. His hoarse voice was filled with endless anger. 100,000 flying vampire bats were completely annihilated by Jiang Chen. Even the flying vampire king found it hard to accept such an outcome. He thought that his cultivation would improve after dreaming for 3,000 years. However, he did not expect that when he woke up, all of his descendants had fallen down and turned into ashes. "Your body is indeed strong. Flying vampire bat, I want to see how strong your body is." Jiang Chen's eyes were shining brightly. He really wanted to compete with this flying vampire king. He was so strong because of the combination of the astral pole and the dragon transformation. However, why was this flying vampire king so strong? Jiang Chen saw that the flying vampire king's eyes were extremely bright like the stars. This was not something that ordinary demonic beasts could compare with. Could it be that the initial brightness was because of the geological problem? The meteorite rock was comparable to a divine weapon. Even the heavenly dragon sword might not be able to cut it. That was why Jiang Chen was so excited. He wanted to obtain these meteorite rocks and melt them to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. This was Jiang Chen's biggest dream. "My body isn't something you can imagine. I've almost eaten all the meteorite rocks here. It's impossible for you to defeat me. I am an immortal existence. You can't kill me." The flying vampire king laughed wildly. He was extremely arrogant. At this time, Qin Lu's expression changed. What? The meteorite rock was eaten by him? This was completely unimaginable. These soaring blood bats actually consumed the meteorite rock as food. This completely overturned their understanding of the world. No wonder the flying vampire bat's body was so hard and overbearing. It turned out that the meteorite rocks had changed their physique and made them as hard as a rock. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. The meteorite rock was actually eaten by him. This flying bat king seemed to be what he was looking for. If he could smelt his body, he would be able to extract the essence and get rid of the impurities to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. This is getting more and more interesting. It seems that if I don't kill you today, I will have come here in vain. He laughed and said without any fear. On the contrary, he was full of excitement. Chapter 50-79. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. Jiang Qin kept his heavenly dragon sword and fought the Flying Bat King with his bare fists. The Flying Bat King's body was indestructible. Jiang Qin was very clear about this. Moreover, he was at a disadvantage when they fought previously. It was hard to imagine how strong this guy was. Most importantly, his strength had already reached the 8th heaven of the star level. Whether it was his body or strength, he was far stronger than Jiang Qin. This battle was a narrow escape for Jiang Qin. If he could kill the Flying Bat King and refine him, it would be enough for him to reforge the heavenly dragon sword. Master, we will live and die with you. The Black King stood beside Jiang Qin and was ready to die. No need. You guys are not his match. There is no need to sacrifice yourselves. I alone am enough for this battle. Jiang Qin said faintly. He alone was enough for this battle. Any more and he would only become a dead soul under the Flying Bat King. This guy was too strong. Ordinary demonic beasts would probably be crushed to death by him. Even the Black King might not be able to take 3 moves from him. If not for his dragon transformation, Jiang Qin would not dare to fight the Flying Bat King head-on. At this moment he had no way out. He had to fight with his life on the line. The fighter is a hero. After killing this Flying Bat King, he would have the heavenly dragon sword. Luo Ying and Qin Lu clenched their fists tightly and stared at Jiang Qin. This battle was not a joke. If they lost, all of them might die here. You guys go first. Leave the rest to me. Don't be a burden to me. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Luo Ying was shocked. Jiang Qin said so. It meant that he was not 100% sure that he could defeat the opponent. The pressure brought by the Flying Bat King was too great. The main thing was that he did not have any weakness. This was the most terrifying part. Jiang Qin was ready to fight to the death with him. Therefore he must eliminate all worries. No, I have to stay here with you. Luo Ying said in a low voice. The more it was like this, the more worried she was about Jiang Qin's safety. Jiang Qin was not a god and there were things that he could not handle. Black King. Do it, take them both away. Jiang Qin's voice was solemn. There was no doubt. All right. The Black King led the demonic beast legion and retreated step by step. At this time Luo Ying and Qin Lu were also surrounded and had no choice. If the Black King wanted to restrain them, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. The 2 of you, Master has given orders. Please excuse us. The Black King gritted his teeth. He didn't dare to disobey Jiang Qin's arrangements. Something happened to his master, they would definitely die. However, if he didn't listen to his master, he wouldn't have a choice. Jiang Qin, you bastard. Luo Ying's eyes were blurred with tears. She roared angrily, but Jiang Qin's figure was already getting further and further away from her eyes. The Black King followed his master's orders and took the 2 away. Now only Jiang Qin and the Flying Bat King were left in the giant crater. The life and death battle between the 2 was about to begin. Jiang Qin kept attacking and punching the Flying Bat King with all his might. He wanted to block the Flying Bat King's path of attack. The Flying Bat King was also very smart. He knew that Jiang Qin wanted to take his people out of here and fight him to the death. His children and grandchildren were already dead. This guy must not be let off easily. You want to run? No way. The Flying Bat King flapped his wings and rose into the air. Raging winds roared and the surrounding stone walls tumbled down. Jiang Qin directly used the ancient soaring dragon technique, causing his strength to continuously rise. Every punch landed on flesh. Jiang Qin repeatedly punched the Flying Bat King's body, but the Flying Bat King's defensive power was too astonishing. Even hundreds of punches and thousands of falling clouds seemed to be nothing more than tickles to the Flying Bat King. It is impossible for you to defeat me. You will only become a delicacy for me. The Flying Bat King bared his fangs and his claws were as sharp as diamond. They slashed through the air, stirring up a series of sonic booms that made one's hair stand on end. Jiang Qin was as unmoving as a mountain. Facing the Flying Bat King's attack, 2 figures, one large and one small, collided like 2 planets, causing sparks to fly. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. Jiang Qin's finger technique was like a mountain. Genesis Chi surged out, shaking the earth and mountains. 1 sun finger. Double dragon finger. 3-fold finger. 4-directional finger. 4 fingers shot out in succession. Each finger contained an incomparably terrifying pressure that crushed downwards. Scar after scar appeared on the Flying Bat King's body. However, even the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was unable to penetrate the Flying Bat King's defense. The battle between the two had escalated once again. Ayo ayo ayo. The Flying Bat King let out a shrill howl. Its sharp claws tightly clamped onto Zhou Xian. At this moment, Zhou Xian was firmly locked in place, unable to advance or retreat. Die. You can't withstand my attack. I am the only existence in this pit, huh? The Flying Bat King was incomparably arrogant. Its sharp claws tightly clenched together, and a series of explosive noises rang out from Zhou Xian's body. Unparalleled dragon transformation. Zhou Xian roared. His body, which was as tough as a mountain, was similarly indestructible. It was like a collision between a spear and a shield. Astral pole, exploding heavenly stars. Zhou Xian's figure was like a rainbow. With a roar of fury, the power of the stars in his body instantly burst out. The endless power shook the Flying Bat King's mind. The Flying Bat King was unable to withstand the power of the stars, and was directly sent flying by Zhou Xian. Damn it! The Flying Bat King's cry was incomparably cold, and it was burning with anger. However, its body was too hard. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have long been torn to pieces by Zhou Xian's exploding heavenly stars. However, it was still intact. The reason was naturally because it had eaten the meteorite rock. If it wasn't for the power of the stars in the meteorite rock, which strengthened the Flying Bat King's body, and the special characteristics of the meteorite rock, which made it so tyrannical, how could a mere Flying Bat King have such great power? Zhou Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was like a knife staring at the Flying Bat King. The battle between the two had once again escalated. Whether it was Zhou Xian or the Flying Bat King, both of them deeply felt the terror of the other. It was not as easy as they had imagined to determine the winner between the two. Zhou Xian clenched his fists and his methods were frequent. He was almost going tit for tat with the Flying Bat King. His small body was not worth mentioning in front of the Flying Bat King, but the power that erupted from Zhou Xian was shocking. The Flying Bat King flapped its wings and constantly collided with Zhou Xian. The Flying Bat King's tyrant body and the dragon transformation were almost evenly matched. Chapter 50-80. Zhou Xian loved to fight hand-to-hand. Moreover, his body had been strengthened many times and was now indestructible. Even if he was compared to the Flying Bat King, it was still difficult to distinguish who was stronger and who was weaker. The terrifying fists continued to smash down. The Flying Bat King was also very cautious. The exchange between the two of them seemed to be casual. However, every time they exchanged blows, there would be an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. The surrounding stone walls were constantly shaken and countless mountain rocks fell into the crater. Every time he attacked, Zhou Xian had the determination to face death with equanimity. Only in this way he could exert his strongest combat power. Only by killing this Flying Bat King he could reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. Starlight enter the body. 100-star refinement. Exploding heavenly star. Zhou Xian kept smashing his fists. The power of the stars constantly poured into his body. The stars were shining brightly. As the brilliance circulated, it was like a golden god of war, accompanied by blue light, constantly lingering around Zhou Xian. His momentum was vigorous and his combat power was shocking. Chi. Zhou Xian's body was like a divine weapon, crushing the heavens and the earth, and all living things were silent. The Flying Bat King's sharp claws tore and clashed with Zhou Xian again and again, and separated again and again. Zhou Xian's strength had now reached the 8th heaven of the star level. He was strong and not weak. He was on par with the Flying Bat King. The blessing of the astral pole was Zhou Xian's biggest reliance. Now that his body was constantly getting stronger, it was the best proof. The Flying Bat King was even more shocked. He could not imagine how a human body could reach such a terrifying strength. Whether it was the reaping wing or the tearing claw, it could not shake Zhou Xian at all. Therefore for a while the two of them could not do anything to each other. The sparks from the collision were the most intense. Let's see how long you can last. I will exhaust you to death even if I have to. The Flying Bat King said while gritting his teeth. He flew west and swooped down. His sharp claws cut through the air, even the space seemed to become distorted at this moment. Then you have found the right opponent. I will accompany you to the end. Zhou Xian's eyes were cold. He stepped on the sky-ascending stairs and completely dodged the flying Bat King's attack. In the next moment he took out the heavenly dragon sword. Dozens of divine swords flew up to the sky. The Azura sword formation was once again set up by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin dashed left and right, continuously setting up a sword formation. With the heavily damaged heavenly dragon sword as the lead and the 36 divine swords as the support, they set up an inescapable net in the heavenly crater. As soon as the formation was completed, countless sword shadows swept across the heavens and earth, continuously shooting towards the flying Bat King. The flying Bat King let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. Facing the endless sword shadows, it flew around recklessly, breaking through the sword lights that blotted out the sky and earth as it charged towards Jiang Qin. Heaven's roar. The flying Bat King breathed in and out, causing mist to rise and light pillars to shoot up to the sky. They intertwined with Jiang Qin's sword formation, destroying countless sword lights. His body was indestructible. When the sword lights hit his body, they could only leave faint marks on his body. The foundation of the flying Bat King was not harmed at all. Jiang Qin was also very shocked. There was no way out now, he must fight to the death. The Azura sword formation had never failed, but this time it was completely defeated. Although Jiang Qin was not defeated yet, the Azura sword formation could not break the defense of the flying Bat King. This meant that the purpose of the sword formation was not as good as before. The power of the heavenly dragon sword could not cut down the flying Bat King. Jiang Qin really could not do anything to him. However, facing the endless peerless sword lights, although the flying Bat King was not afraid, it was not to the point of being unconcerned. He was also careful with every step. Once his weakness was hit, he might be seriously injured. However, Jiang Qin knew that the Azura sword formation could only trap him temporarily. It was impossible to kill the flying Bat King. It's time to use the divine will technique. Jiang Qin's eyes were as cold as ice and his expression was solemn. After calming himself down, he started expanding his natal souls. He had already mastered the first level of the divine sense skill, and although he hadn't completely mastered it yet, it was still very powerful. The divine will technique had a total of 4 levels. The first level was heaven with a thought, the second level was hell with a thought, the third level was reincarnation with a thought, and the fourth level was immortality with a thought. This was the peerless inheritance of the Emperor of the Cosmos. It was definitely a real killer move. However, because the divine will technique was too powerful, even if he had broken through the natal spirit, Jiang Qin still did not dare to try it. It could only be considered as a small success. However, he had no choice now. He could not break the defense of the flying Bat King, so he could only find another way. If he could use the divine will technique to defeat him, then it could be considered as saving the country in a roundabout way. With this thought in mind, move your divine will, heaven with a thought. Jiang Qin's eyes were calm and his mind was incomparably calm. The power of the natal spirit was released in an instant, and in an instant, it covered the sky and rushed towards the flying Bat King. The power of the divine will technique was unstoppable, and it was filled with endless spiritual pressure. Almost in an instant, the flying Bat King let out a blood-curdling scream. Obviously, his soul was completely unable to withstand the soul pressure brought by the divine will technique. The soul was even more cruel than the body. The soul pressure made the flying Bat King lose his initiative in an instant, and he was on the verge of collapsing. The power in his body was instantly dispersed and his soul was attacked. That kind of piercing pain made the flying Bat King's scalp numb. His face was incomparably ferocious and he opened his bloody mouth, howling to the sky. Awoo, 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 awoo. The flying Bat King did not expect Jiang Qin to have such a despicable method. With a move of the divine will technique, heaven with a thought, it was as if the entire heavenly pit had become silent. That kind of terrifying soul-tearing feeling made the flying Bat King completely lose his combat strength. 10,000 swords returned to origin, kill for me. Jiang Qin roared and once again activated the Azura sword formation. He gathered all the strength he had in his life and it was unstoppable. Countless sword shadows, like a sky full of icy rain, shot down. This time the flying Bat King, who had completely lost his offensive strength, had his eyes pierced and even his throat was pierced. All the weak points on his body were pierced. Jiang Qin used all his strength and fought with all his might, shocking the heavens and earth and making the gods and ghosts weep. The terror of the divine will technique made Jiang Qin smack his lips. but his soul force was also completely drained. That kind of tearing feeling caused his head to split open, and he felt as if his head was about to split open. But because of this, the might of the divine will technique was something that Jiang Chen could not underestimate, and his heart was filled with raging waves. Chapter 50-81. Who Jiang Chen kept panting, his face was extremely grim. Looking at the huge beast that had lost all signs of life, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After such a long battle and taking down the flying Bat King, he was already exhausted. He looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. If the flying Bat King could hold on any longer, he might be the one who lost. However, Jiang Chen's soul had also suffered a certain degree of damage. This divine will art was too powerful. Jiang Chen had to forcefully use it to barely kill the flying Bat King. One should know that the toughness of this fellow's body was not any weaker than the heavenly dragon sword. It was because it had eaten too many meteorite rocks that it became so terrifying. This was something that Jiang Chen deeply agreed with. His own astral pole and dragon transformation almost could not withstand the flying Bat King's insane attack. In the end, he relied on the soul attack to save the country and counterattack. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with emotions. Although this flying Bat King was a star level 8, with such body strength and power, coupled with the fact that he was in his own territory, even a star level 9 would not be able to escape from his clutches. Whether it was the hundreds of thousands of flying blood bats or his own shocking combat power, they had become the unique existence in the sky pit. Unrivaled and invincible. This battle was also a narrow escape, but he saw hope. At least he did not get injured for nothing. Outside the sky pit, Luo Ying and Qin Lu were filled with worry. They did not know what Jiang Chen's current situation was. Both of them were blocked by the Black King. Their faces were filled with anger, but the Black King could not do anything. The master's words were like an imperial edict. He had to obey without any hesitation. I wonder what Brother Jiang Chen's situation is now. Qin Lu's face was filled with worry. But there was nothing she could do no matter how anxious she was. The flying Bat King that Big Brother Jiang Chen was fighting was an 8th heavenly layer star realm existence. It was indestructible and indestructible. Even her father would be defeated by such a demonic beast. However, Brother Jiang Chen resolutely sent them back for their safety. Brother Jiang Chen did not have any confidence at all. If he was confident, why would he let the Black King send them back? Luo Ying did not say a word. She was worried about Jiang Chen. If something happened to Jiang Chen, what would she do? Jiang Chen asked them to leave because he was prepared to fight to the death. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Qin Lu might not know, but Luo Ying was very clear that Jiang Chen had never been in such a situation before. Everything seemed to be within his expectations. But now he had completely lost confidence and could not guarantee their safety. This was the first time. His decision was to prepare for a rainy day and think of all the disadvantages. Sister Luo Ying, Brother Jiang Chen, Qin Lu looked at Luo Ying. She was no less worried than Luo Ying. At this time, Luo Ying could not be bothered to be jealous. Jiang Chen's safety was what they were most concerned about. Now it all depends on his luck. Luo Ying murmured. As long as I am alive, it means that master is fine. At least for now he is safe. The Black King glanced at the two. Qin Lu and Luo Ying's pupils shrank. At this moment they heaved a sigh of relief. Your life is linked to Brother Jiang Chen's. Can you sense him? Qin Lu asked anxiously. No. The Black King shook his head. Although my life is linked to master's, I still can't sense his existence. I can only determine whether he is alive or not. In that case it's good. At least it means that Jiang Chen's life is not in danger. Luo Ying heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the terrifying sinkhole. Jiang Chen, you must come back alive. You must. I believe that Brother Jiang Chen will be fine. He will be blessed by heaven. Qin Lu smiled. The smile in her eyes was incomparably calm. If the Black King did not die, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to come out alive. I also believe that Master will not be trapped in this sinkhole. Even a mountain of knives and a sea of fire will not be able to trap him. The Black King said solemnly. However, the next moment his expression began to change. How could this be? How could this be? The Black King clutched his head tightly. His expression was hideous as he rolled on the ground with a splitting headache. At the same time, he was not the only one. The thousands of demonic beasts all began to howl in agony. What's going on? What's going on? Has Big Brother Jiang Chen met with a mishap? Qinlu didn't want to believe it, but looking at the Black King and the thousands of demonic beasts hugging their heads and wailing in agony, the two of them looked at each other and felt a wave of panic and despair. Master. Master. Before the Black King could finish his sentence, he collapsed on the ground, motionless and lifeless. The Black King was not the only one. Thousands of beasts had also collapsed on the ground. None of them were spared. There was no longer any life around the sinkhole. Instead, it was filled with an aura of death. Big Sister Luoying, what should we do? Brother Jiangchen won't be in trouble, right? Qinlu's eyes reddened. The Black King had just said that the two of them were inextricably linked. They would live or die together. However, the Black King had collapsed. Didn't that mean that Brother Jiangchen wouldn't be able to escape this misfortune? Qinlu's words made Luoying even more nervous. She shook her head frantically. Impossible. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Luoying screamed as tears flowed from her eyes. She was filled with despair. I've met countless difficulties along the way with him. Even in the great sovereign's tomb, he never gave up. He won't give up here. Absolutely impossible. Luoying shook her head with all her might, shouting at the top of her lungs. But even if she didn't want to believe it, the Black King's words were deeply rooted in her heart. The Black King, as well as the thousands of demonic beasts, were all dead at this moment. There was no sign of life. Although she didn't believe it, fate had played a big joke on her. Then why did the Black King collapse? Why did it turn out like this? Compared to Luoying, although she did not have a strong relationship with Jiangchen, Jiangchen was her savior. Hence she had always treated Jiangchen like a brother. This time she had followed Brother Jiangchen to this sinkhole, but she had never imagined that this would be their eternal farewell. Big Brother Jiangchen, I will find you. I must find you. Chapter 5082. You go back, I'll go find him. Luoying said calmly. However, no one knew how desperate she was in her heart. She wanted to see him dead or alive. But if the Black King were to die, Jiangchen's chances of survival would be slim. It could even be said that there was no chance of survival. No, I want to go as well. I was the one who brought Big Brother Jiangchen here. I can't let you take the risk alone. Sister Luoying, I know that you have deep feelings for Big Brother Jiangchen, but Big Brother Jiangchen also saved me. Do you think I can leave in peace? Qinlu's words moved Luoying's heart. One more person meant one more power. At the very least, this was the Heaven Star. Perhaps she really didn't understand this place as well as Qinlu did. All right. The two of them looked at each other. There was nothing more sorrowful than a dead heart. To both of them, Jiangchen was equally important. Not only did Jiangchen save her life, but he also saved her father's life. Therefore Qinlu admired Jiangchen very much. Brother Jiangchen was in such a situation, how could she be indifferent? The two of them went straight towards the heavenly crater. But this time something that made them despair happened. After diving down for a kilometer, they couldn't go any further. An invisible force pushed them out. This force was something they simply couldn't resist. It was soft, but it made them unable to resist. As they stared at the pitch-black sinkhole, both of their hearts trembled incessantly. Why is it like this? Luoying screamed at the top of her lungs, but she couldn't go down no matter how hard she tried. It didn't seem like a formation, but rather an unimaginable energy that completely separated them. The sky cavern had already formed an enormous barrier, and they were outside of this barrier, unable to enter at all. What's going on? Qinlu, tell me what exactly is going on. Luoying's heart was flustered and uneasy. If she couldn't enter this sinkhole, then she and Jiangchen might really have to part ways forever. I don't know why it's like this either. Big Brother Jiangchen might have met with some mishap down there. Although Qinlu didn't believe it, her intuition told her that it was true. Brother Jiangchen could not be saved. Perhaps they should have believed that when the Black King and his army of thousands of monsters fell, Jiangchen might have already ceased to exist. Shut up. Impossible. Impossible. Jiangchen will be fine. Luoying roared crazily as she launched a series of terrifying attacks towards the sinkhole. However, there was no response at all. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. A natural barrier formed in front of them. It couldn't be seen or touched, but it blocked the last chance of survival between them and Jiangchen. The two women hugged each other, tears streaming down their cheeks. Jiangchen kept the corpse of the flying Bat King. This time he would definitely be able to reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. At that time his strength would definitely rise to the next level. While he was thinking, Xianxia felt that the surroundings of the sinkhole had become colder and colder. There was a roar coming from the abyss, which made him feel very uneasy. Xianxia's eyes were extremely cautious. The surrounding space seemed to be constantly collapsing, completely cutting off any connection between him and the outside world. He also seemed to feel that the surrounding space was becoming more and more closed. There was not a trace of air at all. Although the flying Bat King had been killed, the sound from the sinkhole, the roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger, did not seem to stop. Instead, it became more frequent at this time, which made people feel very uneasy. I can't stay here for long. It seems that I have to leave this place quickly. Xianxia's injuries were very serious now. He quickly swallowed a few medicinal pills. However, if he wanted to recover to his peak, it would not be possible in a short period of time. He felt that there must be a huge beast under the sinkhole, and he was afraid that he would not be able to resist it. Xianxia was never a timid person, but what was hidden under the ground made him feel very uneasy. If he could avoid going, he would leave as soon as possible. Everyone had curiosity, but curiosity killed the cat. It was not a joke. Xianxia felt that if he really continued, his life would be in danger. He had already achieved his goal, which was to find the materials to reconstruct the heavenly dragon sword. Just the body of the flying Bat King was enough. Xianxia stepped on the sky-ascending ladder and wanted to fly up. However, he did not expect that there would be layers of invisible waves pressing down on his head. It seemed like a fantasy for him to rush out of this sinkhole. How could this be? Xianxia became more and more uneasy. He tried more than 10 times, but every time he would be pressed down by the invisible waves, sinking deeper and deeper. Damn it! Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to leave this place. He might have to continue to go down and find out what was going on. This was not Xianxia's original intention, but he had no other choice. He was forced to keep going down. He began to be a little afraid of what was hidden under the sinkhole. However, since there was no hope of getting out, he wanted to see who was behind this and what kind of secret was hidden in this sinkhole. But now Xianxia was worried that Luo Ying and Chen Lu would be worried about him and wanted to come down to find out what was going on. He had not gone out for a long time. He hoped that they would not do anything stupid. Otherwise, there would be no way out. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to search for his son, Xianxia would have nothing to fear. However, he had something to worry about now. Therefore, he wouldn't dare to drag the emperor down from his high horse like he did in the past. However, the feeling of being forced to stay in this sinkhole had returned. Once upon a time, Xianxia and De Huang roamed the Saint Origin world unhindered. Those days were unrestrained and fearless. Even now he was still filled with emotions and memories. Weak roars could be heard coming from the bottom of the crater. It sounded like tens of thousands of horses galloping, but it also sounded like the roars of dragons and tigers. Xianxia began to dive deeper and deeper, searching for the truth. Since he couldn't get out of this place, he could cast aside all his worries. The 5 elemental fire in Xianxia's hand flickered continuously, illuminating the surrounding cliffs. The sinkhole was about 30 meters wide. At this moment, Xianxia could see it very clearly. Chapter 5083. What a magnificent painting on the wall. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he murmured. The sinkhole grew larger the further he went. The space around it had already reached 100 zhang. The 5 elemental divine fire in his hand also lit up the surroundings. Paintings of intense battles were carved on the faint red walls. They were extremely vivid and caused Xianxia's heart to be filled with astonishment. It was as if these battles were happening right in front of his eyes, yet it also felt like it had happened yesterday, as if it was a lifetime ago. On the cliff, there were countless half-man, half-horse humanoid beasts that were as large as mountains and rivers. The jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards followed behind them as they fought against the giants in the sky. The giants were incredibly large, and they were no different from the mountains, rivers, and swamps below. The giant and the humans fought for a long time, resulting in countless casualties. Thousands of soldiers and horses fell under the mountains, rivers, and swamps. The giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. According to the scale of the painting, it was estimated to be several thousand zhang tall. It held a shocking hammer in its hand, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Between the mountains, rivers, and swamps, there was a dragon-shaped demonic beast that looked like a golden dragon. It was exactly the same as the giant. It only appeared at the end of the battle, clashing with the giant continuously. Countless demonic beasts and humans were involved in this battle. Corpses and skeletons were scattered all over the place. Xianxia looked at the final battle scroll for more than 100 miles before he finished looking at this shocking and earth-shattering picture scroll. Xianxia believed that this was definitely an epic battle that had taken place over countless years. Moreover, this 100-plus-kilometer-long painting scroll was completely hidden in this sinkhole. As for how deep this sinkhole was, Xianxia didn't dare to imagine it at all. Xianxia could feel that this extremely long scroll was filled with boundless and magnificent spirit. He was shocked by it and dared not to take it lightly. It was as if the peerless giant and the azure dragon were about to break through the stone wall and come out. Xianxia's mind was completely captivated by the painting. He couldn't extricate himself from it. It was as if the giant and the dragon were about to break through the walls. Finally, in the final battle, the giant and the dragon disappeared from the world. As for the ending, Xianxia didn't see it. Strange, there's no ending. Xianxia frowned, feeling a little depressed. After looking for so long, there was still no ending. However, he suddenly realized that he had already arrived at the bottom of the sinkhole. Scroll of the World. Why did it have such a name? Xianxia looked at the bottom of this world-shaking painting. There were 4 big words written vertically, and it looked like they were written with a sharp sword. It didn't look good, but it gave off a righteous and domineering feeling. He stepped on a thick layer of fallen leaves and the uneven ground. There was nothing within 100 zhang radius. Xianxia released the divine fire of 5 elements and tossed it into the distance. However, what surprised Xianxia was that the bottom of the sinkhole was so huge. Several thousand meters ahead, there were 2 stone lions that were 100 zhang tall, guarding a huge door. The door was huge and it was covered with black stone pillars. The stone pillars were engraved with sacrificial runes. The eyes of the 2 lions were bright and full of vigor. They had the power to devour the heavens, giving Xianxia a great shock. When Xianxia arrived at the foot of the stone lions, he discovered that there were corpses everywhere. There were demonic beasts and even humans. There were many of them, and the Inchi was extremely heavy. The surrounding mountain gates were connected to each other. Only these 2 stone lions piqued Xianxia's curiosity. What kind of existence was this? First, it was the over 100 miles long scroll, then the 2 stone lions. The Scroll of the Lost World. Xianxia had no idea what it was, but if Qinlu was here right now, she might be able to find out what it was. Xianxia didn't know the names of any of the demonic beasts here. He didn't even know where the demonic beasts in the scroll came from. When he passed through the 100,000 mountain range, he didn't see any demonic beasts like that. The scroll seemed to depict the scene in the 100,000 mountain range, but it also didn't seem to be. In short, Xianxia was new here and couldn't tell what it was. But at this time he was pressed down by an invisible force and couldn't leave the sinkhole. That was why he had the courage to move forward. The yin qi here was so heavy that even Xianxia felt a trace of silence. It was an indescribable feeling. In short, it was as if he was suffocating. There was no Genesis qi here, only endless yin qi. His body seemed to be infected by this aura. Roar, roar. The dragon's roar that sounded like it came from the abyss once again resounded in Xianxia's ears. This dragon's roar came from the mountain gate that was guarded by the stone lion. More than half of the mountain gate's boulders had collapsed, leaving only a narrow path. Anyway, there's no way out. Let's take a look first. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Xianxia's strength had already recovered, but at this time he was still very careful. After entering the mountain gate, the surrounding space became a little distorted. This was something that Xianxia had never felt before. It was distorted. The space was twisted and turned. The space around him was like this, which made Xianxia unable to feel the slightest sense of security. It was as if he had been thrown into a private space. Damn it, why is this space like this? Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roar grew more and more intense. Xianxia's eyes rapidly turned. Black yin qi lingered around him strand by strand. It had already solidified. Xianxia gasped. What kind of terrifying yin qi could cause such a large spatial distortion? Although he didn't know if the spatial distortion had anything to do with the yin qi, at least Xianxia didn't feel the slightest sense of security. It was as if there were countless eyes staring at him from all directions. Xianxia quickened his pace and passed through the mountain gate. In front of him there were potholes and corpses everywhere. There were also broken stone pillars and broken walls. In front of him there was a huge hall. The 16 doors around it had long been smashed. At a glance, Jiang Qin could see the inside of the hall. In the middle of the hall there was a very large stone platform. The stone platform was original and couldn't be seen clearly. Jiang Qin could only continue to walk in. When he walked to the entrance of the hall, his body seemed to be penetrated by a stream of yin qi. This feeling made Jiang Qin feel like he was floating. He didn't dare to imagine it at all. Although he suppressed his body, he still couldn't stabilize it. Chapter 5084. What a terrifying yin qi. Jiang Chen's expression was incomparably dignified. The yin qi continued to spread out and the surrounding space became even more distorted. The stone platform slowly rose up. Beneath it was a white oval jade coffin that didn't seem to have any pattern. Yes, it was a coffin. Jiang Chen was not mistaken. His eyes gradually narrowed as his gaze fell on the coffin. In the center of the coffin was a woman wearing a 5-colored dress. Half of her face was golden and she was lying quietly on top of the coffin. Black yin qi lingered around the beautiful woman. She was lying there quietly, motionless. However, the space around her was distorted. This made Jiang Qin feel very strange. The yin qi seemed to be coming from her body. This made Jiang Qin feel very strange. What a beautiful person. But she seems to have been dead for many years. Jiang Qin murmured. When he appeared in front of the half-masked woman, his face was filled with shock. Although the other half of the face was covered, it was undoubtedly very beautiful. Her clothes were blood red. Even her jade-like hands were very delicate. Her skin was very lustrous and gentle like jade. Jiang Qin looked up and down. This woman indeed had no signs of life. She was dead and couldn't be more dead. However, after so many years she was still able to maintain such a corpse without rotting. It was really unbelievable. The surroundings were covered with dust. Only her body was untainted. This was the most amazing thing. She seemed to be sleeping, but there was no sign of life. On her chest was a bronze mirror. This bronze mirror was very bright and it was shining on the woman's head. If the woman didn't have any signs of life, Jiang Qin would have to be very careful. He walked around the woman a few times but didn't make any movements. She was wearing a golden hairpin and a jade ornament on her head. It seemed that she had an illustrious status. Finally, the only thing on her body that moved Jiang Qin was the bronze mirror. He didn't know whether the bronze mirror was a treasure or not because the woman and the bronze mirror didn't have any aura. No, it wasn't that there wasn't any. There was only an aura of death that permeated the surroundings. Roar, roar. The dragon roar resounded once again. Jiang Qin suddenly raised his head and looked at a dry well not far away. Indeed, there was a dry well in this hall, and the dragon roar and tiger roar were coming from this dry well. However, just as the draconic roars and tiger roars rang out from the well, Jiang Qin suddenly felt an extreme chill rising from his heart. When he suddenly turned around, he found that the woman with the golden mask was already standing in front of him, and their eyes were only 0.01 centimeters apart. What the F***? Jiang Chen's expression suddenly changed and he quickly retreated. However, that woman seemed to follow him like a shadow. Her dull eyes were empty and lifeless. Although she was very beautiful, she was like a shell without a soul. What the hell are you? Jiang Qin shouted angrily and his palm shot out like a thunderbolt. However, that woman also raised her palm and directly pushed Jiang Qin back. Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Her strength was too strong. Who the hell was she? Was she dead or alive? Instead of retreating, this woman advanced and approached him once again. Jiang Qin could feel the strong murderous intent from her body. Although it was unconscious, it was full of power. Moreover, the death aura from her body also burst out at this moment, like thousands of swords sweeping over at the same time. Exploding heavenly stars. Jiang Qin roared angrily and forcibly withstood this woman's attack. The masked woman rose up against the wind, and the energy in her distorted body couldn't be underestimated. She directly approached Jiang Qin as if she wouldn't stop until one of them died. Thud. Jiang Qin kept retreating and his face was ugly. He didn't know where this woman came from and she seemed to be very strong. There was no hesitation at all and she went straight towards him. Who are you? Are you dead or alive? Why do you want to kill me? Jiang Qin frowned but he didn't get any response. This masked woman seemed to have gone crazy and punched out heavily. It seemed light but in fact it was like a thunderbolt. Who would have thought that this delicate woman who looked so weak was like a god that descended from the heavens. Xianxia couldn't deal with her at all and he kept retreating. 30 swords. 30 swords. Xianxia kept using limitless swords but the effect was minimal. This was the first time that Xianxia was in such a passive position, and he was beaten up so badly by an unknown existence. Bang bang bang. The woman's technique was very strong and there were no fancy moves, no stagnation, only violent punches and endless attacks. There wasn't a trace of yuan qi in her body, and there was no power of the stars. Could it be the lifeless yin qi? Xianxia's face sank but he couldn't resist at all. Even if he used dragon transformation again, Xianxia could only defend passively. Four-directional finger. Xianxia used all his techniques, but it was useless and he could only defend himself. Roar roar, roar roar roar. At this time the roars of dragons and tigers sounded again, and the woman actually stopped what she was doing and turned to walk towards the dry well. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment the lady's eyes moved. Her blood-red eyes shot up to the sky. She became incomparably angry. The moment she rushed towards the dry well, a monstrous yin qi filled the air. The surrounding void became distorted. Xianxia's heart was filled with doubts, but the woman didn't attack him anymore. Instead she stood in front of the well and roared with all her might. Her screams were so piercing that Xianxia's eardrums almost burst. This masked woman's power might have reached the peak of the star state or even the cosmic cloud state. At least, Xianxia couldn't fight back against her at all. He didn't even have the slightest chance to retaliate. What does she want to do? Xianxia was very curious. That roar should be the source of her anger. Who made the roars of dragons and tigers in the dry well? What was hidden inside? It was getting more and more confusing. Xianxia was very curious about this woman. Where did she come from and what did she want? What kind of hatred made her so angry? Chapter 5085. Roar. A terrifying roar rang out once again. Even the dry well seemed to vibrate as the surrounding space grew increasingly distorted. Xianxia discovered that the space here was completely independent. There was not even a trace of the Genesis Qi he had sensed in the outside world. The woman seemed to have gone crazy as she roared at the dry well. Her roars intersected with the roars of the dragon and tiger, causing Xianxia's scalp to turn numb and his face to turn green. Even with his 6th-layer star stage strength he found it difficult to cope. Sizzle. All of a sudden a dragon spirit rushed out from the dry well. The masked woman seemed to have gone crazy as she clashed with the dragon spirit. The battle was about to begin. The terrifying power caused Xianxia to continuously retreat all the way to the edge of the hall. The dragon spirit and the woman continued to exchange blows. Black light filled the hall as a pair of sharp palms continuously struck the dragon spirit that had risen from the ground. The battle between the man and the dragon was extremely intense. Xianxia was unable to interfere at all. Daughter of Qiamo, you want to destroy my cultivation? Dream on. You haven't been suppressed to death after so many years. It seems that I have underestimated you. Luo Yi's voice was indifferent. He was the dragon spirit. You killed millions of my people and destroyed my father's advanced cultivation. I Suimo will not rest until I die. Even if I die my will not waver. I will not let you live in peace. Suimo icily said as he stared at Luo Yi. The terrifying energy undulations made Xianxia extremely cautious. From the looks of it, the two seemed to have a deep hatred that was difficult to resolve. Xianxia furrowed his brows. This dragon soul shadow seemed to be similar to the giant dragon he saw in the scroll of the Lost World. He couldn't be the giant dragon in the painting, right? Your father obstructed my path so he had to die. I am the true god and no one can make me submit. I followed your father for countless years just to wait for that day to pass the samsara tribulation. He wanted to surpass the ages by himself but that was just wishful thinking. You're able to reforge your body with death chi. I've really underestimated you. However, it won't be long before I break the seal. At that time everyone will die. Luo Yi's arrogant and cold voice was like that of a monarch looking down on the world. His dragon head stood up proudly and disdainfully. Are you sure you can break through my father's seal? Back then he risked his life to seal you in the prison of heaven and earth. Even after millions upon millions of years, the demon refining well hasn't been able to refine you. You really are lucky. However, it's impossible for you to escape. My father used 81 heavenly lightning talismans to imprison you in this place. He also placed a lightning attraction and an aura of death on me because he was afraid that one day you would be able to escape. My death aura was used to activate the lightning attraction and the heavenly lightning talismans. For the billions of people, for my father, for the world, I will never let you destroy the heaven star. Su Immerse's eyes were cold as he stared at Luo Yi. The two of them seemed to be at loggerheads. This guy actually wants to destroy the entire heaven star. Jiangchen took a deep breath. This dragon spirit phantom Luo Yi seemed to be a great demon that had been suppressed by Su Immerse's father. However, after so many years, this great demon that should have been dead seemed to be rising again. And this peerless woman was the existence left behind by the Almighty to keep the evil dragon in check. The 50-kilometer-long world relic scroll was hovering at the bottom of the sinkhole. It must have been an ancient text left behind from ancient times. It must have existed on Heavenly Qin planet. An era of civilization, an era of glory. It must have recorded the final battle of Heavenly Qin planet. The strength of this evil dragon and this peerless woman in the past must have been unimaginable. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. If this evil dragon really broke out of the seal, it might be a catastrophe for the heaven star. The peerless expert found in the source ancient site on Milan's star should be from the previous era, just like them. Jiang Chen pondered and said. However, at this time the two seemed to be at each other's throats. Their fighting spirit was soaring. I'm afraid that these two people are not easy to deal with. No wonder I'm able to come here. It's truly too difficult. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Now he just wanted to leave this place because this was not a place he should be in. The peerless expert in the source ancient site had left a deep impression on him. There was no way he could compare to existences of this level. Now that he had come here by accident, he didn't want to do so either. Wishful thinking. Do you think you can do anything to me? If I want to go out, no one can stop me. I will stay here because this devil refining well is my paradise. Only here, the place closest to the core of the star, can I recover the fastest. If I want to go to heaven, no one can stop me. Ha! Luo Yi laughed wildly. Then let's see who will have the last laugh. My father sacrificed his life for you. I will not let the tragedy happen again. Su Immerse put his palms together and his eyes were like lightning. What? The core of the star? Jiang Chen's eyes widened and his heart was in turmoil. How is this possible? There is a star core in Tianqin star? Jiang Chen didn't believe it at first because the meteorite rock was a peerless treasure left behind after the transformation of the core of a star. Logically speaking, the core of a star should no longer exist. However, according to what this evil dragon said, there was still a star's core hidden under the crater that had existed for billions of years. His heart was filled with excitement and his hands were trembling. Initially, Jiang Chen had planned to leave silently, but after listening to what the elder said, he didn't want to leave anymore. The core of a star was an extremely terrifying and rare treasure. There might not even be one star core among millions of stars, because the Milky Way and the solar system had been evolving for countless years. It had been a long time since the birth of the eternal world. Most of the cores of stars had already been burnt out. This was definitely a treasure land. However, because of this place had been coveted by the evil dragon Luo Yi for countless years just for the core of a star. This time I will not leave. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He had always been a man who would never give up until he reached the Yellow River. Although there were many dangers along with it, there were also countless possibilities. Once he could obtain the core of the star, his strength would certainly improve by leaps and bounds. Chapter 5086. The battle between the two of them was very intense. Both Su Mor and Luo Yi used all their means. Luo Yi's dragon soul power engulfed the sky, and his roar was earth-shattering. His sharp claws tore through the void. Although Su Mor was wearing a mask, Jiang Chen could still see that her face was full of anger. She was no different from Luo Yi's. Her jade-like palms flew out with enough power to break the sky. Wisps of black demon chi rose from her hands. Even Jiang Chen didn't know whether she was dead or alive, or whether she had been dead for tens of thousands of years and only had a shell left. However, Jiang Chen didn't dare underestimate her strength. The battle between the two of them was extremely fierce, and Jiang Chen had no choice but to avoid it. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that the evil dragon Luo Yi didn't seem to be able to get too close to Su Mor. His range of activity seemed to be limited to 10 meters around the dry well. He couldn't go any further. However, Sumor didn't care about that. She only had one goal, and that was to continue suppressing Luo Yi and sealing him in the dry well. However, it seemed that although Sumor was very strong, she was still lacking compared to Luo Yi. After fighting for a long time, Sumor gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In fact, Jiangchen felt that if this continued, she would be in a very passive position. However, Sumor carried the hopes of billions of people and her father's last wish. She definitely wouldn't let this go. If the evil dragon were to break out of the seal, it would be a disaster for the entire Sky Star. This place would become a living hell. Sumor wouldn't let that happen no matter what. You must have a death wish. Get lost. Sumor's voice was deafening. This kind of earth-shattering battle power made Jiangchen sigh. He was still far from being able to match up to her. It seemed like obtaining the star core that Luo Yi spoke of was not going to be easy. Wanting to sit on the sidelines and reap the spoils of war was almost impossible. Now that things were looking up, it was going to be difficult for him. The strength of these two people had already reached the peak of the star grade, perhaps even higher. He had no way of interfering. Damned girl, when I fought with your father on Tianmen Mountain, you were still a little girl. You want to suppress me? Dream on. The roar of the azure dragon. Luo Yi flew up into the sky. Although he couldn't go too far away from the well, Sumor was also having a hard time. His body was hit repeatedly and he was forced to retreat. The battle was so intense that Jiangchen didn't dare to slack off. He watched intently as this was an indescribable benefit to him. After all, the battle experience of such a powerhouse was very important. 10 words demon sealing seal. Sumor formed a seal with both hands and punched Roy's head. However, Roy's roar was still as loud as thunder. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His 2 front claws were completely free to move. Break for me. Luo Yi tore through the void continuously, completely unmoved by the blood-colored 10 words demon sealing seal. He put his claws together and punched again. Bang! Sumor was sent flying and his expression was extremely ugly. You actually broke through a corner of the 9 dragons demon sealing seal? Sumor's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't believe it. The 9 dragons demon sealing seal was a supreme array that his father had specially developed to suppress Luo Yi. For billions of years, it had been flawless. However, in the end there was always an oversight, and this fella had still managed to discover a slight flaw. Now that there was a crack in the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, it meant that this fella would break out of the seal soon. Once the crack in the seal was magnified, the devil refining well would no longer be able to seal Luo Yi. How could this be? Sumor was extremely anxious, but there was no use in being anxious. He simply didn't know how Luo Yi had done it. Could it be that his father's years of hard work and life's work were going to go down the drain? Billions of lives had been sacrificed in vain? Sumor was indignant, but what could he do even if he was indignant? Now that he had found a flaw in the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, he was no longer a match for Luo Yi. It wouldn't be long before Sumor would no longer be able to suppress Luo Yi, and the result would be an unimaginable tragedy. Although the 9 dragons demon sealing seal is very strong, I have been accumulating it bit by bit for so many years. After billions of years, I have finally succeeded. You want to trap me? Absolutely impossible. Even that Chiemo couldn't kill me. His cultivation base is already heaven-defying, and he can even avoid the great tribulation of the world. But he still couldn't kill me. The current me is already indestructible. Once I'm born, I'll destroy this devil refining well. Who in the world can trap me then? Ha! Luo Yi's roar resounded continuously, his voice shaking the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. It seemed like he had to make a move. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he had to fight Luo Yi. Otherwise, he would be killed by him sooner or later, so he might as well make the first move. What Jiang Chen hadn't expected was that this seal would excite him. Although he couldn't defeat Luo Yi, there was a possibility that if he could repair the 9 dragons demon sealing seal, Luo Yi wouldn't be able to break out of the seal. This might be an opportunity. However, this might also put Jiang Chen's life on the line. He had no other choice. He couldn't leave this place, and this was the only way to obtain the star's core. He had to defeat Luo Yi and reseal him in the devil refining well. Then everything would be foolproof. It would definitely work. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He had already made his preparations. No matter how much the Nine Dragons demon sealing formation changed, he had to repair it. Only then would he be able to get what he wanted. You trap him and I will repair the seal. If you are willing, I believe that we can work together to reseal him. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. At that moment, Su Mo turned around and glanced at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with disdain and surprise. I know that you might not believe me, but do you think you have a choice now? If we can't reseal him in the devil refining well, we'll all die. He's too strong and you're no match for him at all. But if you can trap him and I can repair the formation, then everything is possible. Chapter 5087. Opportunities were fleeting and this was her only chance. If she chose to believe in Luo Yi, she would most likely be consigned to eternal damnation. However, if she chose not to believe him, she wouldn't be able to retaliate and would most likely be killed by Luo Yi. Even if Luo Yi couldn't kill her, the outcome would still be the same once the seal was broken. Hence, Su Mo was struggling internally. Although she had been dead for 10,000 years, her father had used the death chi to reconstruct her body to ensure that she would still be alive after billions of years. Hence, Su Mo wasn't just a walking corpse. She just existed in a different form now. At the very least, her spiritual energy and her will still existed. She didn't have a choice. Although she didn't trust Jiang Chen was too weak. He was so weak that she could ignore him. How could someone like him help her deal with the ancient evil dragon? Was this a joke? It was a fight to the death. Warriors were heroes. Since he had no other choice, he might as well put himself in a hopeless situation. Lowly worm, do you think you can seal me with just your strength? This is the funniest thing I've heard in my billions of years. Do you know that I could kill a few hundred cosmic cloud state trash with one slap? I'm not someone a bug like you can be my enemy. The day I break the seal will be the day the Tianqian planet falls into despair. Luo Yi was still incomparably confident. He raised his head high and did not put Jiang Chen's words in his eyes. Because Jiang Chen did not have the qualifications to make him bow down. Jiang Chen was just an insignificant ant. How dare he challenge him? Wishful thinking. Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked. As powerful as the evil dragon Luo Yi was, even a cosmic cloud expert couldn't escape from his hands. Luo Yi must have been a terrifying existence in the past. At least it was not something that Jiang Chen could imagine. However, for the Star Core and his own survival, he had to make a decision. How would I know if I don't try? Jiang Chen smiled. Courting death. Roar. Jiang Chen's body kept shaking. If it wasn't for his true dragon body, he would have been scared to death by this roar. That kind of aura was definitely that of a supreme existence. Your opponent is me. Su Mo Air disregarded everything and rushed towards Luo Yi. Her eyes were filled with hope when she looked back. Jiang Chen was her last hope that she could entrust to him. Hopefully he could bring a miracle to the entire Tianqian planet. What are you waiting for? Su Mo Air shouted and charged towards the evil dragon Luo Yi. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. It was time to show his true skills. Whether or not he could rebuild the formation and make up for the flaws would all depend on today. Jiang Chen's understanding of formations had already reached the pinnacle. However, this 9-dragon demon sealing formation was set up by an almighty being billions of years ago. It had even trapped a supreme expert who could destroy the heavens and decimate the earth. After such a long period of time, it had still persisted. This was enough to show how extraordinary it was. Jiang Chen had to put his heart and soul into it. Only then would he be able to see if he could succeed. The battle between Su Mo and Luo Yi continued. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent, as Su Mo was fighting with her life to buy time for Jiang Chen. Hence, Jiang Chen had to study the 9-dragon demon sealing array properly. He had to fix it. Jiang Chen used the no-beginning array to deduce it continuously. There were 108,000 arrays in the no-beginning array that had evolved into tens of thousands of variations. It was rather terrifying. Whenever Jiang Chen encountered an array formation that he couldn't crack or had never seen before, he would have to use the no-beginning array to deduce it. It would be great if De Huang was here. If the two of them worked together, it would definitely be easier. He didn't know how De Huang was doing now, but he had to be more careful now that he was alone. The no-beginning array began to deduce it. Jiang Chen focused wholeheartedly and didn't dare to be negligent. It had to be said that when Jiang Chen fully understood the 9-dragon demon sealing array, he couldn't help but be impressed. The almighty Su Mo's father, Mo, was definitely the strongest existence in the world. He didn't know how to deal with such a powerful array formation. The array formation was inextricably linked, with countless array bases and array eyes. Every part of the array formation contained a crucial mystery. Jiang Qin peeled away layer by layer before he could see the specific mystery of the 9-dragon demon sealing array. Just seeing the 9-dragon demon sealing array was already very difficult, let alone starting from it and regaining control of the array formation. Those who hadn't experienced it wouldn't be able to understand. This was also why Su Mo didn't trust Jiang Qin. However, she had no choice but to believe him. Jiang Qin was her last hope. It would be fine if he could trap Luo Yi, but if he couldn't, both of them would die. Jiang Qin was getting more and more excited. If this went on, it would be a challenge for him. However, this challenge was really too difficult. As the battle between Su Mo and Luo Yi became more and more intense, Su Mo gave it her all. This was the only way she could buy more time for Jiang Qin. Otherwise, if Luo Yi got rid of her, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to escape. Death might not be scary, but Su Mo was afraid that the promise she had kept for thousands of years would be broken just like that. Her father had given her a lifetime of prayer, hoping that she wouldn't forget her mission and suppress this place forever so that Luo Yi wouldn't be able to rise again. More and more of the array formation's foundation was uncovered by Jiang Qin layer by layer. Like a foggy forest, he could only carefully remove the surrounding cover bit by bit. Only then could he see the original appearance of the 9-dragon demon sealing array. After a long time, Jiang Qin finally saw the 9-dragon demon sealing array clearly. The evolution of the no-beginning array made Jiang Qin even more excited. This was the first time he had seen such an array formation. Even after so many years, the array formation had only loosened a little. After hundreds of millions of years, too many things no longer existed. Although this array formation wasn't as good as it was in the beginning, it had only been torn a little by Luo Yi. However, the 9-dragon demon sealing array had already been completely dissected by Jiang Qin. In other words, he had the ability to repair it, but it would depend on how much time he needed. On the other side, Su Mo was getting more and more passive. She was continuously forced to retreat by Luo Yi. If not for her special body, her soul would have dissipated long ago. Chapter 5088. How dare you display your slight skill in front of an expert? Let's see how you plan to seal me. Luo Yi said angrily as he twisted his dragon body, pressuring Su Mo to the point where he couldn't breathe. More than an hour had passed, and Jiang Qin had finally figured out the foundation of the 9-dragon sealing magic formation. It could be said to be ever-changing, so Jiang Qin had to take the risk. Although he didn't know whether he could control the 9-dragon sealing magic formation with his current strength, he had no other way out. Hold on a little longer. Jiang Qin glanced at Su Mo. His path of restoration had only just begun. The 9-dragon sealing magic formation was too huge and complicated. If it had been an ordinary formation, Jiang Qin wouldn't have been so anxious. This time he couldn't afford to be careless. Any mistake would result in a complete loss. Jiang Qin's heart was as calm as still water as he devoted himself to the restoration of the formation. He wouldn't be able to help, as he would only be cannon fodder against peerless powerhouses like Su Mo and Luo Yi. Hence, it was better for him to know his place and focus on restoring the formation. After all, only by sealing the evil dragon Luo Yi would he be able to save Tianqin Star once and for all. He would be able to save himself and obtain the star's core. Jiang Qin's idea was simple. He only needed to seal Luo Yi and the rest would be easy. However, this was even more difficult. Only by completing the seal would he be able to obtain what he wanted. For the sake of Jiang Qin's heart was incomparably firm. He would definitely succeed. As time passed, Jiang Qin's control over the formation became more and more proficient. Although the 9-dragon sealing magic formation had many ancient methods and inscriptions that he didn't know about, the no-beginning formation had solved this problem perfectly. The 108,000 formations variations weren't just for show. Jiang Qin was completely focused. Under his continuous restoration, the 9-dragon sealing magic formation had begun to undergo a qualitative change. No one knew this better than Luo Yi. He can actually change the 9-dragon sealing magic formation? Luo Yi's heart sank as he glared coldly at Jiang Qin. You ant, I will make you die without a burial. You want to seal me? You are not worthy. Luo Yi attacked again. Su Mo was heavily injured and her face was pale. She could feel the panic in Luo Yi's eyes. This meant that Jiang Qin's restoration of the array formation was effective. Otherwise, how could Luo Yi, a peerless powerhouse, be afraid? What he was afraid of wasn't Jiang Qin, but the 9-dragon demon sealing formation. If the formation was repaired again, then he might really be suppressed here for the rest of his life. How many tens of thousands of years had Luo Yi spent to tear a corner of the 9-dragon demon sealing formation, gradually breaking through the whistling of the wind and leaving the devil refining well? In just a few more decades he would be able to completely tear open the 9-dragon demon sealing formation. At that time, who in the world would be his match? Luo Yi had been sealed underground for millions of years. It was too lonely and cold. He didn't want to be suppressed here anymore. He wanted to be his own master. Jiang Chen's speed was getting faster and faster. Luo Yi felt danger approaching. The 9-dragon demon sealing formation was set up by Mo, the #1 powerhouse of the Tianqian star in ancient times. Could a mere ant really repair it? Luo Yi didn't believe it, but as the seal of the 9-dragon demon sealing formation grew stronger, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly and kill these two people. One was Mo's daughter, the guardian he hated the most. The other was a nameless ant. They both deserved to die. Don't even think about sealing me. Since you want to die, I will send you to see your father. Luo Yi roared and continued to release earth-shattering power. His eyes flickered with electricity as he stared at Sumo. Sumo's face was ferocious as she faced death calmly. No matter what, she wouldn't take a step back because she saw a glimmer of hope. She could give up her life, but Luo Yi had to be sealed again. How much longer? Sumo asked angrily. An hour is enough. Jiang Qin said. All right. Even if I die a horrible death, I will defend this final battle. Sumo said firmly. She knew that she couldn't stop Luo Yi, but for the sake of the world and her father's great ambition, she had to fight to the last moment. Jiang Chen's heart softened as he watched Sumo, who was constantly being pushed back by Luo Yi. This woman wasn't simple. Her existence was to restrain Luo Yi. She could live because she wanted to seal Luo Yi until he died. This was her mission and her belief. In that case, I definitely won't let you down. Jiang Qin kept increasing his speed as the 9-dragon demon sealing formation was repaired bit by bit. From its original size of a millstone, it was now the size of a human face, but the gap was still shrinking. Luo Yi was getting anxious. Sumo's injuries worsened as she charged forward. Her arms were broken and her body was covered in cuts and bruises. Her momentum was getting weaker and weaker, but she still persisted. Jiang Qin couldn't deny Sumo's determination. What he had to do was to do his part. Even if she couldn't beat Luo Yi, she wouldn't give up. Jiang Qin felt sad for Sumo. The two of them worked together. When their eyes met, he could feel Sumo's unreserved trust in him. She had no other choice but to seal Luo Yi. She had to give it her all. Bang! 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 Sumo's injuries were on the verge of fading away. The yin qi on her body was dissipating, and the moment all the yin qi disappeared would be the day Sumo died. Don't even think about sealing me. All of you will die. Luo Yi's malevolent dragon head swallowed everything. Jiang Qin felt his heart palpitate, but he couldn't stop. If he did, all his efforts would be wasted. Your opponent is me. Sumo air was like an arrow that was released from a bow, crashing into Luo Yi's body. At this moment she wanted to give Jiang Qin the last chance of safety. Soon, Jiang Qin's heart was as calm as still water. The 9-dragon demon sealing formation was finally going to be repaired. However, Sumo smiled as she faced Luo Yi's attack. She had already tried her best, so it didn't matter whether she succeeded or not. Don't. Jiang Qin didn't know why, but he felt sorry for Sumo and blamed herself. A girl who had held on to her beliefs for billions of years shouldn't die just like that. Jiang Qin's pupils shrunk. Facing Luo Yi's attack, Jiang Qin summoned the Buddha prison palace and trapped Sumo inside. At the same time, Luo Yi's attack landed on the Buddha prison palace. Jiang Qin felt a splitting headache and his mind power was almost scattered. However, he still managed to save Sumo. Damn it. Luo Yi hadn't expected Jiang Qin to have such an earth-shattering treasure. His eyes were filled with shock and indignation. Chapter 5089. In an instant, a terrifying power surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the entire devil refining well to spin. That aura flowed out of Jiang Qin's body and kept suppressing Luo Yi's head. No, don't. Luo Yi's roar reverberated throughout the entire palace, causing the ground to shake. Luo Yi had never believed that a mere ant would be able to reconstruct the 9-dragon devil sealing formation and seal him once again. It sounded like a fantasy story, but Xianxia had actually managed to do it. A mere 6th-level star-grade weakling had actually managed to seal him. This was simply ridiculous. Luo Yi had dominated the world and was unparalleled, but now he had been toyed with by an unknown kid. Luo Yi roared at the top of his lungs, but the result was unimaginable. The terrifying pressure from the 9-dragon devil sealing formation had instantly pushed Luo Yi into the devil refining well. The insufferably arrogant Luo Yi had now become someone else's stepping stone. He had been so arrogant, but the result was unimaginable. I won't let you off. I definitely won't let you off. Luo Yi's roar gradually became softer and eventually disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to normal. At that moment, Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. He was sweating profusely as he sat on the ground, panting continuously. Su Moer was also extremely weak, but her eyes were filled with relief as she looked at Xianxia. Thank you. Su Moer's voice was very gentle, unlike before. At the last moment, Xianxia had saved her and the entire Tianqian star. It's all right. I was just trying to save myself. If the evil dragon had rushed out, I wouldn't even know how I died. Xianxia said. You're quite smart. Su Moer smiled. Her exquisite face was filled with exhaustion and disappointment. However, she hadn't let her father down. The evil dragon hadn't had a chance before it had been sealed once again. Everything was thanks to Xianxia. Even she had not expected that this person would be able to repair her father's peerless formation. From the looks of it, everything was the will of the heavens. Perhaps this person was guided here by his father. Thank you for the compliment. Your body should be fine, right? Xianxia asked with a frown. It doesn't matter. It won't take long for me to recover. Even if I can't recover, it's not a big deal. After all, I've always been a living dead. No one would care whether I'm dead or alive. Somewhere laughed self-deprecatingly. Do you want to live? Xianxia asked. You mean I still have a chance to live? Su Moer's spirits were lifted as he looked at Xianxia. Unless it's a peerless expert like my father who stands at the peak of the eternal world, it's impossible for anyone to help me reconstruct my golden body. That's for others. I might be able to. Your golden body is still there, but the death aura on your body is too strong. You can't see the sun at all. Once you see the sun, you'll probably turn into ashes. Xianxia said. He had to admit that Su Moer was indeed a very noble person. Even though Tianqian planet no longer existed, she still remembered her father's words. She had always suppressed Luo Yi and protected the innocence of the past. If Su Moer really died, it would be too unfair to her. She had dedicated her life to the entire Tianqian planet. The people on Tianqian planet should be grateful to her for being able to live. Without her, this beautiful planet would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, no one knew that there were still powerhouses from billions of years ago in the sinkhole who were persevering for them. There was no such thing as a peaceful life. It was just someone carrying the burden for you. That's right. This body of mine can't see the sun because it's in the land of extreme negative energy. Coupled with my father's blessing, it's been preserved for billions of years. However, my soul has still dissipated. What's left of me is only my consciousness. Once my consciousness is destroyed, I'm afraid I'll really disappear from this world. Su Moer said. I can give it a try. I have a cinnamomum kasha that can nourish the soul. If I move your body under cinnamomum kasha, you might be able to reconstruct your soul after some time. Although it's just a guess, no one can be sure that it's impossible. As long as there's a chance of survival, you shouldn't give up. Xianxia's smile slightly stunned Su Moer. As long as there's a chance of survival, you shouldn't give up? Xianxia's smile infected her. She was one of the overlords of Heavenly Qin Star in the past. Except for her father, almost no one could defeat her. Unfortunately, everyone was insignificant and indescribable in the face of time. Cinnamomum kasha? You actually have cinnamomum kasha? Su Moer inhaled a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with shock. Even in ancient times, cinnamomum kasha was an extremely terrifying treasure. Only people with the potential of a great emperor were worthy of it. How could you possibly have cinnamomum kasha? Su Moer still had a look of disbelief. Her father also wanted to find a treasure like cinnamomum kasha back then, but to no avail. Of course. Xianxia said. This is unbelievable. I'm really wondering who you are. Could you be a reincarnated almighty from the previous era? Su Mo looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. However, Jiang Chen was very frank and just shrugged. Su Mo couldn't find any clues at all. In fact, she was just overthinking. No, by the way, I want to go down and have a look. You're courting death. Although the devil refining well has been resealed by the 9-dragon demon sealing formation, there are countless remnant souls of demonic beasts in it. Once you encounter a powerful remnant soul, you'll be killed. Even for me, it'll be very difficult to protect you. You need to understand that there's more than just Luo Yi in the well. There are plenty of spirit beasts inside. Su Mo said Lung Lung. But billions of years have passed. Even Luo Yi has been squeezed to the cosmic cloud state. Those inferior spirit beasts are probably dead already. However, that well is still not a good place to go. I have to go because there's something I want there. Jiang Chen said. What is it? Su Mo asked. The star core. What? You want the star core? Do you know how powerful it is? You can't even get close to it. If you're injured by the energy explosion, even a cosmic cloud state wouldn't be able to survive. You want the star core? What a joke. Su Mo sneered. Jiang Chen remained unmoved. He moved his palm and a terrifying star energy enveloped his body. A blue halo kept circulating around his body. The star energy's momentum was unstoppable.